today on Divorce Court.
I'm not sexually attracted to Justin because he doesn't take care of his responsibilities. When I ask you to do something, that'll make me attractive to you.
She talks to me like I'm a child.
You act like a child, so you get treated like a child.
She just wanna be a boss.
I put a track on his car because we married. I need to know where you're at all the time.
Ease up a little bit. You got a good guy. Just be a little nicer.
Justin, I need you to grow up and take care of your responsibilities. I need for you to be my man.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Jada Braxton and Justin Braxton. Mr. and Mrs. Braxton, you have been together for 3 years, married for 9 months. You are here for a divorce. I'm horrified. You have one child together, and I'm going to start with you, Ms. Braxton. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Okay, I met Justin not too long ago. We're here today because he cheats, he lies. Give you a little bit more about that. I bought Justin a car not too long ago, and his actions didn't match up with what he was doing. He would tell me he would be one place and would not be there. He was supposed to be at work at this particular day. Come to find out, he was with another woman and got the car and our rent money took. The girl set him up. So in the midst of him being set up, they got the rent money that put us on eviction. We got an eviction because she took the rent money and she took our BG&E money. He just lies so much. He just lies. Like,
well, what was he doing with that woman, and how did the money go?
I don't know what he was doing with the girl. He was supposed to be at work, and how I found out he wasn't at work is because later on that day I had got a call from his job stating that he got robbed. Now I don't know what to do. Like, he just constantly lies. Why would you tell me you were at work and you weren't at work?
Did he tell you he got robbed?
Yeah, he told me he got robbed. The police called his job, and the police called and said that he had got robbed and that they had took everything. He got home and they took everything.
First of all, it was after work. With a couple boys from of mine that I know in this area. I'm not from the area of Baltimore. I'm from PG County, which is closer to DC. So it's two different cultures for real, even though it's close. So, mind you, I'm hanging out with more than one person. It's a group of people. And me, I'm a nice guy. I was doing the girl a favor. She could have been a model, beautiful, or she could have just been a booger wolf. It really didn't matter what she looked like. It didn't matter what she looked like, Your Honor. I was just being nice, doing a favor. But mind you, it's a different kind of feeling. So they had something set up for me, you know what I mean? So
they took advantage of you.
Took advantage of me. And mind you, I was a little intoxicated, so you know what I'm saying? Things that my mind wouldn't do, I did.
That booze will make us stupid.
That booze will
make you stupid.
Lord,
you know, it just happens.
Yes. So, long story short, I take her to the store. It's taking a little while. I'm like, what's taking so long? So I go to the store. The dude is in there waiting on me for real. You know what I'm saying? Already in there, like, where the money at? I'm like, what you talking about? So he pulled the dog out, which is a weapon, and was like, yeah, get that money up. So I'm like,
you gave the money up.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
Nah, I ain't give it. I should have just gave it up right then and there.
What'd you do?
I pushed him out the way and went to my car, right?
If he was supposed to be home, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. He wasn't answering the phone. He wasn't answering any text messages or anything like that.
Wait
so what
a minute,
am I doing?
my man's just about to get shot. You mad because he ain't
Exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Clap it up. Round of applause. Round of applause.
So you pushed by him, then what happened?
I get to my car. By the time I close my door, he is at my window with the gun, pistol with me and everything, bust my head open. That's when I said, okay, you can have it. Go ahead and take that.
He was home. He wouldn't have never happened. So anyway, I accepted him, and I said, okay, it happened. Let's move on. He still needed transportation to go back and forth to work. I lent him my truck. Now, everything is running smooth and stuff like that. A little bit, maybe the second week into lending him my truck. The second week into lending him my truck, he was supposed to come pick up me and his child. I didn't hear from him throughout the day. I didn't hear from him at all. He leaves us stranded, okay? He leaves us stranded. I had to get a friend to come and help me get into my house. So come to find out later, he didn't come home till 9 o'clock the next morning. Come to find out, he was with a female. It was in my stuff and left me stranded, okay? So I asked him, I said, so what, I played, you know how we do. I already know where you was at. I already know what you was doing. That's what I did. I said, you know, it's okay. Try to get him to come home. It's okay. Come home. Come bring me my stuff. It's okay. It's okay. Then later on that day, I had told him, okay, I already know where you was at. You might as well tell me the truth. You might as well tell me the truth. So he comes out and tells me I was with another girl. That's why I didn't answer your phone call. That's why. How you gonna take my stuff Can you ask him, how do you take someone else's belongings and do them wrong? I lent you my truck or whatever so you can go back and forth to get money. Don't leave me and my child stranded.
Since you asked nicely, how could you go off with some other woman with her stuff and leave her stranded?
Yana, she's moving a little too fast right now, okay?
Well, what happened?
The way she talked to me, it just, you don't want to be around that. I understand I had an obligation to do that I failed to do. Unfortunately, I was intoxicated at the time, and a lot of bad things happen when you're intoxicated. So
Absolutely.
So I stopped that.
Like
I'm not doing all that. You know what I'm saying?
You left the liquor alone?
I left it alone. I left it alone. I left it alone.
You leave
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I understand.
So,
know.
thank you. So, so that unfortunate circumstance did happen, and I admitted to her that I was with another female, but I wasn't,
Another woman.
Yeah,
I don't say male because I don't think you're livestock,
Right.
So we're not like female.
Yeah. I was with another woman.
You weren't supposed to be. He's very fresh, okay? So that knowing that you're my husband and you're with another.
What do you mean he's fresh?
He's very flirtatious. He's very friendly. He's very open. So with that being said, I believe that she set him up. Now,
Which one are you talking about?
You still mad about that?
I'm very mad.
You move forward.
You got to.
I understand.
Tell me about when you were pregnant, because I believe he was doing something inappropriate while you were giving birth.
He was. Okay,
Tell me about that.
9 months into pregnancy, I'm on the bed, I'm getting ready to have his baby. After I had his child, I didn't find out until maybe 2 months that he was sitting on the bed next to me texting another female. Okay, he was texting that female on the date. I seen the dates of the text messages texting.
What did they say?
Hey baby, how you doing? What you doing? When am I gonna see you? I miss you. No flirting. You're not flirting with me today. Just a whole bunch of you a married man. You are a married man. So why are you sitting up here talking to these females like that on the day that I'm giving birth to your first child? So after that happened, I was like, red flag was up. Red flag was up. So I decided just to move on with it. I decided to give him a clean slate once again. I don't know why I just took him back, because he constantly makes me feel as though that this is what he is. I got you.
That he runs around with other women. That's who he is.
Yes.
And you accepted that in some measure and decided to remain with him. But you're beating him up with the fact that he is that every day.
Yes.
Right.
Which don't make any sense. But okay. We'll talk about that momentarily.
She knew what it was.
But Mr. Braxton, I want to talk to you about the nature of the atmosphere in your home.
Well, Your Honor, the way that she talks to me, she yells at me.
You have a recording, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
You do everything. I ask you to help me a little bit more. I pray to God that you will help me a little bit more. You can't do nothing.
So first, let's get this out of the way, Mr. Braxton. Were you cheating, or were you texting other women while she was giving birth to your baby?
I was not texting other women while she was giving birth. Around the time, maybe, okay? But it wasn't like texting. It wasn't like texting. It was more of the social media, type it up, and then leave it alone. And then leave it alone. You know what I mean? Just because the way she talks to me.
So have you cheated on her?
No, I haven't. I've been in the presence of another woman, and I've talked to another woman. But in regards to really physically, nothing's physical.
I know he's doing that. I know he's doing that. But is he really cheating?
I don't know. When I first met him, I didn't feel as though he was cheating. When I dug deeper into, running his phone and stuff like that, that's when I started finding out more and more, and when it happened and what was going on around that. I don't know why he does what he does. It's like...
Well, why do you do what you do, Mr. Braxton?
Well, Your Honor, the way that she talks to me, I even have proof to show you.
Well, describe how she talks to me and then give me the proof.
Okay. She yells at me, treats me like a child. I'm a grown man. I bring the money in. That's not what it's about. But I feel like she belittles me as a man. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of things does she say?
Oh, you ain't good for nothing. All types of stuff.
Well, give me you have a recording, you said?
Yes, ma'am. I submitted it. It's a snippet.
You submitted it.
It's a little snippet just to get a taste of what it's like.
Okay, well, let's listen to the snippet.
Tune in, Your Honor.
Keep making me miserable. Keep trying to drag me through the dirt.
I didn't do nothing, Jay.
You did.
What did I do?
That's the problem. You don't think you did. You did. You're doing everything. You're doing everything. I ask you to help me a little bit more. I pray to God that you will help me a little
Jada, I was tired.
Yo, I'm tired too, Justin. I'm tired too.
I didn't mean to. I slept for a couple hours.
Just please leave me alone.
I slept a couple hours.
Leave me alone.
It was just a couple hours.
Just leave me alone.
I'm saying it was a couple hours.
Leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
She wasn't done.
She wasn't done.
Now, Ms. Braxton, what happened that day? What inspired all of that?
On top of his cheating and his lying and him getting robbed and set up, it put us into a financial situation to where everything fell on me because he doesn't take care of his responsibilities. Now, that particular day, my truck had got towed. I asked him, you know, to take care more responsible. You see me getting stressed out with the babies, the bills, taking care of him.
Is he working though?
He does work. He does work, but
Does he bring the money home?
Yes, but I manage all the money. He doesn't spend anything responsibly.
Because
That's why I manage it.
I let her.
Well, what were you mad about that day?
I had asked him to do something particular. I had asked him to take care of one little incident, just take care of one little incident, and everything was falling on me. And he couldn't understand where I was coming from, so it escalated. I said, Justin, I need you to do boom, boom, bop. Do that. Just do that. He couldn't even do it. He wanted to sleep all day, as you could see. I was tired. It was your off day. It was your off day.
May I have one word?
Please.
So that particular day, it was my day off, like I said, but her car got towed. We did have things to do. So we did a couple of things. You can't do everything in one day, you know what I'm saying? So we did a couple of things. In the midst of that, we were cleaning out the closet, just taking everything out the closet. But she still had things to do herself, you know what I'm saying? So I said, okay, you go do that, I'll clean up, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I cleaned up the whole house. Mine's my day off. I cleaned up the house, made a couple calls regarding the situation with her truck to see if we can get it back together.
I wanted him to be there for mental support. Even though it was my responsibility.
But hang on, was he doing everything he just said he was doing?
Not cleaning up the house. I come home, the house is still a mess. The kitchen is still dirty. My child is still running around.
Wow.
Nappy hit it. No, he didn't do anything. He did one thing a day.
There were no dishes in the sink. The closet was clean. Like I said, it was all through the house. Your Honor. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Economically, you guys are struggling. I want to talk a little bit about why, so we can maybe get you back on track.
And she handles the bills, but she knows what's due and what's due. So I let her deal with it. She lets, okay, we'll let it pass, because I want to get my hair done. I feel like she handles it, but then she treats herself sometimes too.
Did you get your hair done as opposed to pay the electric bill? Now, Mr. Braxton, your wife has intimated that you are irresponsible with money. However, you told me that one day when the electric bill was due, it did not get paid because she felt getting a weave was more important. Please explain that circumstance to me.
Your Honor, it was unbelievable. You understand? It's unbelievable. All right, mind you, understand we got robbed. I got robbed, and for the finances was basically like a month back, so we playing catch up. So long story short is, she like I said, she handles the bills, but she knows what's due and what's due. So I let her deal with it. She lets, okay, we'll let it pass, because I want to get my hair done. And unfortunately, things happen. Say, for example, we got to get the car out the tow yard, pay that money for that, you know? So I feel like she handles it, but then she treats herself sometimes too.
Did you get your hair done as opposed to pay the electric bill?
I did.
Can you explain that nonsense to me, to put your hair before the electric bill?
I was stressed out. I got a great defense. I was stressed out, and I was a little bit blindsided.
So weave relieves the mind? Somehow you feel better?
Sometimes, yes, if you look in the mirror and you look good and
Take a walk around the block. It's cheaper and it's better for you.
Yes.
I think that is so ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
It is ridiculous. And I understand you're under pressure and you're upset, all that, but that's not the way to deal with it. You're putting yourself deeper in a hole.
Because there's a whole bunch of stuff with him. He's very immature. He's very
Tell
goofy.
me a story about his immaturity.
I could tell Justin, okay, this particular day we need to do something in regards to paying bills. He'd rather go spend the money on car accessories. He'd rather go, so it's not just me, it's him. If he know a bill needs to be paid, he'll be immature and go buy car accessories. The only thing he cares about is his car.
But you're immature and buy weave. What's the difference?
Because I manage it and I know where the money goes.
And you get mad at his stupid, but you justify yours.
He won't tell me till I see it. He won't tell me until I see it.
Did you tell him about the weave beforehand?
I don't tell him about anything.
Oh, you see where you're wrong here, Ms. Braxton?
Yes.
And you stay on angry with him, even though I'm clearing the woods.
Yeah.
It's not there anymore, but you stay angry. Mm-hmm. You with me?
Yes.
I'm about to talk to you. know you want $500 for, I'm not giving you nothing. I think you guys should stay together and make this thing work because you got a baby at home. And there's nothing really that wrong at your household that you can't fix.
Right.
He's not out there all ratchet and running around, traveling and doing it. He just isn't. I mean, he's a little flirty here and there, but that's not happening. What your problem is this. You've hoarded all of his errors. So everything that he does wrong now is met with the same reaction as if he did everything wrong that he ever did that day. And you never get over it. You never get past it. You never get around it. And you keep fussing at him about it. You're not happy. He's not happy. And you keep not being happy in that manner, in his direction, he will leave. Because nobody can stand all of that. Now, Mr. Braxton, let me tell you what you're doing wrong.
Yes.
She's under duress.
Okay.
When you're managing the money, when you're working just as much, household duties probably more on her side, and you're managing everything and asking you to do here and there, the pressure of managing all that is very heavy on her head.
Right.
So what you have to do is not be the guy who does what he's told when he's told, but you have to be a guy that can take something off her plate and say, hey, baby, this is my responsibility. You'll never have to worry about A, B, and C.
Right.
You can take care of D, E, and F.
Okay.
Because I got A, B, and C.
Right.
You can't be as flighty as she lets you.
Yeah.
Because what we women do is we absorb responsibility.
Yeah.
And so you're like, oh, she'll do that.
Right.
Oh, she'll do that. Oh, she'll do that. And we're absorbing, but we're getting crushed.
Right.
Next thing you know, boom.
Explosion.
Right. But you have to manage your business like a grown man.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to take responsibility that is not foisted upon you,
Right.
that's not given to you, that's not required of you, but that you choose to make it because you're a man.
Now, Your Honor, in regards to that...
The time for you to talk is all over.
Oh, dang. Okay.
This is all me until I leave.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah.
Now, you're in the habit of being angry. You're going to go home and be just as angry tomorrow as you were yesterday. You have to, every morning, make a decision that you're not going to be that angry person that day. Every morning. And when she does that, you have to co-sign on it.
Okay.
And you have to co-sign on it, but baby, I want to think of something every morning. I'm going to take this off your plate, babe.
Okay.
I'm going to do this for you. You don't get angry for me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've got to conduct business in a marriage.
Yeah.
You've got to handle your matters. You with me?
Yes.
I'm not giving anybody any money for anything. I want you to go home, act like you got some sense. You hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
I came over for a divorce, but from seeing the judge, I honestly believe that we can make it work. Her advice really helped. I hope it got to Jada, you know, what she's doing, that she can do better, and I understand what I need to do to handle my business and be together as a team.
I think that I will try harder. I'll try to stop being less angry and less controlling and just let him take on a little bit of responsibilities and just try a little bit harder in my marriage.
Today on Divorce Court.
Nicholas was a pathological liar.
I lie about any little thing. I may lie about the color of the sky. I want the judge to help me tell my wife, don't disrespect me at all, because that's a big thing in our relationship.
In order for us to be partners, you have to be willing to be in a partnership. And if you can't do that, then that puts the marriage in jeopardy.
We just need a little bit of tweaking in our marriage. We need to gain each other's trust back.
I feel like if you love me enough, you'll work forward. If I don't have what's best, then you're really hindering me and setting me back. At the end of the day, you're gonna lose your partner.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nicholas Daniel and CeCe Daniel, Mr. and Mrs. Daniel. You have been together for 4 years, married for 2, and you have no children. But right now, your marriage is in trouble, so you've come to me for my help. Mr. Daniel, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Our marriage has been a little bit rocky. Having a lot of relationship problems. From the disrespect, I'm here today, first of all, because my wife keeps on disrespecting our marriage.
In what way?
She's disrespecting our marriage in a way of having constant contact with one of her ex, from getting penis pictures sent to her phone, Constantly texting multiple people that I don't know about. I haven't never met them. I don't know anything about them. So I'm coming here today is seeking help.
Mrs. Daniel, are you getting pictures of other men's situations sent to your phone?
I have before, but he's also sending the same pictures that he's requested, talking about I'm getting. I can't.
Pardon me, say that again?
He's sending the same photos from other people that he's accusing me of getting.
So he sends pictures of his situation to other women?
I don't send pictures of my situation to no other men, so I don't understand what the problem is.
I don't understand what you told me. You admit to receiving pictures of other men's situation on your phone?
On my Facebook.
On your Facebook, okay. But you're also saying that by the same token, he sends pictures of his situation to other people.
That is correct.
Do you send pictures of your situation to other people?
Yes, ma'am, I have done it.
Why? Why? I want to know.
But when it deals down with her, I feel like it's a get back. I feel like I should get back at her.
You can't get back something you started, though.
But did I really start that?
Okay.
Who sends you pictures of their situation and why? And do you check them once they do?
Well, I mean, I can't, if it's sent through a Facebook message, it's not like I can't stop it from coming. Like when somebody sends you a direct message, and that was a previous friend, I don't respond and send the same thing in return. But at the end of the day, he's saying, like, it's a get back. How can you get back something that you started, that you still constantly always have?
I started it.
You still constantly always have these females that hit me up on Facebook. I didn't know y'all were together. If this your man, then this is what's going on. I had one girl tell me about what color my couch was. Meanwhile, I'm at home working 2 and 3 jobs, you know what I'm saying? Trying to provide for my family, and now I'm the bad guy. But when I go to communicate, it's a lot of anger issues, a lot of other issues that we're dealing with. And
do you believe she's actually seeing the ex? Do you really believe she's messing around? Or because people do send pictures of that around, and when they're unrequested.
Right.
So do you believe there's something that she's doing wrong?
Well, we made a pact in our marriage not to have contact with an ex. We done made a pact in our marriage about that. That's disrespectful when you're steady, ex or not. That's disrespectful from another guy when he know that she is married.
Yeah, but I've been disrespected.
Right.
But they got nothing to do with me. I don't want them pictures. You know what I mean? But you can't control who sends them. Now, you can block them once they do. So you can't get but so mad about that. The question I have for you is, are you talking to exes when you've already made a decision within the context of your union that that's not gonna happen?
It wasn't like that. We were talking about other stuff. And and then he says, well, these are people that I don't know. You've had the opportunity to meet them.
Why would I want to meet with one of your exes to talk to him and I don't know him? I don't want to introduce myself to an ex of yours.
He's a liar.
I'm a liar?
Okay. Speaking of that, you say in your papers that you believe your husband is a pathological liar.
He is.
Why do you believe that?
Because he lied about everything. He lied about his middle name being Rodriguez, and I found out it was Ross. He lied about he'll lie about the moon to be out. He'd be like, that's actually a sun over there in China. Like, you know, he lied about every single thing.
Tell me his 2 most outrageous lies.
His most outrageous lie he's ever told me, he put a family member, of course, that I had met on his dad's side, because I've never met them, in the ground without them being dead. He said that his little brother had got murdered so he could go see another female, basically. Then find out about no obituary, no nothing. I'm trying to take off of work, you know, trying to explain.
What's going on?
Right. I just trying to be there, be supportive. No, it's okay. I'm just going through a lot. You know, I know his background, all of this other stuff. Y'all laughing, but I can't make this up. This ain't no lies. And you know, I'm trying to be a supportive wife.
He's grieving.
He's grieving. And you know, as a wife, I'm just like, okay, well, if there's anything you need, you know, let me know. Then next thing I know, I need a bus ticket from, you know, what was it?
Kansas.
Right, Kansas. Your family live in Georgia. What you doing in Kansas? Right. You might be going to get Toto or somebody. Anybody got time for that? No.
Mr. Daniel, did that happen?
Yes, ma'am. It did happen. Yes, ma'am.
So you got caught in that lie.
Yes, ma'am.
You got caught in that lie. Do you tend to tell falsehoods?
Yes, I do.
When they're convenient?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Because I done had it so done to me so many times in past current relationships, so I feel like I should lie to a female. Like, that's how it is. Like, I done had females a lot of me, so I do the same thing.
Oh, that's not good logic.
It's not.
It's not good logic at all. Mrs. Daniel, I want to hear a couple more stories about a couple more lies, and then we'll move on to the other issues that you had, because that was a good one. Ooh, you scaring me over there. You know, with all of that. You know, that really hurt her.
Yes, I do know, yes.
And you did tell everybody that.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Mrs. Daniel, tell me about another lie that Mr. Daniel told you.
Well, going back on the previous lie, I didn't know that his brother died from cancer too, because that's what he told the producers. And I'm like, I thought he said he was murdered. And this is another shock to me.
Oh, today?
Yes, today.
He told my people today that his brother died of cancer.
I looked on the paper, that thing said cancer, and I thought he said his brother got shot and got murdered. So I was just like, another surprise. So that's a surprise.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, give me one more, and then we'll let Mr. Daniel, if he has a good explanation, to give it to us.
The whole pregnancy issue about us trying to have a family and start a family.
What happened there?
Well, he says that, you know, and at the end of the day, we've both gone and did our separate things, you know what I mean? But we just said we wanted to have a family was one of the things. We don't have kids from anybody else.
Right.
So every doctor's appointment, I found me finally a good doctor in Virginia that, you know, would carry every doctor's appointment, whether it was a pap smear, ultrasound, I had to do blood work, all of that. He went with all my appointments with me to the doctors. And then she was like, Ms. Daniel, there's nothing wrong with you. You should just be able to, you know, you can lose a couple pounds. You know, I could afford, but, you know,
yeah,
I like pasta. And, and, you know, I even tried to drop, you know, 10 pounds. I had dropped that. I was trying to do whatever he did. As you just said, you know, y'all both need to go on healthy lifestyles. Well, when we got, and I told him, well, make sure you go get your other hand. We're a partnership. Let's go get you
checked out.
Right. Mm-hmm. And so he had said, one of the lies, he said, I already got it checked out when I was on the south side. Didn't have it. Where the paperwork at? Didn't have it. So then I made sure the next time I went to the doctor, she set him up for an appointment. And then a couple of weeks or so after that, she gave us a call. And I'm like, put it on speakerphone. We're in the living room. And she's like, oh, this is okay. This is okay. This is okay. But they're shaped incorrectly. And she was saying that might give us difficulty. Now, I understand, like, the dynamics of how that can be towards a man and different things like that. So instead of being like, you're the reason, you know, I try to be supportive. I went and did research. I went to the little GNCs. Let's up your iron count. Let's look at zinc. Let's look at different methods. And then come to find out, he still was walking around and be like, well, you know, she had one of them exes that, you know, I don't know what she was doing before. And maybe that's really the reason why. And as somebody who really wants to be a mother, probably more than anything in life, that hurt me because I'm like, clearly, I went and took you to the doctor's appointment so you could know what was going on.
Mr. Daniel, I am not going to rag you about whatever going on, but did you lie about her being the reason that you couldn't have children and impugn her character in so doing?
No, I did not. She's saying it like I told the whole world. No, I did not. I told her exactly herself, like, it might be you that can't have kids because of your last pregnancy or whatever happened with your ex. That's what I told her. I didn't go out blabbing it to the world.
But once the doctor told you both that was not the case, did you let that go?
No, I didn't.
Well, why would you not let it go when you know for a fact that isn't the case?
Why I didn't let it go? Because I had my own experience with a last female that I did have sexual contact with. Definitely told me, you know, she was having a baby by me.
So somebody else has your baby?
Well, no, currently no, because I told him not to. Currently, no.
But you don't know that. You don't know if that but you know specifically what the doctor told you.
Right, yes, ma'am.
Ooh, you scaring me over there. You know, with all of that. You know, that really hurt her.
Yes, I do know, yes.
And you did tell everybody that.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Wonderful.
Welcome to my world.
Now that we've discussed all of that, my understanding, Mrs. Daniel, is you believe that Mr. Daniel has a terrible problem with his temper, and you say that's affecting your marriage. So that's what I want to talk about next. What kind of things does she do that reminds you of this uproarious upbringing?
The yelling at me, calling me out my name from different words to the B to every word in the book.
Are you disrespectful to him when you're encouraging him? So, Mrs. Daniel, tell me about Mr. Daniel's anger.
It's irate, it's unpredictable. We could be arguing about, I asked you to go get me a sausage biscuit and you went and got a McGriddle, and then he mad, and then it's usually provoked more so when I'm like trying to talk to him about the goals, about different things that I'm asking, and I'm, you know, putting some pressure because I need the pressure, like financial goals, like, hey, I need, you know, you to do this, and it just, you know, you're lying, like how you've seen before.
Right,
and then next thing you know, it might be my TV, boom. It's a hole through the TV.
Do you have an explosive temper, Mr. Daniel?
Yes, ma'am. I definitely do have an explosive temper, and it tempts from the fact of me growing up as a young child, having family members abuse me physically and mentally.
Right.
And she does things to me, she says things to me that makes me just like see a family member in that, so I have the tendencies to lash out.
Yeah, okay, what kind of things does she do that reminds you of this uproarious upbringing?
The yelling at me, calling me out my name from different words to the B to every word in the book. You know, she calls me that.
Are you disrespectful to him when you're encouraging him?
Well, by that time I'm mad.
Yeah,
by that time I'm mad.
Yes.
I'm not gonna get, you know, I'm not getting any response. So like, I'm talking to you, and then I hate being ignored. That's just my one. That's my trigger.
You know, you can't harp a man into being higher. You can't chip at him and expect him to get bigger. That never works out. It just doesn't work out. What kinds of things has he broken in fits of temper?
Let me see if I got some evidence here. I got holes in the walls.
Do you know how scary it is to live in a house when somebody does that?
Yes.
Do you feel that you need to do something about that? Other than exhibit your anger, you might need to temper it a little bit?
Yes, I have. Yes.
I don't believe you.
No, I done actually had counseling. Back growing up, I was ADHD, so my temper, it is horrible, but...
Has he gotten help for it?
No, ma'am, because that was one of the stipulations I asked him to do. Find the people so you can get back on your meds if that's what you need.
Have you seen somebody about getting your temper taken care of?
Yes.
When was the last time you did that?
When me and her went to counseling.
When?
5 months ago.
Is that true?
Not for a temper. That was like a marriage counselor.
A marriage counselor?
Yeah, it was like through a church
Did the
retreat.
marriage counselor tell you to get some help with your temper?
Yes, he did.
And did you do anything about it?
No, I didn't. Because I don't feel like I need to be on medicine. I don't.
I didn't say medicine. I said something about your temper.
No,
He's
ma'am,
even lost
Well, my
jobs over the
understanding
temper.
Tell me what happened. How did he lose jobs over his temper?
Calling, you know, other people saying, I learned this today too. You know, got fired from McDonald's. Somebody said, hey, can you mop the floor? I ain't mopping the floor. Then called them a derogatory name, you know, like things like that, like you losing. And I mean, I know because I've even worked with him before. That's one of the reasons how we met. But even at a new job, like, I'm like, just wear a hat. It's a stipulation, it's a policy, a health code.
Just do it.
He was like, I don't need this. Yes, you do. Because this ain't married. I'm not married. That's not Kendall. I'm not doing all of that.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm not paying. Sorry. Not sorry.
I want to talk now, since we're talking about the jobs that he's quit, lost, fired, otherwise doesn't have anymore. What is the state of your finances and how is it affecting your marriage? I just want to ask you quickly, do you see what the temper and the getting fired thing is doing to her sense of security?
Yes, ma'am, I surely do. Yes, ma'am. I
And what do
definitely
you
see it.
intend to do about it? How are you going to be a husband who anchors the home?
Well, currently right now, speaking of finances, I am, as soon as we get back home, I definitely do have a job that I start. So.
But there's no point in getting a job if you don't have enough control over your emotional life to keep the job.
Thank God.
So my question to you is, What are you doing to make yourself capable to anchor your home?
Well, currently right now, I just, I talk to myself, not nothing crazy or nothing, but I talk to myself and I think to myself. Like, whenever I feel like that I'm going to be angry, I just, keep myself actually calm. But lately, I haven't been having to worry about my temper getting out of control, though. But I'm definitely going to seek help for it.
Yeah. Mr. Daniel, let me say this to you. I think you're a good guy. I think you're a good guy that had a rocky upbringing and had issues. I had a rocky upbringing and had issues. And I'm going to tell you something. My psychologist is my favorite person.
Right.
Outside of my family. If something's going wrong in my head, I'm going to be the first person to know about it. I am not going to let whoever did whatever to me in my past or whatever genetic propensities that I may have dictate my dollar. I'm going to dictate my dollar. I'm not going to let it happen.
Right.
And on the low, I think you're probably a great guy. I think you're probably a good, kind individual. But you letting the least of you run you.
Right.
Don't let the least of you dictate your day and manage your emotional life. And the first thing you need to do is go see somebody. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Don't make you soft. Don't make you small. Don't make you, you know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
It'll turn around and make you a captain. You know what I'm saying?
Ma'am.
And I want you to be a captain. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Love it enough to do the right thing, and I think you're going to make it. You are so cool. You are so strong. But be so dedicated to your own center and your own self. Don't just take anything. And he has to understand, absent change, absent betterment, absent a sense of security in your own home, you will, in fact, be absent. Good luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
For me to stay with Nicholas, I would need to see drastic change immediately, and to him to go get that necessary help that she suggested, that she and I've suggested he do, and to be able to definitely keep a job for over 6 months.
It's very important for me to save this marriage because that's the woman who I want to be with. That's the woman that I've been with for the last 4 years. So I definitely want to keep our marriage going on. I definitely want to be with her for the rest of my life.
Today on Divorce Court.
When Wayne drinks, he's very obnoxious.
If I had one drink, she would think I'm an alcoholic.
Because of Wayne's drinking, I have lost my apartment, some very good friends of mine, my family, career. I took a bullet for him. He needs to get help.
I thought about marrying Linda, but I don't believe that we're ready yet. When we have arguments, it's like fire versus fire between Linda and I. You just can't put it out.
If he doesn't change, then we're gonna be over.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Linda Smith and Wayne Covington. The two of you have been together for a year and a half. You do not have any children together, but your relationship is in trouble. Ms. Smith, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in Divorce Court today?
Well, Wayne has a huge drinking problem, and it's hurting other people, and he doesn't realize it's hurting himself. Like, for instance, 8 months ago, we went to a party in Stockton, and it was loud and crazy.
Boisterous, lot going on.
Yes. And so Wayne, he was drunk, and he was being loud, saying, oh, I can take on anybody, just start causing problems. And one guy came up to him and had a shotgun to his face. And so he hit him in the head. And after that, like, I was trying to
The other guy hit him in the head.
Yeah, the other guy hit him in the head, and then a fight broke out. And so after that, like, I tried to calm everybody down. One of the guys turned towards me and shot me in my foot. And after that, I saw them, like, the guys, they tried to get in the way. It's like, tried to beat him up some more. And I kind of took that opportunity to get help. And when I was...
Shot in the foot, and you went to get help?
Yes.
And you were drunk, scuffling. Is this true, Mr. Covington?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember that incident, or is this not...
I remember.
Nothing in there. You remember that? You remember her getting shot?
It happened.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah. Did you feel badly about that?
I did. I did feel bad.
Yeah. Do you remember what you were beefing about? Not that it matters, because you were drinking.
First, I don't consider myself a drunk. And I did get drunk that night, but we shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Why shouldn't you have been there in the first place?
I told her I had a real bad gut feeling about going. So.
So why didn't you just not go?
She was the only, I was the only ride she had there.
So it's her fault.
It's her fault while we were there, but it's my fault why I was...
If you had a bad feeling about going someplace, wouldn't it behoove you to stay sober while you were there because you had thoughts that things might not turn out well? I'm just asking.
It was a party, though.
It was a party,
everybody was wrecked.
Do you think you have any problem with alcohol at all?
Well, yes.
Yeah, okay. How much do you drink on average?
I used to drink. I don't drink anymore.
Okay. You don't drink at all?
At all.
When you were drinking, how much were you drinking?
I would consume maybe a pint a day, maybe every other day.
A pint of what? A pint of beer?
Like Remy.
Oh, a pint of cognac?
Yeah, cognac.
Well, that's a lot of cognac, isn't it?
Yeah, I was fine, but I felt fine.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. Miss Smith, do you agree with him that he has in fact quit drinking, or is he telling me an untruth?
He's telling you an untruth, Your Honor.
How often does he drink now?
Well, he still drinks every day, but like it's not like
he doesn't get drunk every day.
We're not drunk every day. It's like more of a tipsy type. It's kind of hard to explain, Your Honor. Okay. Like, it's for instance, like after my shooting,
right
after I got shot in my foot,
right.
I was in a wheelchair and they sent me home. He had his friends over and they was drinking, and they was being loud and obnoxious.
Right.
And so I woke up. I was on very heavy medication.
Sure. Yeah.
So
you've been
to wake
shot.
up, to be woke up from that, you know. So I wheeled myself to the room, and I see his friends there. Your Honor, I do not like his friends at all, and I told him so many times I don't like his friends. They always be disruptive. One of them pretended to have a seizure and drool and spit on my floor when my son plays. And so I told him, I told you I don't want them here. He told me to go wheel myself back to the bed. And so...
Was he drunk?
Yes, he was.
Mr. Covington, did that occur?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You say that you haven't been drinking recently.
Recently.
Okay. Have you been drinking since you came to L.A. to come to this show?
Yes.
So how was... And did you get drunk here in L.A.?
No, I did not.
But you've been drinking here. Was he drunk?
Yes.
That's not true.
You know, if I've heard about it, something went wrong. You know what I mean? If I know you weren't at the hotel playing Parcheesi.
No, I wasn't. I was not drunk out here.
You were not drunk?
No.
Not at all?
Not at all.
But you're still drinking?
Time to time.
Yeah. How much did you have to drink here in L.A.?
I just had a few beers.
A few beers?
Like 2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
She can't even stop laughing.
You see, Your Honor, any beer, like it could be one beer, that's a lot to her because she really doesn't drink. So she doesn't know.
She knows more than you do because you don't know what you do when you're drunk. You don't know how because drunks always think they're a whole lot more reasonable than they are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah? I like you, Mr. Covington. I don't know why. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, no. I'm having a bad day today. I really am. I find you disarmingly charming. Mr. Covington, what is your biggest problem with Miss Smith?
She makes it hard for me to trust her because she's so social. Everywhere we go, she knows somebody. No matter what city it's in. She knows somebody. Like, I'm surprised she didn't know anybody out here. You know?
Yeah. And give me an example of something that caused you to be upset or concerned about how sociable she is.
Well, most recently, I caught her talking to her ex.
The thing is, at that time, I was still debating if I still wanted to be with Wayne or not because of the action he had caused. Like accusing me of having someone inside of my room when it was just like a black sheet. He had me call him and stuff. He had me video chat him. He told me to let him see the whole entire room. And he thought my son was some other guy, which he's only 2 years old.
So I take it we have an issue with jealousy, Ms. Smith, and that's where I'm going to go next. I'm going to find out what your concerns are in that regard, and then we're going to ask Mr. Covington why he's concerned.
You know, I took that as disrespect. So they left, and then me and her got into an argument about that.
Right.
And then that's when she broke my phone.
Right.
So then I got mad, and so I broke her laptop. So we just go back and forth.
So, Ms. Smith, is Mr. Covington generally a jealous person, or is he only jealous when he drinks? What's going on with that?
Wayne, he's generally jealous. Like, I had a family friend. He is gay, and I've been knowing him since way before Wayne. And he don't want me hanging out with him because he feels like he's faking being gay.
Okay, Mr. Covington. So tell me about that, Mr. Covington. Do you believe?
No.
Do you believe that this guy is fake gay?
No, that's not even it.
Huh?
That's not even it.
Oh, you tell me what it is then.
It's that she has more guy friends than I do. And so it makes me curious because she says they're gay and I might see them. They don't seem gay to me. So what am I supposed to think when she has more guy friends than I do?
You haven't even met them.
I have met them.
No, you haven't. Like me and my family friend, we talked this, so we said, hey, let's do a double date. Me and your boyfriend and me and mine. I was like, okay, that sounds cool. I talked to him about it. Oh, I don't want to. Why not? Because that's just weird. That's
Mr. Covington, did that occur?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You're killing me, Mr. Covington. I'm not mad or anything. You're a very interesting guy. We've been talking about you for a while, so I'm going to stop talking about you, and I'm going to ask you to talk about her. What is your #1 issue with Miss Smith?
Her being so social. Her being so outgoing.
Outgoing and social. I understand she also has an anger problem.
Yeah, she does have an anger problem.
Tell me about that.
I call it feisty.
Okay.
She's explosive. We can have any argument, and she's ready to fight. She throws things. She reminds me like a kid in like a ball pit, you know? Mm-hmm. Like a toddler.
Yeah. Give me an example of something she went off about that just really wasn't worth it.
My friends being over. We were having a party. Mm-hmm. And we were being noisy, playing video games and drinking. And instead of her coming like an adult woman and pull me aside and tell me to quiet down or leave, she exploded in front of my friends, embarrassing me. And so, you know, I took that as disrespect. So they left, and then me and her got into an argument about that.
Right.
And then that's when she broke my phone.
Right.
So then I got mad, and so I broke her laptop. So we just go back and forth. And
Ms. Smith, when you came out, when you wheeled yourself out there in that wheelchair, after having gotten shot in the foot, did you come out all crooked and with an attitude?
Yes, Your Honor, but it wasn't. It's like I've been told him that I do not like his friends. His friends has always been like disrespecting me, and he allows it.
Mr. Covington, just as a practical matter, you know, you got the woman shot a couple of weeks beforehand. You know she doesn't like your friends, and you bring them over and you're loud and raucous when she's trying to recover from a gunshot wound. Wouldn't you think that, hey, maybe this is a time to behave myself a little better because she's been through a lot?
No, because she was still up. She was still up, and I tried to get her to join the party instead of, you know, being in there alone.
How old are you, Mr. Covington?
25.
You're 25? And you're 24?
Yes.
You're awfully young.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you a question, Ms. Smith.
Yes.
And I want you to take a moment to think about it before you answer. If all this has gone wrong in the first year of being with him, what is it you're hoping to accomplish? You're 24 years old, you got a kid, you're hanging on to a guy who drinks too much. Now, see, me, if I was your mother, I'd pop you in the back of the head and tell you to leave. That's what I would do. So you got to answer me, Miss Smith. What is it you're hoping to accomplish? Because I got to know which way to steer this boat.
Getting him some help from his drinking, because it's a really big problem. And he's hurting those who actually really care for him and who's trying to be there.
Okay. I also understand that you two have financial difficulties. Who wants to tell me about those?
First of all, she's not employed. I'm the only one that's employed. I give her money weekly. And we see each other maybe once a week. And when I see her, she's broke. And so that kind of irks me because she spends it on hair extensions, nails, jewelry, all a bunch of stuff that she could be saving for us to get us a place. And I just feel like it's all on me. And she complains about me being an alcoholic, and I feel like she's a shopaholic.
Gotcha. Ms. Smith, you're unemployed, correct?
Yes, I'm a student.
You're a student.
Yes.
So you're going to school.
Yeah, and I have like a little part-time job.
Little part-time job. You guys are not living together?
No.
Does he help support you?
Yes, sometimes. And I do too. It's like a half and half. He supports me, then I support him when he doesn't have it.
Right. So you guys are you spending money on things like hair and nails and weave and all that?
You see, Your Honor, I spend my money on clothes, hair, wig, nails. That's because the type of job that I do, I have to look nice. And
what do you do?
I work in the restaurant industry. And also, You
don't have to have nails for that. You really don't.
Right.
I know, that's just pampering because, I'm a single mom, so it's like...
She likes to look good.
My nails, at least, I mean...
Nails and hair and all that. You can always look presentable without spending hundreds of dollars on other people's hair and stuff like that.
I understand.
You really can.
But it's like I spend also to make myself happy, but I don't only spend for myself, I spend for my son too. I buy him diapers, I buy him clothes, I buy him everything he needs.
Yeah, but you can't afford, the diapers are necessary, the hair is not. That's all I'm trying to say. You're 24 years old, you got a kid, you're hanging on to a guy who drinks too much. Now see me, if I was your mother, I'd pop you in the back of the head and tell you to leave. That's what I would do. I mean, I know this isn't what you came here for, but I sit here, you've been here together for a year. You got nothing invested in one another. You got a bullet in the foot. You got somebody else's kid. You're going to school. Why fight to stay in a relationship with someone who has a drinking problem? Are you with me?
Yes.
I'm not mad at you, Mr. Covington, but are you with me?
Yes.
I know you guys aren't going to leave one another, so I'll give you the advice you came for. But that's the advice I want to give. You two are very lovely young people. I'm so excited that you're in school. I'm so excited that, you've got a job and that you're working and that you do things. You need to get a handle on this liquor thing. Your liver, by the time you're 40, going to be hollering at you, talking about what the heck did you do that to me for? And, I'm not going to say I went through school, didn't drink or whatever. That I did do all of that kind of stuff, but you got to have it at a level where you could control it because it gets ahead of you before you know it. And if you're in a situation where you believe that you're 10 feet tall and bulletproof when you drink, you can get hurt or get somebody else hurt. So your drinking is not just a problem for your liver. It's not just a problem because it can become an addiction. It's a problem because it can get you killed because you're the kind of drunk who starts trouble and you can't accommodate it. What I would do would put down the cognac, go to school in addition to working. I wasn't worried about having a girlfriend right now. Really isn't that important. You know what I mean? Because you have a life that has to be of a certain size and a certain breadth and a certain depth in order to be anything. I don't want you to have old married people problems as young people. Do you with me? And Miss Smith, I'm telling you, don't be one of these women who hangs on to a dude because it's the dude that you got, and you feel like if you let him get away, you know, your life goes with him. You know what I mean? Don't get a dude that's a problem. They're going to be enough trouble later on, trust me. But don't get a guy that's a problem out the gate. You got other things to do. You've got other places to be. You've got to catch up to square one because you got a little person on your hip. I don't think y'all need to be together. I'm not going to give you advice on how to stay together because I don't think that's something you need to do. Everybody looking to get hooked up. You should look to get educated, lifted up. You know what I'm saying? And I know you came to divorce court, and I know you love each other, and I know you're not going to pay attention to a word I said, but I feel better because I said it. This matter is adjourned.
After listening to the judge today, it really opened up my eyes. I'm going to give him one more chance after this. If he messes up, then I'm just going to go for it and continue on my life.
The judge says I shouldn't be in a relationship, but you know what? I want to prove her wrong and just do it how I can.
Previously on Divorce Court.
In our first year alone, his family would attack me, his family disrespected me, his friends didn't like me, his friends disrespected me.
A year into our relationship, she ended up leaving and cheating on me, and I didn't see her for a week.
He really wasn't supportive. A week later, after I had my miscarriage of 3 months, we were arguing and he left, and he started adding other females, looking at other females' Facebook a week after my miscarriage.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is a continuation of the matter of Jonathan Chavez versus Kelly Condori. We have discussed a number of matters, very difficult emotional situations. I have called Karima Capret here, who is Mr. Chavez's sister. A great deal of the problems in this matter, I think, is the hurt that Ms. Condori felt throughout the relationship from your side of the family because she did not feel accepted and that she felt her son was alienated and distanced. Ms. Capret, I'm going to talk to you. Tell me a little bit about what your family felt, why they felt that way, and how your interactions with Ms. Condori evolved.
Okay. As mentioned, she came into the picture. It was pretty like surprise on all of us. He was in a relationship, which, yes, granted, we all got along with the other girl very well. I think on behalf of all of us, it was more so the affection towards the child. When a child is involved, it's hard. I'm sorry. So that's where it hurts me. You know, now you're in the same predicament. I guess it wasn't that we didn't like her, but her attitude was very, I've been in this picture. You guys just don't know who I am. I've been a high school sweetheart. You know, so that's when we were just like, we never heard of you. We don't know who you are. They felt very strongly that they didn't want us to speak with the ex. And, you know, it was hard on us, you know?
Right. Were you less than welcoming to her son, though, Ms. Condori's
Honestly,
son?
I don't believe I was.
She was.
Okay.
There's more.
Okay, Ms. Condori, why don't you tell me your version of that story, of those events?
All right. What she just said, the quote of me being a high school sweetheart, is when me and her started talking 2 years prior already in our relationship, I told her that. This is 2 years already. We're going on to a year and a half.
I got you. Tell me a little bit more about the things that his family said or did to you that made you feel so unwelcomed.
All right. It's not particularly Miss Cabret. It's more of her brothers. Her brothers were really disrespectful. They would come into the house and not give a crap about what I have to say. They would... When
you say they don't care what you say, give me an example.
As in, like, his brother came upstairs, asked him for something, and he denied it. Jonathan Chavez denied it.
Said no?
No. We closed the door, and his brother then proceeded, as my son was sleeping in this apartment, proceeded to kick the door multiple times, because he was upset with what's going on. I opened the door and I came launching because it's already 1 o'clock in the morning. You're banging in my door. My son's sleeping in the apartment. There's no need.
Did that happen, Mr. Chavez? You didn't take care of that
her
situation?
son was. We had like a railroad apartment, so her son was sleeping in the far end of the apartment. Now, my thing is, if I have we're only dating, we're only going out at this time. We're not married. If I'm having a discussion or
yeah, that's not your place.
It's not, ma'am, but that's my apartment, and my son is living there. If I would have done something like that to any of them, I would have been the bad guy.
I'm telling you what works. Your life ain't worked out. I've had 4 stepsons, a husband, 30-year marriage. I'm gonna tell you what works. It doesn't work when a new girlfriend jumps on family. Don't work. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Cabret, I'm going to talk to you, and then I want to move forward on to another topic. Go ahead.
You hit it right on the head. That's one of, well, 2 other things, pretty much. One is the fact that she gets into sibling fights, which to me, and I've told her this before, I've told him, I tell my brothers all the time, we fight. We're family. At the end of the day, we're going to start talking an hour later, 2 hours later, a day later, whatever it is. We're brothers. That's how it is. When she would get in it, I feel like now you're making it worse because now he's going to defend you. Now he wants to fight for you. Right. You weren't even the issue. Why get in it? You know, I had an issue with him regarding the Charger incident where he came in and he was very, you know, we're animated. So as you can see. So he was slapping his hands and talking regarding with my son. So I got in it. I said, look, I'll help you out. I got you, Gordo. I got you. Then, you know, me and him started arguing. She got in the middle of it. And I was just like, it has
you are
nothing to
loud
do
and
with
poppy
you.
family. And you get loud and you pop off.
Yeah.
And all I'm trying to say to you, Ms. Condori, I've been the interloper. And whenever they got into it about something that involved me, I'm tiptoeing out the back door as quick as my little feet can carry me. And I'm just saying, I'm not mad. I'm just saying, just absorb this. It's a better way to do business.
When she would tell me, like, oh, you know, you're not defending me or they treat me like this, obviously I would tell my brothers, like, yo, you're disrespectful, you know, and we would get into it.
Was he supportive with his family, or do you believe he really didn't stand up for you? Before we talk about the finances, I want to put a cap on the family issue, at least a little bit. My understanding is that part of the problem that the family had with this relationship is that you believe he kind of married her behind your back without telling you and not involving you in that. Tell me why you believe that.
Yeah, well, I think it is a little strange on that because they were planning a wedding with everybody.
Right.
It had a whole theme, everything. We were all gonna dress up. It was gonna be fun, cute. Okay. All of a sudden, I guess almost a year after their marriage, once again, another fight. And it comes up, she's my wife, or he says, that's my husband, I think it was, something like that. So you guys will never know, or it was just some weird statement that we were all like, what? They're married? What do you mean? When did this happen?
Yeah, Mr. Chavez,
we're a year now.
What happened? And then Ms. Condori, I'll ask you, what happened?
A lot of people were putting input. Usually females grow up, they know what they want and how they want to get married. All these things. I'm all for it. You know, I want to make her happy. But a lot of people, like I said, I know a lot of people. So the closer ones were putting a lot of input and trying to tell her to tweak things and stuff like that. And she just was like,
sick of it.
We're not gonna do it. Let's just go and get married civilly.
Right.
With all this, there was still the problem with, you know, me. I defended her, so I would have me and my brothers would be always on edge with each other.
All over the wedding.
Not over the wedding.
No, this is just
several things throughout the whole time.
When she would tell me, like, oh, you know, you're not defending me, or they treat me like this, obviously I would tell my brothers, like, yo, you're disrespectful, you know, and we would get into it.
Ms. Condori, was he supportive with his family, or do you believe he really didn't stand up for you?
He was supportive at some point, and then he'll like, when I talked to him about it, I just needed to talk to him about it, and he would just give me that's my family. Don't talk crap about my family. Don't talk crap about my family. And I didn't need him to go and react to it or do something about it.
You just want to vent.
Yeah, that's what I try to tell him. Like, I just want to vent to you. You're my best friend. I should be telling you these things. But he didn't want to hear it.
Now, when you vent about his family, do you vent like, I'm so frustrated with them, or the, yo, blah, 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 brother?
No, I wouldn't.
Which way did you come?
It would be both. It wouldn't be like, your brother's this, that, and third. No, it would be like, why is your brother doing this? Like, I would tell him specific, like, which one. It wouldn't be like, your whole family's this. No, it would just be like, why is your brother's doing this? Why is your brother doing that? Why can't, you know what I mean? It would be specific, but it's just me venting to him. And then when he would defend me, it would be, we would get into arguments afterwards, because I'll be like, why did you do that?
If you want to vent to somebody about what's happening, you don't go in, why would you do that? You know what I mean? It's all about tone and tact. It's about you know, your brothers are doing this, and I don't understand. It's hurting me. Please, you know what I mean? Because when you come with a why is somebody and what-da-da-da-da, that's an attack on personal family. That's attack on him. He's defensive. You know, his adrenaline starts to going, and he wants to fight. So it doesn't give you the response you're looking for. I'm just trying to help. I know you feel beaten up right now. You know, so I'm gonna leave that alone. I want to switch topics altogether and talk about finances, and then we're gonna try to conclude this in a manner that makes you not feel like you're shattered, because I don't want you to be shattered.
Every time I would give him some money, like, to pay rent, he'll be like, oh, we're gonna double it up. We're gonna double it up and I'll pay rent later. I already knew we were at $3,000 of deficit because he wasn't paying rent. They're gonna ask me all these questions and I don't have the answer.
You don't have the answer.
He's the one with the answer, so why don't you go?
Ms. Kadori, do you want to tell me about the financial problems, or will you want a minute to get it together?
No, he's doing a good job.
Okay.
He could do that too.
Okay. Tell me about your financial issues.
Well, it's always been a problem. Financially, we've never really been fully stable.
Right.
We had to move out so quick out together. We put money together. But I've always been working in a relationship. As far as a 5-year relationship, I was working for about 4.5. She likes to live lavishly in the sense of like going out to eat or going to the movies. She has a son. You know, she wants to be able to dress well, decent, you know, to go to school or get haircuts or whatnot. And I would do these things. I would do these things even when we didn't have sufficient amount of income. We would get backed up in rent because I would do these things. And the fights would continue, and I wouldn't be able to keep a job.
Ms. Kadori, tell me how you felt in that circumstance.
The problem with our financial problems that I didn't know, like I didn't pay mind to it, is because every type of money, it could be a quarter in my pocket, he will want it. You have to give me that. Okay, I had no problem because yeah, he's right. You're my husband. If I want something, I'll ask it. I have no problem. I'll do it. You know what I mean? But if you are over here telling me, if I ask you for a $30 trinket that's gonna be laying in the house and you're like, okay, let's go buy it, and then at the end of the day, you're like, we have no money because you wanna live like this and you wanna buy that, yeah, it's gonna be an issue. You have to let me know. You have to communicate with me and let me know where we at in money-wise, so I'm not asking for things. Or you could just easily be like, no, babe, we can't afford it. And I would understand because we have to pay rent. Yes, I'd rather.
Now, were you big man in it and big time in it? You know, you asked for something. Were you ever just say, hey, babe, you know, I haven't got it? Or were you big time? Yeah, baby.
Occasionally, I would tell her we didn't have it, especially when I wasn't working. And that was the problem. Like, I would have these jobs, and she would cause arguments at 3, 4 in the morning, knowing I had to wake up at 6 in the morning, and feuded arguments, kick me out, where I have to be up at 6 in the morning to
go to work.
To go to work. And then there was even one time that she had to go to an appointment for housing, and she told me to go, and I was in the middle of break, and I was like, I can't make it. You know, I mean, you're not working. You could go a little late to work, because at that time she was working, but
she didn't go, or what happened?
She said she's not gonna go, and that I have to go, because at the end of the day, if not, then
what happened there, Ms.
He wasn't paying rent as it was. He kept giving me the runaround every time I would give him some money, like, to pay rent. He'll be like, oh, we're gonna double it up. We're gonna double it up and I'll pay rent later. I'll pay rent later. And I was like, okay. Now at this point, I didn't want to go to the housing appointment because I already knew we were at $3,000 of deficit because he wasn't paying rent. So how do you expect me to go show face, and they're gonna ask me all these questions, and I don't have the answer.
You don't have the answer.
He's the one with the answer, so
Right.
why don't you go and show face?
I gotcha. I'm gonna turn to the money that you're asking for. I'm gonna talk about the things that you want her to return to you, address that briefly, and then I'm gonna say as much as I can say to help as much as I can. All right, you're asking for $8,000 from Ms. Condori because you say that when you left, she kept your clothes, and you were unable to get dressed and go to interviews, so consequently you've been out of work for 16 months because out of spite she kept your clothes away from you. Is that accurate?
It's more like 6 months. It wasn't,
6 months?
Yeah, it was 6 months.
6 months.
6 months, not 16, yeah.
Oh, you know you're right. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Condori, you say, yeah, you might have hung on to stuff too long, but it's not my problem. He can't find some clothes and get a job, correct?
He has his stuff in my basement because he has no space in his mom's house. He could come any given time to come and pick it up. He wants to pick it up when I'm not there, and he wants to pick it up when we're arguing. And he's like, I want to go get my stuff. Okay, you get your stuff. Can you please bring a police escort, though? That's all I ask him. We've been separated for a month and a half. His stuff has been in my house for a month and a half.
I'm not gonna give you any money because even if you gotta borrow some money and get a suit, one suit, go interview.
Right.
I mean, she's not responsible for the fact that you don't have a job. I am gonna write an order that within 2 weeks you are gonna be able to pick up your clothes with a third party. Are you comfortable with her coming?
But I want him to pick up all his stuff.
All his stuff. You get your stuff together. If you got to borrow money from her, you got to borrow money from some brothers who's got to borrow money from some mama. Get a little something together. Get it together. Within 2 weeks, you're going to pick it up. You're going to give her at least a week's notice, okay? You're going to call, and you're going to let him in, and she's going to be there. And we're going to do an order to that. Now I want to talk. Mr. Chavez, I think that you're more culpable than you claim. I think that you give as good as you get. I think that she's a very emotional person, but I think you get right in there with her and tangle, as opposed to being above it, calm, cool. If you have a very emotional person in your life, it is incumbent upon you not to be equally emotional. You come in here, you all rational and this, that, and the other, but I don't think you run rational with her. I think you give as good as you get. I really, really do. I really, really do. And you think you should because she takes you there. She upsets you. You get emotional. Men always say, I'm not emotional. Yeah, when you're angry, that's an emotion. She cries. Oh, she's all emotional. And I don't like it. That's an emotion, too. That's just your emotion. Okay?
Got you.
Ms. Condori, I want you to feel better. I want you to feel safer, and I want you to feel more secure. And the sign of a person who is solid and safe and has a hard, meaningful center is a person who's not upset all the time. I think you get very hurt very easily. I think that in response to that hurt, you get very angry very quickly. You feel very distraught about how dare somebody make me feel this way or that way without empathizing at all on their end, how they're feeling, because you're so overwhelmed with how you feel. You're not a bad person. You're just young. You're a little immature, and you're very, very distraught. And what you need to do is control you, to handle who you are, how you feel. The world will rock and roll as the world rocks and rolls. People will do the wrong thing. People will feel this way. But you've got to have a center that is so strong and so stable and so secure, it can't knock you over. You could get sad, but it won't take you over. You with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to feel empowered and strong. You're beautiful. You know what I mean? Whoa. Are you with me? That's what I'm trying to hand you. Ms. Capret, I think you read it correctly. She needs a lot of love and care. I hope that you remain in her life in that way. And Mr. Chavez,
If she'll
when you
accept
deal
me,
with her,
she knows
remember
I'm there
what I
for her.
said about leveling up. You with me?
Yeah, definitely.
Level up. Good luck to you both. There will be no recovery in this matter other than the order for the pickup of the clothes within 2 weeks in the company of Ms. Capret. I will give you an order in that regard, and this matter is adjourned.
It is what it is now. It's a little late. At the end of the day, like, we could have probably taken a little slower, more communication between us on what we wanted.
Been 15 since we were 15. So yeah, he's my best friend. He's all I know.
Today on Divorce Court.
I feel like I'm in second place of his family all the time.
She can argue the different, but I know where my heart lies.
They start too much drama. They always ask for money. They're very needy. He's like a personal ATM for them.
You know, certain people ain't gonna change, and I'm not dumb. I'm not finna say they're gonna do it for me.
I don't want to throw away 11 years if we don't have to.
I still want to try to continue on working out our relationship, but I don't want to go if it hurts you, or hurt me, or the kids.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jamie Burnett and Kevin Burnett, Mr. and Mrs. Burnett. You have been married for 11 years and you have 2 children together. However, at this juncture in your marriage, you are in trouble, so you came to see me. Mrs. Burnett, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here because I believe totally in the scriptures. And the Bible says to love your wife as God loves the church.
Yes.
And
yes,
also leave, forsake your mother and father and cling to your wife.
Uh-oh.
And that is where we draw the line because my husband clings to his family instead of his wife.
Oh. And the entire church said, amen. Mr. Burnett, do you understand what she's talking about?
I understand, Your Honor, but I don't quite agree a whole 100% what she's saying. With my family, me and my family, we come from 2 different lives, you know, and which she was raised different. I wasn't raised with, you know, being around my family growing up.
Uh-huh.
So I was raised in like foster home, boys home. I was moved around a lot.
Right.
So, you know, as I got older, you know, me and my family, we always had a bond that was kind of like unbreakable. But I do believe what she's saying, like, for my wife come first, and I believe I put her first. Like, you know, she got things that my family don't, money, bank accounts, stuff that they don't have.
Mrs. Burnett, give me a little relational history. Tell me a bit about how you got together.
We got together in 2006, and I was in church, singing in the choir, you know, seeing a young man, you know. We started to date, and we hit it off from there. We believed in no sex before marriage.
Right.
You know, all the great principles of what a marriage could be. We believed in that. I was apostolic. Why do you look at me like that?
I believe I was tricked, Your Honor.
Oh, wow.
When I say,
Mr. Burnett,
not by
why do you
her.
believe you were tricked?
Because, look, when we got married, like a lot of people from the church were saying, okay, you know, you want to get married, you don't want to be, you know, living in sin or feeling like the fire is burning. So we kind of like rushed into it. But not tricked by her, not saying her per se, but I believe so for the religion part of it. Because we don't follow that same religion to this day. So it's like, I feel like once I realized the religion of it, I'm like, I could have stayed who I was. I was already doing good.
So what you're telling me is you feel like you rushed into marriage in order to preclude you from sinning in the eyes of the church that you were in.
I mean, yeah,
right,
that's true. But it wasn't just because of that.
I know, but the speed was
I'm a man. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was influenced by that.
I mean, she's beautiful, you know.
Influenced by that. Mrs. Burnett, do you disagree with that at all? That the fear of sinning, should you not join as husband and wife, did speed up your nuptials a bit?
I do believe that, Your Honor. I do.
And another thing, Your Honor, I want to say this in all respect, because when we dated, she left for a while. we was engaged. So it was tough to have like this long distance fiance. I was in our home state and she was in another state.
What'd you leave for? What were you doing?
Like I said, I was in the choir. I sang a lot. I was always on tour, on the road for the gospel. Yeah. And that was just, I was very focused. I was in school at the time, and I just didn't have time for a relationship. He was my first love and my first relationship, so I stopped everything to be with him when he asked me to marry him. And it was beautiful for the first 3 years. And once I got to know his background and who he really was, like, you're really a street guy. Like, you know, I love it because you can protect me, but at the same time, I'm like, I have to really try to adapt and blend in with him, his family, and, you know, the whole being. So,
Tell me what the major problem with his family is.
For instance, there was a time we went on a date together, and then it became a couple's date. It became, well, let me invite them, and we can have a good time. It's like they're always there, you know. There's no time for me, you know. And me and him to really try to build a foundation.
As a couple, he's always inviting the family. Now, just relax a little bit and think it through. Is it a fact that you often invite your family members to come along when, in fact, maybe the two of you should be spending time alone?
Well, we spend time alone. I feel we spend a lot of time alone, Your Honor. I feel like some events, you know, maybe that particular event she talking about, I did probably invite people, but I be feeling like the more the merrier. Because sometimes we'll go out, like we went out, just me and her. This is not too long ago. And she'll wander off, just start looking. And we'll walk together, and then next thing you know, I turn around.
She gone.
Like, she gone? Where you? I'm like, why you didn't tell me you stopped? She like, oh, I just wanted to watch the waterfalls and all. Well, can we do it together?
Let me ask you, I want to get on more solid ground. You have concerns about how much money he gives his family, right?
Yeah.
You're worried about that. Tell me about that.
Let's get to that.
I feel like they treat him like a personal ATM. You know, my children can be in need of something. Our children can be in need of something. They want to sign up for a baseball game just recently, a baseball team. You know, they want to play baseball. And it'll be like, no, we have to shut that down because we can't afford that right now. But as soon as family calls and needs money for books, it's, can you put money on my bill? Can you, how you doing today? But can I borrow $20 at the end of the conversation? You know,
I mean,
we need
your family always begging on that?
That's true, but you know, I got a little soft spot.
How many emergencies does your family have? I mean, is it an emergent kind of family? Like every week, somebody got a crisis?
Yes. Every week, there's a crisis.
Yeah. You can wean those people off you.
I ain't gonna say I give in every week, though. But I can say they know who to come to.
Yeah.
But
Mr. Burnett, I want to ask you. You say you don't really trust her, and I want to know why. Mrs. Burnett, that came out here quoting scripture. Can you tell me what happened?
They were too close. These folks were in our bedroom. They were always at our house. They were always spending the night. So I got tired of it. And when he left me for the last time, I said, okay, well, this is going to be a revenge.
So, Mr. Burnett, why do you say you don't trust your wife?
Well, I got trust issues. I trust real hard. But the reason why I think my recent trust issues been so pressure on her is because an event happened and I found out she had an affair with a family member of mine.
Mrs. Burnett, that came out here quoting scripture.
Well, Your Honor.
Can you tell me what happened?
What happened was they were too close. These folks were in our bedroom. They were always at our house. They were always spending the night. So I got tired of it. And when he left me for the last time, I said, okay, well, this is going to be a revenge.
When he left
show you, he left me. Before this even happened, he was very skeptical of me and the family relationship. I would tell him, like, they're flirting. Your family is very, they say one thing one minute, but behind your back, this is what they're doing. And I've been trying to warn him about that. So this particular time he left, and I stayed in the hometown, and I did that, you know, as a revenge. I admit nothing to me. I did that to show him that this is the reason why we keep separating, because of family.
Give me some examples of the manner in which his family intercedes or gets into your life. Tell me what goes on that you shouldn't think should be going on.
Gatherings every weekend. Like, if someone needs a place to stay, they're always welcome to come into the Burnett's house. You know, we got a couch for you, we got a room for you. You can eat here, you can sleep here, however many days you need to.
Yeah.
You loaning money, you're making them too close and comfortable to your wife, when we're supposed to have this castle, in my eyes, untouchable. You know, we're trying to build something, but you keep letting them in. It's kind of, it's very condescending when he does that, and it sends me the wrong messages. For instance, if he has studio sessions, once we had our own studio and everything, and he was rapping, I was singing, and things like that, like, he'll invite them in, it'd be free studio time, and then they'll spend the night, and it's just too much for your wife. And I was trying to let him know that in a way that I could, but he wasn't listening. You be drinking, they get in trouble, you know, it's things that I have to sit through with him.
Yeah, you guys had a culture clash going on because of the way his family conducted business. They were the drop by, lend me $1, I'll stay here, flip-flopping, and all that kind of family, and that's not how you were raised. Is that accurate?
It's true. Everything she's touched on is true, Your Honor, but to all, in a way, when she say the weekends thing, and it was clearly business, like music.
I got you.
So it was just about that. So it wasn't like, oh, okay, we having this big old house party every weekend.
I understand very clearly what's going on, and I understand both of your points of view. And we're going to discuss that momentarily. Before we do, however, I do want to touch on the issue of your temper, because I do understand it is so bad that you were court-ordered to attend anger management, and I want to know why. What do you need from him right now that I could possibly deliver to you?
I think now she gets more anger now.
The fact that he cuts me off and doesn't even care to listen.
Her anger.
You can help me with that.
Did you hear what just happened there?
I heard what she said, but I don't want to throw that point out there.
What happened that caused you to be court-ordered to anger management?
Well, I did something that I regretted. It was due to my temper. I've been in anger management before then. I never had no, like, father figure to, help me deal and control with some of my emotions and my feelings.
That is no excuse.
Can you give
me
can you give me an idea what you did? Because I don't know what we're talking about.
The main thing I did, I took something from a person, took this person's belongings, took his belongings and, physically
tore him
handled
up?
Him. Yeah. So threw him around, took his stuff. Yeah. Police got involved.
Yeah, it was just a hot mess.
It was a mess. I was younger. I did
volatile.
Hot, young, and not only that, just being in, like she say, I grew up in probably the streets.
Streets, right? Yeah.
So gang members.
It's how you conduct business is a whole different way of.
Now today,
I got you. I'm with
today,
you. I'm with
a different person.
Ms. Burnett, has he graduated? Has he came up from a circumstance that was a little muddy and lumpy and bumpy, but has he become a little smoother as time has gone on?
Yes. Sometimes, he's learned to cope with his anger through that anger management. And I walked him through it. Like, we would do yoga together. We would exercise together. We would go back to church and, just try to fill our temple with something positive.
Right.
And he's done way better with that, and I give him that.
What do you need from him right now that I could possibly deliver to you?
I think now she gets more anger now.
The fact that he cuts me off and doesn't even care to listen.
Her anger.
You can help me with that.
Did you hear what just happened there?
I heard what she said, but I don't want to throw that point out there. Because I think that anger from the past is now she become more of an aggressive one. It's like two lions in a cage, like when we get upset at each other. And I'm not.
And everybody's mad.
I'm not used to, somebody coming at me forcefully, and I don't know how to react. And like, I ain't gonna say I never put a laid a finger on.
If you put a cat in the corner, it's
but,
gonna come out scratching.
Tell me about when he made you quit the choir.
Just being too controlling. I'm not there all the time at home, so he calls me a hypocrite because I'm basically doing things for the church. I'm cooking, and assisting with the church. 10 at night, yeah. Sometimes we go overboard. Praise the Lord. I'm not out doing anything that.
Listen, if I'm gonna be married, like I feel like marriage is a two-way street. Like I want a woman there with me. You gonna be there with the church, then you might well go be with the church. That's just how I feel. At 10 at night, you need to be at home with me.
I see it.
And
I
the
see
family.
it. Took me a minute, but I see it. Tell you what I see. Mr. Burnett, I'm gonna have a conversation. That conversation is gonna be with you. However, I'll take that back. I'm not gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna tell you some stuff. Okay. And I don't want you to say anything, because I like you. I think you're a good guy. I think you got a fantastic wife. I think your problem is you don't have the appropriate script to read off of. You were raised in a choppy lifestyle. And I know the culture class that you were having, because when you're raised in that kind of choppy, disassembled lifestyle where everybody's hanging out and people drop by and everybody groups up and gets all that kind of stuff and everybody's having a crisis and you pass around money and you loan your car and he needs to flop over here, that's how you conduct your business. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But once you get married, you and your wife have to sit down and decide what kind of life you're gonna live. Because for a lot of people, including me, I'm not a drop-by kind of chick. I don't care who it is. I don't care in my family. If you gonna want to come by, you got to call. And if you need some money, I'm not your girl. I know I got a lot of it, but it's mine. And hallelujah. I work for it. So if I want my dollar over here, that's where I'm gonna put it. And if you come from a family where that's not how you do business, it drives a person who doesn't do business that way absolutely mad, because she feels like she's not in control of her own circumstance. She feels that the walls are down in her house and she's exposed. She can't control her own space. That doesn't make you a bad guy, but it makes the two of you on a different playing field. I wrote a book called Making Marriage Work, and it's about how, when you get married, how you change how you have a conversation and conduct your business, the conversations that you need to have to make everybody comfortable. I think you're a good dude. I like you too.
Thank you.
But you got to give her a chance by giving her some calm and some peace in her own home. And don't think of compromise and requests as weakness. Think of it as strength. Anybody can be loud and burly and with it, but it takes a real man to say, hey baby, what do you need? Okay, cool. I'll do what you need before I'll take care of what I need. You can't be a weak guy and do that. And I'm gonna ask you be a strong guy to keep this beautiful woman that you got in your household, because you're a good dude and you deserve to have a good marriage. You with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna send you to somebody to get you started, but good luck. I'm gonna check up on you because I think you're good people. You just need a new script to read from. Best of luck to both of you. This matter is adjourned.
I think we might have to go our separate ways. I don't think he really understands the concept of family and control issues, and anger is just really torn a hole between us.
I came here wanting to save my marriage, but if it's not working or if it feels like it's a hostile, most important, we need to save each other from being married.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here in divorce court today because I'm not too happy with my current relationship with my spouse.
She's verbally abusive sometimes. She's acting very ghetto, more ratchet in public, and it's so embarrassing.
Oh, I know he has cheated on me in the past, so yeah, but I still think he's doing it.
No, I have not cheated on her. I don't think Andrea loves me, but we're here to find out.
I I want the judge to tell Jeff to straighten up, be a better man.
We are here today to see if the judge can address her insecurities and her trust issues.
Jeff, I need you to respect me, give me open communication, and I need you to stop cheating.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Andrea Maccabee and Jeffrey Wright. The two of you have been together for 8 years, and you have 2 children together. You guys are having trouble, and you've come to me for some advice. So, Ms. Maccabee, I'm going to start with you. Tell me what's going wrong with Mr. Wright here.
Yes, ma'am. So, like you said, we've been together for about 8 years, and I did want to start off with saying that growing up, I've had seen a lot of dysfunctional relationships, if you will, and so I knew that I didn't want to be in that position with my mate, and so I want to say the very first incident we had is when I went off to an ROTC program, and when I got back, I hit him up like, hey, you know, I'm back in town. Later that night, I got a phone call, and then on the other end was a female. And so she was letting me know at the time that they've been dealing with each other that whole time, that they're now staying together, and that she was pregnant by him.
Not true.
Mr. Wright.
Not true.
And so...
She was not pregnant.
What is your take on that event?
We were staying together. We were living together, but she was gone for several months at the time. We kept in contact, but we weren't actually in a certain relationship. So she take that as cheating.
Ma'am, that's not true.
Well, I'm going to clear this up right now. When you left for the ROTC, what were you doing? I mean, did you guys have a conversation? Were you together, or you just started, or what?
We were, because while I was in the program, he sent me a letter, and he asked me to marry him then, and that was in the first year of our relationship.
Did you send a letter and ask her to marry her?
I did.
Okay,
that connotes relationship to me.
Yes, at the time, yes. But like I say, she was there for several months, and that was maybe the first month of her being there. I mean, a man gets lonely, so I look for another person.
And was it your intention to move on? Was it this a stopgap woman just till she got back?
This was a middle ground woman at the time, but...
Did she know she was a middle ground woman?
No, she didn't know, but I knew.
Who is the middle ground woman?
What, the woman that she was cheating on you with.
Okay.
It was just while you were gone, he had to have something to do.
Wasn't more than that. Wasn't anything more than that.
Nothing more than that.
Nope.
I don't believe that, Your Honor. And
either way, it's problematic. Go ahead.
Yes.
What else went on?
And then so he has my picture on Facebook, a few of my pictures. And so there was another incident where the girl hit me up on Facebook, some random girl, like, do you know Jeff? Of course I know Jeff. And so then she proceeds to tell me that they've been dealing with each other, that they've had sexual encounters. And then she sends me pictures of him, pictures of his penis, pictures of him. Yes, and I confronted him with said pictures. He denied. Kept denying.
I'm still
he said
denying.
It wasn't his?
It was his.
But did he say it wasn't his?
He said it was not his, but it was his.
Mr. Wright, do you know the pictures of which she speaks?
No, I do not. And
so you don't remember this incident at all?
Nope, I guarantee she can't pull the pictures up now.
He has the same butt structure as my daughter, right? So I know.
That have to do with anything.
I know it was him in the picture. It was butt pic, it was pic, it was pic, and I know him.
Did she show you pictures? Now, I know you say it's not yours, but I'm just saying, did she show you pictures
She showed me pictures.
and accuse you?
Pictures can be deceiving. Pictures can be deceiving.
It was him.
So it was somebody else's?
Yeah, it wasn't mine.
Did you ask her where she got them from?
No, I didn't. I just assumed
Weren't you concerned if she had another man's situation on her phone? Wouldn't that bother you?
It would.
Yeah, it would, but I mean, if she said
because you knew it was your situation.
Yeah, well, she said somebody sent her the picture, so I never got to the bottom of that. I didn't see I didn't remember it. I don't.
It was you.
It was him.
It was you.
It was him.
Now, Mr. Wright, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak. We've been talking about you all this time. You say that Ms. Maccabee is insecure. Why do you say she's insecure?
Well, for the most part, she is insecure. She's controlling. And
give me some examples.
For example, we were watching TV one day. Mind you, she watches some of the most graphic shows out there already. The women are already half naked. So me commenting on a woman's look or how her hair was, and she flips out. I'm saying, like, the women are already naked. It's like,
do you flip out if he says a woman on TV is pretty?
No, not if she's pretty, but if he goes into sexual rants, then yes, I am offended.
A sexual rant?
Well, you know, not sexual rants, but you know, like, oh, and all this extra
Well,
stuff.
they're halfway
Like,
naked already.
Hang on, Mr. Wright.
But it's inappropriate. And at the end of the day, he calls it insecure. She's not insecure. I know what God blessed me with. I know my flaws. I'm far from insecure. What it is he does stuff.
Stop.
When he does stuff, it leads me to not trust him. It leads me to believe that he's willing to go out there and do anything with anybody. I like to say that he has community. He will go out there and he will plant it in anyone. He's like a farmer trying to fertilize. So that's why I'm just like...
You beat me to death with these metaphors. I'm gonna have to get up and take a breather there. Mr. Rice, you said a lot about you over there.
Yeah, community. No,
Yes.
it's all local. It's just for her.
It's all local.
It's local.
Okay.
I don't sling it out like that. No.
He does.
No. She can assume I do.
And
She
that's
can
why
assume.
we actually called off our engagement, is because of his
Why does it? Why does she believe that?
I guess she believes that because, let's say, I got a friend request on Facebook. I don't know the woman, never seen her before, never met her before. But she can always assume that, yes, I'm sleeping with this woman.
I got it.
I'm trying to be with a woman. But if I was trying to be with her, I wouldn't be at home.
Yeah,
I would be with that woman.
You're saying she jumps to conclusions.
Yes, before it
okay,
becomes
I think
to me.
I got an idea about that. Now we're going to talk about how you two resolve these matters and the verbal attacks that comes from both sides.
Out of the corner of my eye, I see her about to go in. Like I said, it's a predominantly white bar. So as soon as I get the waitress' attention, she walks over and she goes, "Are you crazy?"
Did you do that? So, Ms. McAbee, why don't you tell me why you say he's verbally abusive to you?
Because he, most of the time, replaces my name with B or saying my name's Ho. Every time we're in an argument, he's always like, this, that. The last time I asked him, well, we got into it, and I asked him to leave our home because he cheated. And so when he left, that's when he decided to call his friend in front of me and disrespect me to his friend. He was like, this stupid told me to leave my own house. She's a silly hoe asking me to do this. And he's always, every time he's mad, he wants to call me out of my name. And that's anytime he's upset.
Okay. Mr. Wright, what's your take on your communication issues?
The reason why is because she starts off with the bad language. And I just go off of her energy.
Okay.
If she's calling me out of my name, what you think?
Well, what is she saying to you? What is she saying to you?
Oh, you think the B word flies around? Yeah, she knows that word very correctly. She tries to call me the B word, the N word, the A word, any word you can think of. That's what she
calls
does.
it.
Yes.
Do you
Any
start
argument.
No, I did not start it, but I will finish. If he's acting like a I will let him know. I'm sorry for studying person, but and it's not just that. It's that he started it. He introduced that, and a while ago, early in our relationship, we had to make the decision to cut it off. I held up my end. I stopped calling him out of his name, but then he introduced it again. He was mad.
Did you guys actually sit down and have a conversation about how you talk to each other?
Yes, we did.
Wait a minute, just before we go anywhere else, I'm gonna yell at y'all later. Don't worry. But right now, I want a moment to acknowledge how intelligent that is. Even though that you couldn't keep it up, to sit down and have a conversation about how we speak to one another. The entire country could use that. Yeah. Good for you. Now go ahead.
Yeah, so we did talk about it at the beginning, and then it came back around. I mean, after the kids.
But you introduced it.
How did it come back around? What changed?
We both changed. After the kids, she became like a little slouch. She didn't want to go out anymore. I mean, recently I just got her to go out. We went out to a bar with one of her friends and her man, and we sit in a predominantly white bar, and I'm trying to get the bartender's attention, and out of the corner of my eye, I see her about to go in. Like I said, it's a predominantly white bar. So as soon as I get the waitress' attention, she walks over and I can see her, and she goes, "Are you crazy?"
To the waitress?
No, to me.
Oh.
In front of everybody. So needless to say, we left that place as soon as possible.
Well, the bleak man's got his work cut out for him today.
Yeah, we out in public and she does this disrespectful stuff.
Did you do that?
I did do that, but that's not how we started back up to the name calling. It was him. He illustrated that.
Yeah, but hold on.
It was not just
Hey, am I talking?
Okay.
You're trying to explain to me that he is the cause, the genesis of all the name calling, But it seems to me that character-wise, if you're out somewhere at a restaurant and you call him that name, that there's something about how you feel you can talk to people that is askew.
Exactly.
No.
For you to call him like that
You can
in
talk to me
public?
any way you want to. You feel like you can talk to me.
What necessitated that particular thing in public?
Insecurities.
No, it's not insecurities.
I'm not talking to you, Mr. Right.
Thank you.
I'm talking to her. I can't fuss at her for you dipping in.
It was not insecurities. I honestly don't even remember where that came about, but the N-word does not have to be, it's going to sound real stupid, but, you know, sometimes you say it like, my or whatever, you know? So it's not, it wasn't, I don't even remember if I said it in that type of way.
But that's not how you were using it.
Okay, but I don't remember, though, honestly, so I can't even focus on that. But he is the one, after we did that sit-down, he is the one that brought that back up. After an argument, he was the one that started the profanity towards me and talking crazy to me. And so I'm not finna just be like, oh, yeah, okay, talk to me that way. Yes, master. Like, no.
Okay, I got you. Let me stop and ask you the $64,000 question.
When I come home, I want a little time. We put the kids to sleep or whatever, and it's never that. Even the sex has gotten lazy.
Oh, he tried it.
It's lazy. It's...
Oh, he's trying it.
Is it ever okay to call your partner out of their name? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Do you like one another?
I do.
Yes, I like her. I guess you have to like somebody to be around them. I mean, you might not like your coworkers, but you got to.
What are you trying to get done here today?
I just want the trust back. I want the love back. I want the understanding back.
Do you own any of the cheating that she accuses you of?
No, I do not.
You don't own not one of them?
No, because if she caught me cheating, she could prove it. I bet she can't prove it today.
So it's a matter of proof to you. In other words, if she doesn't catch you, you saying you didn't do it.
No, I didn't do it at all.
You have never cheated on her in 8 years.
Except for that one at the beginning, but like I said, we broke up.
But other than that, you've never cheated on her again?
No.
What are you trying to get done here today?
I just want to be able to get back to a place where it's respect in our relationship, where there's better communication. We do have kids, so I don't want them to see us interacting in that way.
You say that she doesn't hold you out as a priority in her life. What do you mean by that?
Well, she works from home, so most of the time she gets to spend all her time with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when I come home, I want a little time. We put the kids to sleep or whatever, and it's never that. Even the sex has gotten lazy.
Oh, he tried it.
Everything has changed from the beginning.
You do understand that when you have children, things change.
Yes, and I'm part of the change. The kids are all part of the change. I definitely understand that, but I still need time for me, too.
Mm-hmm.
Every man has needs. I'm sure she has needs, too, but it's lazy. It's...
Oh, he's trying it. He is trying me. First of all, I try to do everything possible to satisfy him, may it be emotionally, physically, whatever. Because he is lacking in other areas where it comes to our family needs, I am the sole provider at this time. So I do be tired, but when he wants it, I do give it, and it's not lazy. I do not perform lazy sex.
It's lazy.
Is she carrying a lot of burden?
Yeah, I guess so.
Is she carrying a lot of burden?
As I give it to her as the main breadwinner right now. Yeah, she is, but at the beginning...
Who's the primary caretaker of the children?
Me.
Who cooks and cleans?
Me.
No way. You can make the money, but you can't cook and clean, too. And you can't take that away from him.
I do.
Does he cook and clean?
Yes,
he does. He partakes in that, but...
Yes, I do. I do my part.
I do, too.
I definitely do my part.
I cook and clean as well.
Yeah.
If I could wave my magic gavel and get you one thing you really wanted from her, what would it be?
She's just too controlling.
Give me an example of when she was controlling.
Like the other day, I was trying to get the kids a wash-up. So my way is to put them in the shower. Her way is to put them in the bath. Needless to say, I did wash them up. But she turns around and asks, did you give them a bath? No, I put them in the shower. What's the difference? As long as they're clean, right?
Right.
So that's her just...
Did you lose your mind? Did you lose your mind, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, she did.
I know what's happening here. Got it. Today's question sponsored by... What is most likely to kill the sexual energy in a relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. This is me, this is all me. Nobody else says anything else. And I hope that when I'm done, I've said something that might have sparked a notion or an idea in your mind. You two are living separately together, and you're playing a zero-sum game. In other words, it's not, how can I do for her? How can I do for him? It's, I don't get this, I don't get that, I don't get the other thing. And all you two are is sharing complaints, but nobody is sharing a sense of community, a sense of compromise, a sense of we're trying to get through this together. One of you is winning and one of you is losing at all times. And so if you're playing a zero-sum game, you're never going to come out right because somebody's always winning and somebody's always losing. So let me start with you. She's exhausted, overwhelmed, and feels responsible for everything. That's the most unsexy thing in the world. She feels like she's the main breadwinner. She's taking care of the kids. The responsibility is her. You dip in when you can, but basically it's all on her. It's hard to be sexual with a cat that's taken and taken and taken like that. And I know you're not a bad guy. I'm not saying that, but a lot of people get caught on all the things they're not getting, not understanding why they're not getting it. That chick's tired. That chick is scared. She thinks she's gonna run off. She don't have a peaceful moment in a day. You the guy that can change it all. You can make her feel safe. You can make her feel secure. You can make her feel peaceful by the way you talk to her, by the way you sit next to her, by the way you hold her, by the way you hug her. You would be surprised how much sex you can get. Non-lazy sex, too.
It's not lazy.
Non-lazy sex, too. And women, we're cheap dates. We really don't need as much as you think, but you can't keep thinking about what you're not doing. You need to pull your mouth together. I dictate the tone in my home with my calm, with my rationality, with my refusal to engage in any conversation that doesn't look like it should come out of the mouth of a 59-year-old woman and a 67-year-old man. And my husband reciprocates in kind. No fussing, no hollering, no name calling. He can start all that if he wants to, but you can set the tone in your home because quiet as it's kept, you're emotionally more capable than he is because women spend more time thinking about how we feel and how everybody else feels. So you can be the captain of your emotions when he's out there willy-silly with it. And you, baby, when you come correct, I'll hear everything you got to say. But right now, you talking to me in a manner you would never allow a man to speak to his own child. Do you have a daughter?
2.
Always think what I say to her will land on that kid. She'll think that's how a man talks to his wife. And you don't want that, do you?
No.
Think about each other more than you think about yourselves, and you might actually have a shot. I wish you both the best. This matter is adjourned.
Based on what Judge Lynn had to say today, do you think you have a better understanding of her now?
Yes, I have to definitely change what we do, and I have to stop disrespecting her.
You think Judge Lynn got through to him today?
No, I don't. I think that he's gonna try to make it seem like he got it, and then it's gonna go back to what it was.
Today on Divorce Court.
Communication with me and Tremaine is rocky and it's rough.
She loves to talk. I think her tongue is the strongest muscle in her body.
When I met Tremaine, he was outgoing. And now all he wants to do is watch football.
I need Yamina to listen twice as much as she talks. That's why God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth.
You go from 0 to 100 real quick, and I'm tired of it.
Yamina does not hear anything I say.
Tremaine, you need to step it up.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Yamina Parson and Tremaine Parson. Mr. and Mrs. Parson, you have been married for 3 years, but you've been together for 4.5, and you have one child together. You love each other, but there has been a bump in the road. And Mrs. Parson, you've come to me for my advice, so I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's going on in your marriage and why you've come to see me today?
We've been married for approximately 3 years, and I realized that our communication just started going down after I gave birth to my daughter. I was diagnosed with postpartum depression, and after that, it felt like just communication just went down.
How long were you suffering from postpartum depression?
I can remember about 9 months is when
9 months?
Yeah.
Were you getting treated for it?
No.
That's a doctor thing. You know what I mean? I think people really need to pay attention to women right after they give birth, because that can happen. And it's just like, she's not just moody, she's got an issue going on, a hormonal issue. Was Mr. Parsons understanding and helpful?
Initially, he wasn't. Just because I felt like he just didn't understand. When it comes to postpartum depression, nobody can see it physically.
Right.
Somebody that can see your arm being broke, you could see that, but he didn't understand.
He didn't understand what was happening with you, but he saw what was up and just stepped in and handled his business.
Yes.
Because he didn't know why you weren't doing it, but he decided he was going to go ahead and do it. That's what happened. Did you tell your doctor you weren't feeling right?
I did. They took a depression scale every time you go to the doctors, and I did. I was honest with the depression scale.
What did they tell you? I know it's got nothing to do with nothing, but what did they tell you?
Nothing.
See, now I'm going to tell you this. My sister's a doctor, and she tells me, she says, you have to be insistent. You know how your body is, and you know how you feel. Just because he's got a DR in front of his name and a whole bunch of letters behind him doesn't mean you know what I mean? Just because he said it or she didn't say it, you go use, hey, it's not right.
Yeah.
You know, and if they don't help you, get somebody else. I'm done.
That's true.
You the man.
Try to be.
You the man. You showed up. You didn't understand what was going on. You stepped in and you took care of business. When did you realize it was a real medical disorder that was happening, or did you not really understand that till later?
I knew everything from the beginning.
Oh, you knew from the beginning?
Yeah, because she was breastfeeding at first, and she was getting tired of breastfeeding. She needed a special bra that held the pumps for her. So I went out and got her this special bra. This bra cost like $70.
Right.
That's not even counting the pump, you know?
Right.
So I'm thinking we're good. You know, I got the special bra and everything, and all of a sudden she's tired of doing that now. Now, mind you, you don't have to do anything but put the bra on.
Right.
And it breastfeeds
It takes
for you.
care of it.
Yeah, you have to do anything. But when she got tired of doing that, I knew something was wrong.
What happened after that? Why did things become bumpy?
Well, the situation with my job, I had to go back. Tremaine took care of Riley when she was a newborn from, I think it was like 9 p.m. he would start all the way till I got home from work around 3 p.m. Now I try to come home earlier, but sometimes the way my job is just you can't go home sometimes. And I knew he was frustrated. He just didn't express himself.
Was it difficult for you to talk about the concerns or the problems that you were having?
Well, I don't really like talking about my problems. What talking gonna do?
Well, you said that to a woman.
I know.
How crazy is that? What kind of background are you from? What was your life growing up?
Violent.
Tell me about it.
I grew up in North Richmond. No police department. Yeah.
So everybody was on their own?
Yeah.
Did you have to use a firearm?
Yeah, multiple times.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you do?
She just now hearing this though.
Yeah. You didn't know about that?
I did. Just based on where he's from. So North Richmond is unincorporated. That means no one goes.
It's no man's land. Yeah.
And just from knowing the area, I knew he had to use that.
What do you do now for a living?
I work at the California Department of Corrections.
Ain't no talking in there. Oh, I get it. You got to be hard, look hard, feel hard all the time. And if you let your guard down, that could be a life ender. What was it, Northridge? Where'd you?
North Richmond.
North Richmond. Was that the murder capital at one time?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's extremely small.
Yeah. but he got out. You know what I mean? He got out. He's working, got a beautiful wife. And see there? I just love you already. I don't know what to do, huh?
I didn't get out by talking.
No, you did not. And I understand that. And I understand who you are and the way you, and why you're that way. And I don't really want you to change, but I
Thank you.
I'm sorry. But what I do want you to do is gather another skill that you can use when you need it. Doesn't mean you got to be a chit-chatter. Don't mean you got to turn into a little junior woman chit-chatting about your feelings and stuff. But it's a skill you can use to put in your arsenal. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah.
You say you can't relate to her family at all. So I want to take a moment, turn to that, and talk about why you can't.
We're close. We hug. We hug when you come and we hug when you leave. He thought that we were fake when we're like, give me a hug.
Well, he's not a warm and fuzzy brother.
No, he's not.
Mr. Parson, you say that her family doesn't like you and doesn't treat you well. Why don't you give me a couple examples of how her family treats you?
It's just that I'm from a different world than them.
Different world.
So I don't feel comfortable mingling.
Well, what kind of world are you from? I mean, we know it's not North Richmond. Where do you come from?
I come from Central California, so my background is extremely religious. I remember going to church, especially in the summertime, about average 4 days out of a 7-day week. Bible study, Sunday school, choir rehearsal, vacation Bible, all of
that.
Yeah, we're close. We hug. We hug when you come and we hug when you leave. And Tremaine's not used to that. He thought that we were fake when we're like, give me a hug.
Well, he's not a warm and fuzzy brother.
No, he's not at all.
You said he doesn't get along well with a super white environment of your employment.
No, he doesn't.
Tell me about that.
Every time we go to anywhere that has the majority white people, he doesn't want to go or he starts sweating profusely. Now, there's this one example where we went on vacation and invited our friends to bed and breakfast. Now, every morning you eat breakfast with everybody at the same time. He did not want to go. The first time he was like, I'm just going to wait in the car. The second morning, he was like, I'm at the door, but you didn't answer the phone, so I'm not going to go in. There was the last day, I had to pull his arm to actually go eat breakfast with us. And
how'd he do?
He was sweaty.
It was bad.
It was bad. He wouldn't stop sweating.
It was
Mr.
bad,
Parson,
Judge.
do white people make you nervous?
No. It's not like I get nervous. I'm comfortable in my environment.
What makes you sweat about going out with her coworkers?
Because she always want to go somewhere where it costs heck of money, the food be nasty. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather go to a taco truck.
Right.
I'm cool.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go spend $200 for some half-cooked fish and hard potatoes. I don't want to do it. I can't do it, Judge. And then you still be hungry. After you eat that, you still hungry. Now you in bed, stomach growling. Now you mad for a whole nother reason. That's
that
what the
cod
problem
fish was
is.
delicious.
No, it wasn't.
He's talking about the codfish dinner we had. It was good.
And you ain't lying. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Mr. Parsons, I love myself some you. From here, we're going to go on to your sex life, briefly and lightly. Okay. But we understand that there are some bribes involved, and I want to understand how that works.
So, there's a reason why he goes with me to various dinners and places.
Okay, baby, I'll go over here. However, by 10 p.m.
Yes. It has to be on and popping.
Would you convert to a different religious faith for your partner? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, we have another viewer's question ready for your judgment call. When I visit my boyfriend's house, he always wants me to cook, clean, and take care of his laundry. Sometimes I don't mind, but should I do wifely duties before marriage?
Absolutely not. My husband got his first meal off of me after after we got married. That's how we old school chicks get it done. Have more respect for yourself. Don't do it until the ring is on that finger.
My fiance has a lot of female friends that I don't know. Is it wrong for me to tell him he can't see any of them socially if I haven't met them?
Right or wrong isn't the question, because if you tell him not to see him, he's going to do it anyway, because you can't tell people things like that. What you have to do is sit down and have a conversation with him about how it makes you feel and get him on board with what you need him to do. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, I understand there is an issue regarding bribes and sex. What am I talking about here?
So, there's a reason why he goes with me to various dinners and places.
Yeah, I get you. I got you. I know what you're saying. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Okay, baby, I'll go over here. However, by 10 p.m.
Yes. It has to be on and popping.
I never make a man defend his sexual issues, situation or otherwise. Should you want to inquire? Should you want to put your 2 cents in, you may do so. If not, we will move forward.
The reason why it's like that is because we have a 2-year-old.
Right.
So she almost 3, so she ripping and running around the house.
Right.
You don't really have time. Like,
right.
And you both go work, you don't have time.
Right.
So if we leave it and I don't have my daughter, oh yeah.
It's on.
You better believe it.
I don't think that's a bribe, really. I think that's kind of like the delicate dance of marriage. You know, everybody, you know, you okay, I'll move this over here, you do that over there. It's what we do. Do you think that there is an issue in this marriage, Mr. Parson?
I think she doesn't really listen well.
Why don't you think she listens?
I don't know why she don't listen.
Well, what gives you the impression? Give me an example that would lead me to believe that she's not paying attention when you're talking to her.
She had to go shop for a student. I told her, take her key. I'm going to the back of the house. I won't hear you. I'm going to put Riley to sleep, so I won't hear you knock at the door. You can ring the doorbell, knock at the door. I won't hear you because the TV's on, fans going. I won't hear you, so take your key. She says, okay, leaves, comes back. All I hear is boom, boom, boom. Why you open the door? Screaming and yelling at me, and I just told you to take your key. I'm not going to hear you when you come home. So if you would have listened to me when I said take your key, and the reason why I told you to take your key, you would have never.
You wouldn't have been banging at the door, and you never would have been let out. Is that constant, or is
That's constant.
Every once in a while?
That's constant.
Do you find yourself in trouble or problematic because you didn't pay attention to what he told you?
I feel like Tremaine is the one that doesn't listen. I feel like...
Give me an example where you say he didn't listen to you.
There was this one incident within this past week. My job is housing. I have to go in and out, emergencies, I gotta leave.
Right.
So I told him, I'm gonna be back at a certain time. I wasn't. He calls me like, well, where are you at? You said you'll be this, that, Riley needs, you know, A, B, C, Riley needs some food. I said, you got to be patient with me. He's like, no, you told me you're going to be back this and that. But I said, I also told you, you know how it is with my job. So he didn't listen to that half of the portion. Like, I'll be back between this time frame. However, if something else happens, you have to give me leeway. And he feels like I'm either making something up when it comes to me being able to leave and do what I have to do.
Do you think she's wishy-washy?
Yeah. Most definitely. I don't think she believes what she's saying now.
I so know what's going on here. And I'm so crazy about the both of you. I don't know what to do. And I'm going to tell you what to do about what's not going right here. Because you are a fantastic couple. A fantastic couple. Gorgeous woman, solid, handsome dude, and you've got a few little regular married hiccups that we can just iron out, and you can ride on out into the sunset. Today's question sponsored by What's the greatest challenge when both partners have demanding careers? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. guys are standing at the end of the great hormonal divide. If femininity is all the way at a 0, not meaning less than, just a place, and maleness is at a 10, you know, you're down there near the 0 and you're up there near the 10. I got a husband. I'm married to a 12. So I know you. You don't want to hear half of what I got to say.
None of it.
The half that I do say, you don't hear half of that because you weren't paying attention. You don't want to talk back at me. If I told you one thing, if I told you it was A, and I said A, but possibly B, but could be C, and A don't happen, I got to hear about why it was B or C. I know you. Now let me tell you how to be a you that she can deal with a little better. First of all, number one, you engage in strategic listening. I honestly believe my husband don't hear 80% of what I say.
Good man.
I really don't. But he does pay attention when he's supposed to.
Okay.
And he repeats what I said, so I know he heard it. So if every once in a while he repeats what I said, I'm satisfied. Now, knowing that he ain't gonna pay attention to 80% of what you say, you gotta really understand what you need him to hear. Now, I say a whole lot more than he wants to hear, and he knows to sit there. Quiet. But I touch him on his knee and I said, but baby, I need you to hear this part. I'm leaving tomorrow at 5 and I don't have a kid, whatever it is. Baby, I need you to hear this part. So I can give him all the who shot John and he just floats through it like bobbing in the water. But when I touch his knee and I said, baby, I need you to hear this, he hones in and then he repeats it. So you can make him hear more by saying less. Now, I want you to realize this. I want you to think of sex as directly related to verbiage.
Ouch. I don't
You
know.
can
Is that
do
even
it.
possible,
You do.
Judge?
No, yeah. How much loving do you want? Men jump through hoops for that stuff. You jump through hoops for it. You know, look at it like it's a hoop. Oh, baby, what you got to say today? What happened to you? Ooh, that's pretty. Catch her off guard. Call her on the job. Hey, baby, thinking about you. You don't even have to hear back. Bam. Sex. 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 Come in. Hey, baby, what's going on? Touch it on the bottom. Love you. Sex. 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 She got one story she want to tell you about her hair. You don't care about her hair, but you say, what's up with your hair? Sex. Sex. Sex.
I can do that, Judge.
It's all a game. It's all about knowing what your target is and be willing to work for your target. You're just working for what you want. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Best of luck to both of you. This matter is adjourned.
Thank you, Judge.
You gonna be a better listener?
Yeah. If she talking less, it'd be easier.
Good point. Good point.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here on divorce court because my fiance needs to quit being weak and set boundaries when it comes to his kid's mother.
I haven't set boundaries with my baby mama because of visitation from my children. I'm afraid that they will be taken from me.
I believe his baby mamas use his kids as pawns.
She's so aggressive that I don't be able to get anything out or I just shut down.
Sometimes I am aggressive when it comes to Reginald.
Sharita, I need you to calm down a little and act like a lady.
Reginald, I need you to quit being weak, and I need you to start treating me like the queen I deserve to be treated like.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sharita Armstrong and Reginald Banks. The two of you are in love, want to be together, want to get married, but you have boatloads of baby mama drama, and you want my opinion as to whether or not this is a wise union given the problems that you have. Having said that, I'm going to start with you, Ms. Armstrong. Why don't you tell me what's going on?
All right, Judge Lynn Toler. The biggest problem that I have with Reginald is that, to me, he's weak when it comes to setting boundaries with his kid's mother.
Give me some examples.
Well, one particular time, we had one of the kids over, and it was around like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Reginald was asleep, and the next thing I know, the son goes in the room where Reginald is asleep, and I hear the mom on there, you know, like, time for you to come home. And I'm like, you know, it's 11 o'clock at night. I know he ain't finna get up and take him home. So I hear Reginald talking to the mom, and next thing I know, he's getting up, putting on clothes. So I'm like, where you finna go at 11 o'clock? Man, she want me to drop him out. I'm like, you know, it's 11 o'clock. You should have told her, hey, he could lay in here with me, and I'm gonna drop him off in the morning. But instead, it's like he gets up whenever they call, no matter what time of the night, and do what they say. And I feel like it need to be some boundaries.
Mr. Banks, do you agree with that assessment, or do you think she's missing something?
I agree. But the only reason I did was try to keep down the confusion between the baby mama and...
Can I ask you something, Ms. Armstrong? And I just want you to back up off the emotion of the situation for a moment. When you were dealing with that little one, were you dismissive at all?
No.
Because sometimes you got to be over the top with, yeah, baby, I love you, gotcha, give me 2 seconds, you know, in order not to feed into that negativity. Do you have a good relationship with the kids?
Yeah.
Y'all get along?
Yeah, we get along.
Okay. All right. Give me another example of a time when Mr. Banks did not set appropriate boundaries with one of his baby's mothers.
When we had first got together, he was dealing with one of them. And when we finally did decide to make it official, I cut off who I was dealing with, and he slowly cut off who he was dealing with, but she couldn't handle it. So it was one time that she lets him know, like, the only way you're gonna see this child is if you come to my house. So I looked at Reginald, I'm like, so you gonna go to her house and y'all gonna talk? Like, I don't understand. I think it needs to be like at a restaurant or something, y'all could discuss issues not in her setting. Because so when he basically came to me like, well, my kid come first and I'm gonna do this. So I'm like, okay, well, my son's father wanna see my son too. So how about I book a flight back to Illinois every weekend, and then I let my son spend time with his dad, and then I'll come back Sunday.
Mr. Banks, what's your response to that?
I love my kids, so I want to be there for my kids, and whatever it is that I have to do to make that work.
Do you believe Mr. Banks still has feelings for that one baby's mother?
At that time, I really didn't know. We were only like maybe 2 months dating, and I know he's a good father, and I want him to be in his kid's life, but I just feel like the parents know they can use the kids as pawns.
I get that. You know, I'm going to advocate on behalf of Rational here. You got a dude for 60 days, and he got a baby somewhere. You got to be super cool. A mother's not going to give up a 6-month-old, not hand him over. Nobody, I don't care who they are, going off with my 6-month-old. He goes over the house to see him. Either he's your dude or he's not your dude. Either you can trust him or he's not. That's not the time to assert yourself and tell you 60 days in where he'll see his baby. Not that time. Not that time. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah, but the only issue I have with the baby mommy is I could see if she was like, you know what, I need you to come see your son here because I don't know her. But to me, every time she conversated with him, it was, how could you break up our family? I need you. We need you home. It was always home, home, home.
And that's exactly what you would do if you were in her position. She's a person, too. She was in love with this guy. Now he's leaving. So there are going to be a certain amount of hurt feelings there. And somebody's got to be a superhero in the situation. And that's your job because you're the new chick 60 days in. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see it? You don't see it.
No, I don't see it.
You don't see it, yeah. But let me say this to you. The fact that you don't see it puts you in the situation that you're in now. Mr. Banks, you feel stuck in the middle. Tell me why you feel stuck in the middle.
I feel stuck in the middle because dealing with 4 different women, there's 4 different attitudes.
Right.
So, yeah, if I have 3 babies, 3 baby mamas.
Okay.
And I really love this lady, so I want to make it work.
Want to make it work.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess so my next question is to you. What are you doing in order, because you're the linchpin. You're the guy in the middle. What are you actively doing to orchestrate the situation so it works out in a manner that doesn't make everybody crazy? Do you ever end up engaging with the mothers themselves?
When they see me, it's eyes rolling.
What do you do?
Oh, I just sit, I smile.
She is cool and calm, and she claims?
No, she's not. This is my baby gangster right here.
Tell me what's really going on, Mr. Banks, because I didn't believe her either. So what are you doing to orchestrate the situation proactively?
Say this one might call, I need you to get him this weekend. Okay, so I answer that. This one might call, I need you to come to the game. I answer that. But Sharita, she's just like, you're doing whatever they need you to do, and it's affecting our relationship.
Mm-hmm. No, not to those calls. Going to a game, that's fine.
No problem.
You need to get him for the weekend, that's fine. But all this calling, like it was one time he was supposed to get one of his kids, and we have set times that we get him, and it's a process. Like he'll let one of the kids know, like, hey, I'm coming to get you. All right, I'm gonna let my mama know. Things will be ready. But this one particular time, nah, you ain't getting them. Then 10:30 at night, oh, you feel like coming to get them? That's the type of stuff that make me mad. Like, why can they call whenever they want to call, 11 o'clock, 10:30? Like, first you say, nah, you ain't getting them. Then when you feel like maybe you want to go out tonight, 10:30, oh, let me call it. Hey, you can come get your child.
Now, and in response to that, what happens? What do you do? What does he do?
I look at him, and he goes. And I let him know how that makes me feel. But I have a reason why.
Hang on.
Yeah, he do tell me I could go, but I have a reason why I feel like that with the kids' mom. JR is a good father. When he got his kids, excellent. They love him, you could tell. But there's a history with these kids' mom. You know, he was dating one, high school sweetheart, whatever, and cheated on one with the other, got a baby. When he was dating the other, cheating with the other one. So I'm like, well, how I know you ain't gonna do this to me with them, with all of them? So that's why I feel the way I feel. And he was honest enough to let me know how his past life was. But it's like, you probably told them the same things, like, oh, I just want you, and it ain't gonna happen with them. And you did it. It's like repeating.
Right.
So when I see...
Do you ever end up engaging with the mothers themselves, or are you always just arguing with him about how he responds to them?
Well, when they see me, it's eyes rolling. You know, it's like...
What do you do?
Oh, I just sit, I smile. You know, I sit there and
she is cool and calm, and she claims?
No, she's not. This is my baby gangster right here. This is my baby gangster.
Tell me what's really going on, Mr. Banks, because I didn't believe her either. I didn't believe it at all. Go ahead.
Oh, man, she's very aggressive, but at the same time, she's a crybaby. So
give me some examples of some responses of hers to baby mama drama.
Oh, man. So I get a text message around 6:45 in the morning, and she's like, what's she doing texting you at 6:45 for? She wake up with you on her mind? I'm like, I don't know. I can't control when she texts me or call me, but I didn't respond to anything, so that's one. And then...
was there an argument behind that?
Yes, it was.
It was the argument.
Why would you argue with him about the fact that she called at 6:45 in the morning?
She's saying
This is why it wasn't the fact that... It is the fact she called, but... When I talk to my son's father, JR has a big issue, and I could be right there in his face, and I ain't hang up on him. What he won't hang up on him. When those conversations happen, I let him know, like, hey, his daddy just called. Right. So he normally does too. Hey, man, she just texted me. But this time, he didn't tell me nothing. So I'm looking like, well, you tell me about any other time. Why you didn't tell me about this time?
Yeah, I got it. I want to talk about how secure you feel and why you feel as insecure as you do.
When it comes to these kids' mother, it's like, I gotta jump to this, I gotta jump to that.
He doesn't get up for the baby's mother. He gets up for the baby. That's what you don't understand. Would you marry a man who had multiple children with multiple different mothers? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. You do understand that you're insecure, right, Mrs. Armstrong?
Yeah.
And you also understand that you have a bad attitude. Because you're in here describing all the circumstances like they're all lunatics and you're all calm and rational.
Oh, no.
And you know that's not the case,
no,
right?
I know I have an attitude problem. Yeah, I know it all. And the reason is really not all him. It's just past stuff that I've dealt with and me just having to guard up. And I know I need to let it down and be more calmer, but I just feel like in some situations he don't make me feel like, okay, you could let it down, Sharita. Everything's gonna be okay.
How can I come at you when you're always grouchy, though?
I had you fill out a compatibility test because this is before your file, so I want to know what's up. And I always ask people, list 5 things that's wrong with your intended and 5 things that's wrong with you. You listed 5 things that were wrong with him, and then for her listing what's 5 things wrong with her, you know what she said? My attitude, my attitude, my attitude, my attitude, my attitude. So you know you're a nuclear device. You know this.
Take your time,
You know this. You know this. And every time I discuss your attitude, you explain to me why you have it. That, to me, is a person that's lacking insight on the ability you have to respond however you feel like to whatever incoming gets to you. So that's the conversation that we're going to have. Give me the worst example of something she's done.
So one day, we're leaving work with the coworkers. They're like, all right, let's go to the bar, have drinks or whatnot. So we get to the bar or whatnot. She's with a homegirl, so I hear her discussing something. I guess she had 1 too many drinks. So, yeah, I ain't finna be dealing with this guy. He listening to his baby mamas and all this. So at one point of the night, she just gets up, storm out the restaurant, like, somebody take me home. I ain't getting in the car with him.
Gotcha.
So it was just embarrassing.
Just a hot mess. A person's angry response is usually inversely related to how secure they feel. Why are you so insecure?
Because he don't show me enough attention. I could wear something sexy to bed and it's just a rollover. You know what I mean? Don't even make me feel like I'm what's important. Really? But when it comes to these kids' mother, it's like, I gotta jump to this, I gotta jump to that. But when it comes to me, it's like, okay, you here. You who I put the ring on your finger, so that's enough. And that's not enough.
Gotcha.
It's not enough.
I'm with you. I know what
she's a robot. I'm not. She can be up from 6:30 in the morning, go to bed at 12 at night. So by the time 12 at night, I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
Right. But your baby mama could call.
I get in bed at like 10:30.
He doesn't get up for the baby's mother. He gets up for the baby. That's what you don't. No. That's what you don't understand. He gets up for the kids, not for her. She's being obnoxious. She's being a problem, but he gets up for the kids. You gotta remember that.
Well, I can't be with somebody who would go to bed at 12:30.
I got you. I have an answer for you. Today's question sponsored by, how would you react if your fiancé always accommodated the mothers of his children? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. You love her.
Yes, I do.
And you want to keep her.
Yes, I do.
And you also want to keep her quiet.
Yes, I do.
Now, let me tell you what you need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
She's insecure as all get out, in part because you're so worried about the other baby's mother's not really allowing you to have access to your children that you're a bit at their beck and call. I don't blame you for it. I ain't mad about it. I think you should try to have a conversation with each and every one of them alone and make some kind of parameters about what you would like to do. Whether or not they follow that, there's no telling. But to have a rational conversation alone with them and trying to put together some boundaries is something that you can do. That's number one, to ease it with them and to ease it with her. Number two, she's just scared about losing you. You know what you can do? You talking about a long day, that's fine. 5 minutes a day you can make a woman feel loved. 5 minutes a day. Call her when you don't need to call her. Hey, baby, thinking about you. Text her. A couple of hearts and a kiss. Come home. You know, smack her on the behind, kiss her on the neck. Missed you all day long. You know what I mean? And when she wants to talk to you, huh?
I don't know if that's enough.
No. But if you do it as a constant thing, it will help. Ms. Armstrong, you are the biggest problem you got. You're allowing your fear to push away a great guy that you love. He's got baby mamas, and they're going to do what they're going to do. Either he's going to leave you for some chick or he's not. Why make yourself miserable every day on the off chance he's going to leave you one day? Why would you spend your time allowing these women who score a point every time you lose your mind in his direction? Because you're making this union less strong and less able. Don't get angry. They can't control how you feel. You control how you feel. You support him in what he does. You support him in having a rational response to these women, but don't get angry. It doesn't do you any good. And if I were you, I'd go see somebody about how to control my anger. You have a situation in which a lot of people would be angry, but anger doesn't help. It don't solve nothing, doesn't change anything, doesn't change how they behave. And every time you get angry and respond in anger, you know, they're spiking the ball. That's another touchdown for them because they're putting irritation in your relationship, which makes it just that much more likely that he might waddle off and go back to them. Or even if they think you're the home wrecker, they're at least saying, well, at least she's not going to get him because I'm going to make it so bad and I'm going to make her so crazy that he's going to walk off. If you respond to all of this nonsense with calm and cool and love and support, you win. You just win. You see what I'm saying? You with me? I hope so, because you're pretty as all get out. And he's handsome. And I'm all down for black love. Calm down, cool out, get help if you can't do it on your own, and then get married. This matter is adjourned.
Judge Lynn said that you're the biggest problem that you have. What's your reaction?
I just feel like, okay, sometimes you can hop up, but sometimes tell them like, hey, it's 12:30 at night. I'm gonna come get my baby in the morning. That's all I'm saying. Set some type of boundary with it.
What advice stuck with you today?
I think I'm gonna straighten my baby mamas out. I'm gonna put them aside one by one and have a deep conversation with them. And let them know that it's nothing between me and them, and that is my fiance, and they're just gonna have to respect that.
Do you think that Judge Lynn got through to your fiance in regards to the insecurities and working on that?
Yes, I believe she did.
Yeah.
I believe she did.
Today on Divorce Court.
Me and Rayvon did meet on Instagram. Originally, we were just friends.
She slid in my DM. I've seen her pictures and everything.
That's just how he is. He likes to talk to women on social media, but you're married now, so just give it up.
Sometimes I'm not even on social media when she thinks I'm on social media.
I get really frustrated every time I see him on social media because I know what he's doing.
I do cheat every now and then, but it's because, you know, I'm damaged.
If he doesn't stop cheating, then I'll just have to walk away. I can't take it anymore.
This marriage could work. It's just she has to trust me.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Taylor Welch and Rayvon Welch. The two of you have been together 4.5 years, but married for 4. So you got married soon after you met. You have 2 children together. You are in trouble. Mrs. Welch, why don't I start with you? Tell me why you're here in divorce court today.
Well, Your Honor, I'm here today because I just can't take the social media, the constant entertaining of other women on social media that my husband does, and it's driving me crazy. If he doesn't change soon, I'm not going to have any choice but to walk away.
Walk me through some of the most egregious errors that he's made on social media.
Oh, my goodness. One of the things that he's done was he called himself being the Uber of Facebook. So a woman would post, oh, I need a ride. If anybody can, you know, I'll give you $40 for a ride.
God.
And they're these beautiful single women. I'll give you $40 for a ride. My husband inboxes them immediately. Where you trying to go? And I'll tell him, that's unacceptable. I don't like it, and stop. And of course, it'll happen.
Is that a thing now?
Never heard of that.
Is that a thing people doing off the books, raggedy, you know, fake Lyft driving? Ride-sharing thing?
Dangerous.
It's very dangerous.
Is it a thing?
I guess so. I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't put myself in harm's way.
Are you taking women places?
Well, Your Honor, it's like this. Taylor has trust issues with me being of what I do as far as me trying to run my own business.
What do you do?
I'm a music artist.
You a musician?
I'm an engineer.
You're an engineer?
Yes.
So you produce beats?
Yes. And I produce live shows and everything. So with that being said, it's a lot of women, you know, that's gonna be like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at the smile on
probably
your
will.
face.
Absolutely. There probably is women that's like, oh, Rayvon, I just love your music.
But you're not just
you're
gonna
a married
take
man.
anybody to where they gotta go. Well, I don't know where she calling it, a Uber or
The Facebook
Lyft.
Uber.
Facebook Uber.
I got you.
I don't know.
Tell me some other mistakes that he's made that you've caught him in.
So this woman, he tried to make me feel comfortable. Oh, this is the only thing I'm doing. I'm just giving her rides. This is what it is. And I accepted it. I said, you know what? I'm going to let my guard down. I'm going to trust my husband and what he's telling me. I stumbled, she left her phone in his car one night, and it was late.
See?
It was late.
Allow your wife to finish.
It was late. She left his phone in the car. He came home, passed out. I don't know if they had drinks or what it was. But she texted his phone and said, hey, I left my phone in your car. And I'm like, so I'm going through the messages, and prior to the day, he said, hey, something to the effect, don't worry, Daddy's gonna come over there and take care of it. And she's like, oh, thank you, because Mommy's gonna have your back all day. Well, I call him Daddy, and he calls me Mommy, so why is it that you and another woman are talking like that? It shouldn't be that way.
Mr. Welch, would you like to respond to that?
I don't know what she's talking about. And maybe it's an exaggeration.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
But as far
right here,
What is that, Photoshop? What is that, Photoshop?
Yeah, that's what he said. If you gonna run around, at least be slick about it, you know.
I mean, you know.
Those are the things that are happening, right?
So much as, you know, it's just like when I'm having a conversation with another woman, as far as on the business level, they kind of get carried away, you know, you know what I'm saying, by saying extra things and everything. But
did they get carried away or did he get carried?
That leads her to believe that I'm flirting back when I'm really not.
When you're really not.
Right.
So you have not stepped out on your marriage at all in the 4 years that you've been married.
I'm not gonna say that I haven't. I haven't because I have. When we first got together, everything was like, we was inseparable. Like, you know what I'm saying? She made me macaroni. I love her macaroni. You know what I'm saying? And
is that enough, Nick, just to make you macaroni and that's it?
Good macaroni. But, you know, it's just like, she does everything for a wife's supposed to do, like, you know, take care of home and everything. But what leads me to my actions is because, you know, she had one of her ex-boyfriends she used to write letters to, saying how she used to miss him. And
while you were married?
A few weeks after we got married.
Did you do that?
I did. I wrote a letter to my ex. It was about a month after we did get married. And
what for?
I don't know. I think that I was just like, oh my God, I just got married, and what if I walked out on the person that I should have been with? And It was.
Isn't that something you do before you get married to decide
ma'am.
whether or not the last
Yes, ma'am.
cat you were with was the cat you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Holy cow!
I admit it. It was a mistake. I apologized to my husband. I told him that I saw the way it made him feel. It hurt him deeply, and I regretted it. I told him that I would never do anything to ever hurt him again, and I stood by that word.
Did you really feel that way, though?
I don't think I did. I think I was just scared and was like, okay, I'm finally moving on now. And I think I was just scared of that because when you spend a lot of time with
She was
somebody-
still into her.
I understand, Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells, pay attention. I understand that you believe that whatever infidelities you committed were a function of the fact that you were hurt by that letter. That I believe. The question we have to answer now is, what is the extent of your infidelities? And I understand you have a videotape of this actual sex act with another woman. Did you actually find a videotape of your husband having sex with another woman?
I did find a videotape of him getting a sexual act.
It wasn't you?
It wasn't me.
So, Mrs. Welch, did you actually find a videotape of your husband having sex with another woman?
I did find a videotape. It wasn't of sex. It was of a different act. His friend's birthday came up, and he said, hey, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to take your car and go hang out, hang out with my friend for his birthday. I said, okay. And I would say probably about 2 or 3 days later, I went through his messenger on Facebook, and he sent a video to the friend that he was supposed to be with that night, a video of him getting a sexual act.
Oral sex.
I don't recall.
Oral sex is sex. That's why they call it oral sex. It's just with a different orifice. That's, but it wasn't you?
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
So I guess I just made it up.
I don't know what she talking about.
I made it up.
Probably a picture.
It was a picture too, but
I
I
don't know
saw
if it's
the
a
video.
video, probably a picture, but it's probably like, more like she contacted that ex, set fuel to the fire, so they got to arguing. And so she sent that video to her.
I don't even know who the woman in the video was.
I got you. Mr. Wells, you said that because of that letter, you did do some wrong stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
What wrong stuff are you willing to cop to? Is there anything you're willing to say, yeah, I did that? That's against the code, isn't it?
I know, but, at the end of the day, she hurt me. I wanted to make her hurt as much as she hurt me.
And I get that. How long does that last?
Right.
I mean, how many times do you have to hurt her back because of that letter?
Because of a letter.
I mean, it's more to that. It's deeper than that letter, what she said about, about me to that ex.
Right, yeah. And how long does that last?
I don't know.
I don't know. She called you a B and an H and an idiot and a fool and an ignoramus. Anything she could have called you. That was almost 5 years ago. I'm asking you, how often are you going to be able to hurt her before you feel even?
Oh, I'm not trying to hurt her no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to move past that.
When's the last time you did something inappropriate outside of your marriage?
Probably like a year and a half.
A year and a half? Has he been cool for a year and a half?
I think that he hasn't physically cheated in a year and a half, but about
all that
about 3
texting
weeks
and
ago,
inboxing.
he was just texting some chick on Messenger, calling her mommy and what you cooking me for, what you cooking. And
do you do that?
You can't deny that one, really.
I don't know what she talk about. I don't know what she talk. Unless she could pull another paper up saying that she. I don't know what she.
You
talk
don't know
about.
nothing.
No.
You don't know nothing.
Wow.
What do you think is the primary problem in this relationship?
She more at like, she's controlling, insecure. She don't trust me as far as me stepping out the house for like at least 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe so.
But you admit that for about 3 years there you did mess around on her.
Yeah.
So that's like saying, how dare you bleed on me after I shot you? You shot her and you shot her and you shot her. Every time that she saw somebody else, you shot her. So she's bleeding. That, when you cheat on somebody, and cheat on somebody, you lead them to believe that you are a cheater, because that's in fact what you are, and therefore they have no reason to trust you. So you have no one to blame for her lack of trust but you. I wanted to come out here and show some compassion for you until you came out here with all this who shot John about that letter. Grow up! Would you write a farewell letter to your ex after you got married? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
Okay, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question, ready for your judgment call. I tried to sleep with a guy on the first date. He asked me to Netflix and chill. He ended up putting me out and told me I should have more respect for myself. Do you think he might be gay?
I don't know if he's gay or not, and I don't think it matters. The question is, what are you doing going to some man's apartment that you don't know and willing to have sex with him on the first date? Are you crazy?
All right, Judge Lynn, we have a viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My wife doesn't approve of me picking up my children at my ex's house, and she doesn't allow my ex to drop off the kids at our house. Should I refuse to cooperate with her demands or just find a neutral location?
You need to tell your wife that Judge Lynn said she needed to get her act together, stop being so insecure, understand that you had a life before you were with her, and behave like she's a grown woman and let those kids get dropped off at the door. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. You know, I read your paperwork, and I wanted to come out here and show some compassion for you because you were young and you were messing up and you got married too soon and you're in a lifestyle where a lot of women are shooting at you and all this kind of stuff. And I was going to try to talk about leveling up and being a man and being able to say no and understanding what a commitment is until you came out here with all this who shot John about that letter. Grow up. Grow up. She hurt my feelings a half a decade ago, and I'm such a small person. I'm so less than a man that I can't get over what someone said about me 4 years ago. I'm that small. I'm that insecure. I don't have anything else going for me because that's just hammering in my head. It's not an insignificant, once past thought. It is a constant shining beacon of distress and disorder in my mind, and therefore I have to drop my pants at every occasion and type to every woman I can see because I don't feel good about myself. Grow up! Jeez! You know, the question isn't how small you can be. The question isn't how many women you can run around with. The question isn't how many excuses you can give for not being the best man that you can be. The question is, what do you overcome? The question is, what do you deny yourself? The question is, what do you achieve? Everybody asking the wrong question. I'm done. Now, something other than that letter, my brother. Say something about the state of your marriage that you believe I need to address because she is upset and she wants to go. Say something other than that letter.
She wouldn't come home at night. You know, she would stay out all night. I would be, you know, at the house. She would keep me at the house watching my kids to keep me from going out. So she'll stay out all night doing who knows what.
Is this a frequent thing?
It used to be occasional.
No,
it used to be occasional, which means it wasn't frequent.
No.
Twice.
Twice?
Occasional.
Twice.
Occasional.
You know you're an error hoarder, right? An error hoarder. She does one thing wrong, and you take it and you chisel it into the wall, and no matter what wrong you do, you say, you made a mistake. I can't forgive you. I ain't getting over it because I'm a small man, and I'm gonna leave it there. And I'm going to do wrong after wrong after wrong. Yeah, but you got that error over there. And then 2-3 years later, she goes out one night, all night. She does what you've been doing all along. Yo, 2 mistakes over there. So I can do what I want, when I want, how I want, with whomever I want. Because you're an error hoarder. Error hoarders end up very unhappy. Error hoarders end up alone. Now I'm gonna fuss at you.
Yes, ma'am.
there's this thing I called the process of installation. And I do believe you got installed. Installation occurs when a guy sees somebody he likes. She comes hard and strong with the wifely duty. She make the great mac and cheese. She clean the house. She's down for a man. She's solid. She's working. You working, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Guy says, that's good home base. Slips a ring on her finger, quick, fast, in a hurry, and then continues to do as he pleases because you've been installed as the best appliance that he has. A sex-having, money-making, mac and cheese serving, solid sister that's gonna stay no matter what he does. Now that I've done fussing with everybody, I'm gonna try to make everybody happy. Today's question sponsored by, how many times would you tolerate your spouse cheating on you? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I know what your history is. I know you came from a cut-up, choppy family and you were disassembled, and you don't want that life for your children. You want a home. You want a solid center. And I actually think this brother can give it to you. I think he has to grow up a bit, but he's given you a year and a half. Don't keep reaching back. Stay on that year and a half. It seems sad that you would have to applaud a brother for a year and a half worth of fidelity out of a 4-year marriage, but you do. And to the extent he has shown himself trustworthy, you go ahead and trust him because you know if the next thing happened, the next picture with the girl, the next way, you have the ability to go. You have the money. I know you the stable income in this sucker. And I think that this man is going to take that and do the right thing. He's going to level up. He's not going to take our community that's already shredded and tear it asunder even further. I think he's man enough not to be just another brother that runs around impregnating folks and not treating folks well and not treating his family, because your children are only as stable as the mother that holds them. And I think you love your children enough not to tear her into pieces. I think you're man enough for you not to be the poster boy for what's wrong in our community. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that. And I want to stay in touch with you, and I want to stay in touch with you, and I want you to prove me right.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think you're man enough to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
I got faith in you. Be worthy of it. Be worthy of her.
Trying.
This matter's adjourned.
And do you think he heard what Judge Lynn had to say?
I'm not sure. He's got tough skin. He's hard to get through to, but hopefully she was tough enough to get to him.
How do you feel after what Judge Lynn had to say today?
I believe that Judge is right, and some stuff that I need to work on, clean my laundry up.
Today on Divorce Court.
Today, I'm going to tell Jamie the real reason why I cheated.
I do not feel like I am the priority in Mike's life.
I want Jamie to understand that we need to work more together as a unit.
My biggest issue with Mike is the resentment that he holds towards me for the death of his son.
My biggest issue with Jamie is I feel alone and being alone in my grief.
The grief has taken over our relationship.
If this issue isn't resolved, me and Jamie are going to have to go our separate ways.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Michael Jackson and Jamie Friel. And the two of you have been engaged for 2 years, but you can't quite seem to get to the altar. You have, are you ready, Nick?
Let's hear it.
You got children from his, hers, and together. They got children 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, 15, 19, 20, 21, 23, 22, and 24.
Wow.
I I applaud you for getting here. You have filled out my compatibility test, and you've also given me a copy of your marriage license, which you've given me permission to tear up should I find your union ill-advised. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today on or before your vows?
Your Honor, we're here today because the grief that we've gone through has drawn the wedge between our relationship. I had proposed to Jamie, and a week after that, my son was killed.
I'm so sorry to hear that. How old was he?
He was just getting ready to turn 21.
Oh, I can't even imagine, and I am so sorry for that. What happened?
He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to protect his cousin. Actually, they both lost their life.
You two were together at that time?
Yeah, in fact, we were out Christmas shopping for all the kids when it was going down.
Let me ask you this. That kind of event can tear apart the most solid of relationships. Did it have an effect on yours?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Why don't you talk to me about how it affected your relationship?
I felt like Jamie wasn't there as much as I wanted her to be through the struggle and the hard times of that.
What things did she fail to do in your eyes?
When we were at the funeral home, we were making arrangements for my son, picking out a casket and going through the financials of it. And I noticed that she seemed to be a little bit frustrated or upset, kind of had an attitude. I mean, the body language, she wasn't saying anything, but the facial expressions at the caskets we were picking and going over the financials with the funeral director.
Did you have a difficulty when you were making the arrangements? Not that make those kind of arrangements aren't upsetting, but an attitude that was caustic or static.
It was more that I had been bottling so much up inside. I was trying to keep it together. My body language probably was more, you know, reserved, maybe like I had an attitude or something wrong because I was ready to break down inside. I couldn't handle
you were
everything.
Just trying to hold
and
it together.
I was just, yes, I was trying to hold it all together.
Were there other things that she did or other circumstances that surrounded this death that put a wedge between the two of you?
I mean, I know that her and my son kind of, you know, had their differences. And it got so much to the point that I felt like I was forced to, you know, being forced to really make him move from our home.
Oh.
And shortly after he moved from our home, he was killed.
Oh.
And so I felt like that had I not been put in that position, I felt like he would still be here.
So do you believe that the fact that you put him out, or, you know, you asked him to leave as a function of her request, was a proximate cause, was what made that happen?
I felt like that for a long time.
Do you feel like that now?
At times, yes, ma'am, I still do.
So you think if had he still been living with you, that wouldn't have happened?
I felt like that wouldn't have happened.
Can I say this to you?
Yes.
What my children do when they're not in my house is completely unrelated to whether or not they live there. And I just want to give you that piece. I don't want you to feel like you were the cause of his demise.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Circumstances that happen outside the home are not controlled by the fact that he's in yours or not, okay? I want you to feel that way, and I want you to feel that way as well. Are there any other examples of how she behaved during the course of this difficult time that led you to believe that she was not the caring partner that you needed?
In order for me to get all the way through my grieving process, I created a foundation called the Q Project. And I spend a lot of time in the community with the youth, helping folks with their children that have losses and trying to transition, going into schools and things and talking to kids about gun violence.
And just good for you. I mean, everybody's saying, oh, woe is this country, there's so much gun violence. You took that one to heart and you made something positive out of it, so just good for you, but go ahead.
I just felt like I haven't gotten the support from her that I need for that project.
Specifically, what do you need from her that she's not giving you?
Emotional, the full aspects of just her coming in and you know, hey, babe, is there anything I can do to help you move forward, you know, and what you're trying to do? The support. The support is the biggest thing.
Do you know what he's talking about when he refers to support? What's he talking about?
When we moved after his son was killed, we moved to Texas. And during a conversation while we were in Texas, he had said something about going back to Kansas to do something with his Q project. And I said, well, you know, we're in the 4th largest city in the United States. We've made some contacts with some people about the, you know, your program. Why don't we get in contact with them and see what...
If you can do it here.
If we can do it here instead of keep going back and forth from Kansas. He took that as I wasn't supporting him. I didn't want him to go back to Kansas. I didn't, and that's not what I was saying. I'm saying this program that you're wanting to become nationwide has so much of a better chance in Texas than it does in Kansas.
That's not all the way
factual. He wants to say something. What do you want to say in
That's
response
not all
to that?
the way factual, though, you know, because when I did say that I'm going back to Kansas to take care of this project, your response really was, you know, why are you still dealing with those people? You know, they're not really following you. They're not really, you know, respecting what you're doing. And that's when my response to you was, you know, there was Harriet Tubman, there was Marcus Garvey. That took one person to make a difference, and I'm gonna be that one person. That's what I said to you.
But
I needed to go back to the foundation where things happened, and that's where I started. That's where my root is, and you know, I just felt like you should have respected that.
Mr. Jackson, I understand that there is another concern that you have. You believe that she's always comparing you to her ex, and I want to talk about that.
She looked over at me and said, well, he wouldn't have did it that way.
He formulates that, and when we're arguing, that's what he brings up.
So, Mr. Jackson, I wanted to ask you feel like she compares you to her ex all the time. Tell me why you feel that way.
You know, I know he's passed on, but I know that I feel like she still harbors feelings, certain types of feelings, and I feel like I've never gotten a chance to show the type of man I am versus to what he was.
Well, why don't you give me some examples that makes you feel that way?
You know, we were into the conversation about the kids one time. We were having kind of an argument. I remember she looked over at me and said, well, he wouldn't have did it that way. You know, and then here recently we just had a you know, kind of a disagreement, and basically she told me I was jealous of him.
He brings him up. We don't discuss him because of some of the things that I have told him about the past when we very first started dating. He formulates that, and when we're arguing, that's what he brings up.
That's because I think that when she
up.
talks about things, even to her kids, when I listen to her conversation, or she's explaining to me how she was giving him certain types of chances to be a good dad, it's the way that she's talking that makes me feel like I don't have those values.
I think it's a communication problem and not necessarily a way she looks at things problem, the way you look at things problem. You say you have a problem with the way she disciplines or, in fact, does not discipline the children.
Oh, I mean, it's carefree. There's no rules. There's the parenting style is totally different. Growing up, I would have never talked back to my dad or to my mom or grandma and them because I know that backhand was coming next. You know, but you know, and even if they told you to do something, they weren't the type of parents that they're going to tell you twice.
Right.
You know, when I tell you once, let's make a move. You know, she wants to spend a lot of time debating with the kid, you know, and I feel like, you know, if you tell them to do something,
that should be that.
That should be that.
Ms. Fripp, why don't you tell me, do you believe you're too lax with them? And if not, tell me what your parenting philosophy is.
I do know that there are times where I am more lax than what I should be. I think that comes from me being a single mom for so many years before Mike and I were together. I had to be both parents.
I got to say something. You know, little Johnny ain't got an opinion, as far as I'm concerned. Not in my house.
That's right.
Little Johnny don't need an opinion. Little Johnny want an opinion. Little Johnny buy his own house. And I believe that if we allow our children to tell us what's what and who's who and argue and to disagree, we're doing it because it's easier for us.
That's right.
Because it's hard to be on them. because you love them and they cute and you want this and that. But it's easier to be a lax parent because it makes it happy and it doesn't give you discord in the right now. If you do the right now right for long enough, you don't have the discord later on. You with me on that? With me?
Yes, ma'am.
You're doing them a disservice. Don't think about it like that. The fact that they obey me was the biggest favor I did for them, not for me. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So that's my 10 cents on that one, because I'm hot about that issue. Having said that, I'm going to move forward on the issue of, is there trust in this relationship? Because I do believe, Mr. Jackson, you did step out.
Mr. Jackson has had instances where he has stepped out.
Instances, plural?
All it was a moment.
It was
you know,
one moment.
How do you reconcile different parenting styles in a blended family? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Friel, I'm going to start with you. I understand that Mr. Jackson stepped out on you, and as a function thereof, you too have trust issues. Why don't you talk to me about that?
That is true. Mr. Jackson has had instances where he has stepped out.
Instances, plural?
That I have...
Yeah, the plural? I thought I was a nice guy.
I have...
Hang on. Give me really short synopses of what you found out.
Through Facebook, there was a post that she had made and tagged him in it, which was a very...
suggestive?
Yes, very, very. And when I confronted him about it, he said, well, I can't control what somebody else does. Well, I understand, but you're allowing her to feel like she can get on Facebook.
I admit, yes, Your Honor, I did step out. I was wrong for that piece. You know, I just felt like the things that I was already going through the emotional trauma of my son.
Right.
And I was towering in different directions.
Right.
And I just felt like the disrespect coming out of my home from her. And
tell me the most disrespectful thing she did.
Well, allowing kids to talk bad to me, talk back to me, and I'm providing roof and clothes and food and shelter.
What's the worst thing?
A two-way street,
give me an idea of the kinds of things. Don't identify the child.
Okay.
But tell me what kinds of things they
being
say.
able to cuss in my home, you know, and you know, there were
Do
times.
they cuss at you?
Oh, I mean, whoever, literally, tell you to go F yourself, you know, use a. She knows I'm not lying.
They don't directly say that to you. They do not.
So you want to play the game in front of the judge?
All right, I got it. But given all, you know, that's a conversation that's terrible. Her not supporting you is terrible. But are you saying those are the reasons that you actually cheated? And what was the nature of that cheat? Was it a long-term thing?
No, it was no long-term thing. I mean, when a man cheats, it isn't for love. We ain't looking for love. You know, it's a moment. That's all it was a moment.
It was one moment.
The thing about it...
I'm looking right at you.
I'm just saying, you know, Your Honor, I'm just saying, you know, it was a moment. You know, it wasn't, it
was one time.
It was a one-time situation as far as that. I mean, a lot of it was just conversation. I'm an intellectual person, so conversation means a lot to me. And when I can't come home and talk to her because she wants to debate, you know, then you know, when someone opens up that conversation to me, I'm talking. You know, she likes to debate. It doesn't matter what the conversation is about. She has to fact check me and debate everything I'm talking about.
At no time does discord in the home make a cheat okay.
I agree.
And I'll tell you this. Once you cheat, a whole bunch of distrust is going to occur of even the innocent things that you do. And you have to own all of that because you set that in play.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I mean? And on an intellectual level, there's a lot of ways to get satisfaction that does not involve anything below the belt.
I agree.
You know?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty then.
And we know that he's done this, but he will not speak with me about his infidelity. That's water under the bridge. That's something in the past. Why do you keep bringing up the past? Well, you won't voice this with me. You won't tell me why you stepped out. You won't tell me what I can do or what I didn't do.
It ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm going to tell you about that in a minute, but we need to move forward on to the next thing because I got a whole lot I want to say to you. Today's question sponsored by... When is it okay to cheat in a relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Listen to what she has to say to you about how she feels about that cheat and your response since then.
I feel like the security that we had was taken away. The fact that I could come home and know that you were there was gone. That was gone.
I looked at your compatibility test, and you must have referred to your manhood at least 8 times. You referred to your manhood in what you were going to give to her. You referred to your manhood and what you wanted from her. You referred to your manhood about your future. You kept referring to as a man, as a man, as a man. There's no question in my mind that you're a man. I think there's a question in your mind if you're a man. And let me tell you why. Real men that are comfortable in their manhood don't need to mention it. They just do it. And I'm not saying you're not one. I'm saying you don't believe in the man that you are. I want to say this about your son again. I can't imagine that heartbreak. And when someone takes on a cause like that, behind a pain like that, you gotta be behind him with it. And don't overreact. If he's in this community, this thing, you know, hey, baby, this is what you want to do. I'm on there with you. They'll find their way. They'll get where they're going. But that is a pain you do not understand. That is a need that is extraordinary. And you gotta, he'll find his way. He's not going to be all logical and correct with it in the beginning. But you gotta be behind that. You can't rational that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and I am behind him.
I think you two are good people. I think you love one another. I don't think you know how to talk to one another. I think that your feeling of being appropriately recognized for your maleness depends too much on what she says to you.
Right, yes.
Love one another, take care of one another, get them kids under control. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
Losing 2 sons is something deep in a person. It takes away a lot of strength out of a person that people can't understand if they've never been there.
I do feel like Mike has remorse for his cheating. I just feel like he doesn't understand to the depth that it hurt our relationship, and him not talking about it hurts our relationship even further.
Judge, this is the case of no more drama.
Thanks, Nick. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure what's going on with these people. All I know is she's agitated, he's upset, and I gotta sit down and figure out why.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Latricia Clay and Raymond Baptiste. The two of you have been together on and off for 5 years. You do have one child together, and you both have children from other relationships. You two are in a relationship. That relationship is ending, and Ms. Clay, you want $1,040 for 2 months of transitional support. We're going to talk about that momentarily, but before we do, Ms. Clay, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, I'm here today because Raymond rather play the video games than play with me. I cook, I clean, I pay the bills. You know what he told me, Your Honor? We can only have sex on special occasions and birthdays and holidays. Look at me. I am your special occasion. Look at these controllers. Look, Your Honor, look. Here go your controllers. Play with me. I'm your game. Play with me. This your game right here. Play with me. I even have
you see?
This is all he do. I'm done. I'm tired. This is all he do.
Mr. Baptiste, your woman is upset.
I hear that.
Do you play video games as much as she claims?
First of all, Your Honor, I'm a man of faith.
Uh-huh.
And I'm a proud member of the Black Men Don't Cheat Club.
How you a man of faith? How you a man of
And I
faith?
ain't got no
but you
time
got 2 kids
to be
out of wedlock.
sleeping around.
A man of faith, but he got 2 kids out of wedlock.
Why do I got 2 kids out of wedlock?
You remember Hurricane Harvey in Houston?
Why? Yeah,
Let me tell you, girl. We was flooded in. Guess what he was doing?
What was he doing?
Playing the game. I went live on YouTube. I see him playing the game. What the hell is a swindle nation? I'm tired. He's a grown-ass man playing a video game. That's what's wrong with society today. These men want to play video games and don't want to pay attention to what they supposed to pay attention. I cook, I clean. Any man will want me. I do everything that I'm supposed to do. Anything. Any man will want me. He complains that I cook too much. Who complains about a woman cooking too much, Your Honor?
Ms. Clay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Baptiste, let me ask you this.
Please ask me.
Do you play a lot of video games?
Yes, I do.
And how many hours a day do you play?
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I got this. I play about 7 hours, maybe.
A day?
Not every day.
Not every day.
Sometimes maybe 3.
Sometimes, but 3 to 7 a day. 3 to 7 a day. Do you work?
No, I don't work.
You don't work at all?
No.
You have no job?
I don't have no job.
Are you a
I'm
good
in
house
school.
husband?
I take all my bills paid. I pay all the bills. All the bills is paid.
Your Honor.
How do you pay the bills with no job?
I'm a
working.
veteran.
You know how you get subscribers.
Oh, you get veteran benefits. Hang on, let Mr. Baptiste talk. You get Ms. Clay. Ms. Clay, give me a minute. You get veterans benefits, right? Okay, and you're in school trying to get something together. Good for you. Right. Good for you. Now, are you contributing at home?
I contribute as much as I can. I do what I gotta do. Take care of the household. I take care of the children when they're there. I take care of them. You know what I mean? But she want me to be in a relationship and be her husband and all of this stuff. But I don't even see you. You be at the club. If you ain't at the club, you at the bingo hall. If you ain't at the bingo hall, you in the upside down. I ain't got time for these stranger things, Your Honor.
Now, Ms. Clay, are you out and about on the town?
Disappearing and
Your
stuff.
Honor, let me
Pull a
tell you
disappearing
something,
act.
Your Honor.
I ain't got time.
Let me tell you.
All she want to do is go to the club and shake her booty.
I got that. Are you going to the club and shaking your booty?
But you complain about a woman that's out and about, that's not working, kids that's dirty, kids that's not fed. You complain about that. You don't complain about somebody that's taking care of their responsibility.
Let me tell you
He's
something.
very disrespectful.
Let me say,
He's very disrespectful.
That's a lie.
Tell you how?
Tell me how.
Let me tell you, Your Honor. He's so disrespectful. One time he told me that he got his friend coming from barber school. He got his friend coming from barber school coming to stay with him. Your Honor, he got his pregnant barber school friend staying on the couch.
His pregnant barber school
friend playing on the couch. Is that your baby?
No,
is that your baby?
No,
I don't know. Why she sleeping
Mr.
next to him on the couch?
Who's sleeping on the couch?
Man, this is my friend from school.
Friend from school.
Friend from school.
How good of friends are ya?
We ain't doing that.
Exactly.
First of all, like I said, I ain't doing none of that. Somebody asked me for help, and I extended a helping hand. Just like when she needed help, I extended a helping hand out to you when you wanted it.
I always need help because you're not giving me what I need, Raymond.
When you disappear, then you come back and be like, I need you to come and help me. I'm down on my luck. Okay, come on.
Ms. Clay, how old is the baby you have together?
She's 1.
She's 1.
And you know what he said about her?
What did he say?
That ain't his baby because she look like a Hispanic.
Stop.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
What does a Hispanic look like? Baby comes in all different shape, form, and sizes. You can't tell me nothing. It can be a crispy baby, and that can be his baby over there, but it got a little color on it. I'm just saying.
Okay, let me tell you.
I'm just saying. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Don't pull Nick into it.
I'm sorry, Nick.
Hey, that's a beautiful baby.
Look at that. Okay.
Do you really believe that baby's not yours?
Look at that hair.
Look at that hair. Look at this hair.
We have coarse hair, very curly hair. Where's the curls at? I need a BB. One BB to show me now. I want one little roll. I need some BBs to start showing so I can say,
But
okay.
you don't believe it's somebody else's, do you? You know that baby's yours,
okay,
right?
Let me tell you what, Judge. During Hurricane Harvey, what she talk about? She
Right.
went MIA, ghost, underground, couldn't find her, calling her, couldn't find her.
Now, who was in the hurricane, you or her?
We both was, you know, it was in Houston, came through, Harvey came through this town and tore our town up. And at this time, she was nowhere to be found. So I'm calling. She would call every now and again. Oh, I don't got no signal on my phone right now. I can't
Well, there was a hurricane.
Exactly. You on the game.
Okay.
You acted so
But I'm on the
concerned, but you
game.
didn't worry
I'm on the
about
game.
your-
My
you
game
didn't worry
system
about your
working, but why
family.
your phone don't work, though?
It was a hurricane.
Yeah, a hurricane.
Hey, we gotta pull it in. We gotta pull it in. Did she call you and tell you that she was in labor getting ready to have a baby?
No, ma'am, she did not.
She didn't mention it?
Nope.
I called him, but
I met the baby. I met the baby when the baby was already 3-4 months old already. This your baby.
What did you two get into it about?
Actually, let me tell you something. We got into it because on March, I don't know the date, but he called me crying saying my mother passed. May she rest in heaven. His mother passed.
Mr. Batiste,
his mother
one
passed,
more time and you're sitting down.
His mother passed, and I was like, I'm here for you. I got your back, right? I asked him, because his mother lives in New Orleans. I said, do you want me to go with you? I got your back. I'm here for you. You know what he tells me? Well, about that, I asked my ex-girlfriend to go with me to the funeral.
Did you ask an ex to go with you to the funeral?
She's telling half the story. See, we weren't even together all the way. We was in communication mode at this time because of what happened in the storm situation.
So I'm still not quite sure why he wasn't there for the birth of the baby.
Because she was MIA. You was not there. You wouldn't call me. You didn't text me. You ain't do
deep
none of
down
that.
in your heart, you know that's your baby. Why you wasn't there? No matter how much somebody ignore you, you know I'm having a baby. You be
First
at
of
the
all,
hospital.
I didn't even know she was pregnant.
For the whole 9 months?
She be gone. She be MIA. We getting an argument.
I was really
Miss Clay, is it true that you were missing during a large section of your pregnancy?
No, ma'am.
That's
Not the full 8 months. Maybe
gone,
like
fam.
a couple of months.
In and out. It was in and out.
Excuse me, where did you go? What did you do?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I probably was at the bingo hall winning some money.
Magician,
or something.
David Blaine.
I play bingo, but
David Blaine.
I don't know, but I wasn't doing anything that I wasn't supposed to be doing. I love this man.
Right. Hey, did she call you and tell you that she was in labor getting ready to have a baby?
No, ma'am, she did not.
She didn't mention it?
Nope.
I called him, but
I met the baby. I met the baby when the baby was already 3-4 months old already. This your baby.
After the fact, you know.
But so you didn't even call him until after you had the baby?
Well, at the time, right now, I can't remember, Your Honor.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
bet
just
you
going to
can.
sit there like it's been a long time.
Amnesia.
I
That's
can't
her middle
remember.
name. That's what I
but
call
I
her,
did
amnesia.
tell him. I did
Trisha
do my
Amnesia
part
Clay.
and tell him.
But you can't be mad at him for not attending a birth he was unaware of.
Didn't even know you was pregnant. You know what I mean? She a healthy lady, so I can't tell. I'm not going to be sitting there every day like, you look pregnant today, baby.
Mr. Batiste, you believe that she cheats both with men and women. Tell me why you believe that.
Okay, first of all, I see her every time she's on her Snapchat. Let's talk about this Snapchat and this dating sites that I caught her on.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't even try it. So I'm looking at her phone, you know what I'm saying? I see her phone, she getting the app, little notifications. I can't get in her phone, so I can see that it's from a dating site. So I go and create a dating site myself. The same one that she on.
Oh,
so you can see what she's doing.
No.
The same exact time I got on there. As soon as I was finished creating my profile, she sent me a message in my inbox. Talking about, what you doing on here? I said, girl, hush. You got some nerve. You up in here with you all on the pictures like, and all that crazy stuff. And I'm supposed to be like, okay, no, man.
Now, Ms. Clay, now hush.
Yeah.
Ms. Clay,
so we get up
were you on a dating site?
I was, but let me tell you why.
It wasn't old. It wasn't old.
Let me tell you something.
How you currently online?
We broke up at the time. So guess what? I'm a free agent. So if I'm on the dating site, I'm a free agent. What you doing on here? Don't tell me.
I was a free agent too, obviously, right?
Don't tell me you was on there just to look for me. His thing.
But you were single because you were a free agent.
Yes,
Okay.
So don't get mad at me because I'm on the dating website.
How about this then? Okay, that don't work. How about all of her social media and all of that stuff? Twerking. Let me show you something. Let me show you this video. Rick Ross, yeah, look at that. Well, go ahead. Look at it. All the boobies all out. And just everything.
That's you?
Okay, so when we started talking, then when we went back to the club, what would you see you next time? And what VIP section with who? R. Kelly?
Well, let's keep moving.
So my thing, I'm starting to think that she just a groupie. Like, that's what she do.
Right.
She like to go out every...
So let me ask you this.
She got a date for Monday. She got a place to go Monday, Tuesday.
Hey, right now, currently, are you living together? Do you go out so much because you don't get attention from him, or do you not get attention from him because you go out so much?
No, the first thing you said, Your Honor.
No. Currently, she's staying with me now because she just came back from her invisible place she
It's
be going
because
to.
he still got the pregnant roommate sleeping on his couch right next to him. Raymond doesn't sleep in his own bed because he has PTSD, so he stays up late at night playing the video game. I guess that's how he deal with it. He chews on flour, smokes weed all day, and that's how he deals with it. So no. But if he get rid of the pregnant girl, we could talk about something. But no, I'm done. Because you don't.
Are you truly just a friend?
I'm truly. That's all I am to her. That's all I am. We have never communicated or talked to like anyway in that manner.
Communicated? She in your house?
I'm talking about how much business. You didn't let me finish my statement.
She on your couch.
I was about to say communicated
She need to get to the couch and sit next to him.
Do you go out so much because you don't get attention from him, or do you not get attention from him because you go out so much?
No, the first thing you said, Your Honor.
No.
I try to find my happiness. He knows what I've been through. He knows my past. That's the way that I try to release what happened to me. I just go out and try.
Would you care to share a little bit about what you're talking about, what you've been through?
I have been sexually abused by my family member, and I've been in foster care all my life. I've been in 30 different foster homes and shelters. And so I try to cope. I try to find something to do so I don't have to think about that, and he knows that. So I do go out, and I'm trying to seek help because I do go out a lot. But I've been on my job for 7 years. I still take care of the things that I'm supposed to take care of, even though, I've been through what I've been through. And I said I'll never let my kids experience what I've experienced. So,
what are you doing as her man to work with that?
When she looking for me, guess where I'm at? Sitting on my couch playing the game. When she called me, guess where I'm at my house. Answering phone calls.
Sometimes he don't answer the phone because he's live on the game.
Okay.
How involved are you with that baby?
I take when I see her and I'm able to find her and locate where they at. Like when she's not with me, I don't know where she's staying at. I really don't have no clue. She will not tell me where you staying before this. You won't tell me.
Go to a family member.
She's beautiful.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's my baby.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. And this is my thing, like. Even if, like, talking about DNA and getting DNA tests and all of this stuff to prove, get the fact, but my thing is that little girl right there don't have no daddy there. I don't see it, because if it's not mine, then where's the daddy at? If the daddy not there, I'm going to be the daddy. I'll be there for the little girl, because I don't want another little girl to grow up in this world without, going through stuff that she went through.
That baby needs love from a man, and they take care.
Exactly my point.
It doesn't matter what the biology is. You wanted transitional support. I just want to give you support. And I want to talk to you about what you're doing, and I want to talk to you about what you're doing, because I like, as loud and as crackling as you people are, I think I really like you. I really think you're good people. And as messy and jacked up as this relationship is, I still think it has great value. But you're two broken people, and you're not connecting in the right way to make you whole, Miss Clay. I am so sorry. On behalf of a society that did not give you the childhood that you deserved, on behalf of a system that could not give you the security that you were entitled to, that's number one. Two, you are beautiful, and you made it over that hump. You got out of that without having fallen into a lot of different cracks that you fell into. I want you to have so much more than that. And what I want to do is have you start here, and we're going to try to hook you up with some counseling somewhere, because you have the right to have that addressed. And people who have gone through that much can't just fix it. It's not just, well, pull yourself together, young lady. Get over it. It's done now. You have the right to lean against something and get help for that. And I want, if you hear nothing else, don't do it for you, do it for your daughter. Mr. Batiste. Your core is good. No one says that about, I don't want no DNA, because I'm going to defend her anyway, if your core is not good. I don't know what you've been through. You talking about the PTSD? I bet that's there. I've had a couple of guys come in here who play games specifically because for hours on end, that's their diagnosis, and that's the way they cope. I don't know if that's what happened to you, but I want you to go and get counseling too, because I think you're a great dude. You in school, and you loving people. That's what you're doing. And you were in the Navy. Great dude. You deserve a round of applause for that. You really do. I think you two are interesting, fascinating people. What we got to do is to get these two tornadoes turning in the same. We got one typhoon and one tornado. We got to get all the wind blowing in one direction. And that's what I'm going to try to get for you today, a start to turn that wind in one direction. And you would like that, wouldn't you? Because you're two good people. And I wish you the best. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge, this is the case of blame it on the alcohol.
Thank you, Nick. You know, I'm always fascinated by couples who are together for years, and then after they get married, they separate right away. That's what happened here, and I'm gonna figure out why.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Muriel Preston and Akemba Counsel. The two of you have been together on and off for 7 years, married for 1 year. You do not have any children together. Mr. Counsel is seeking $1,550 from Ms. Preston for a variety of things. We will get to that momentarily, but first I'm going to start with you, Ms. Preston. Why don't you tell me a bit about this relationship and why we're here today?
Well, I asked God to bring me a husband, and he brought me a liar and a cheater. After we got married, it's been a whole year of hell. So everything broke loose. The reason why I think he cheated, and I'm pretty sure he did, and he's not gonna hold up to it, is because one day, 3 weeks into our marriage, into being in his house, he kicks me and my kids out. So he throws us clean out on the street, and we leave and we go to Virginia. And I take all my stuff with me, and then his mom calls me, and she said, you know, you should come back down and see if you can work it out. I showed up at his apartment. He was at work, and he left his door unlocked. And so I started, searching around, shoveling around, and I look up under the couch, and it's 5 condoms under the couch. 3 condoms that were magnums, and 2 of them was like fruity condoms that you use for oral sex. So he tells me...
I learned so much on this show that I, really ought not know. It's so much. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I asked him, I said, what's this about? When he came home, I was waiting there for him. And I said, so what's this about? And he told me, well, I use those for a fifi. I didn't know what a fifi was. And he told me a fifi is when you put lotion into a condom and you use it for masturbation.
I didn't know.
And I was like,
another thing I didn't know. Nick didn't know that.
I was like, what?
I'm gonna Google that, Mr. Counsel. I'm gonna see if there's really such a thing as a fifi. I was just saying. But I'm gonna let Mr. Counsel respond. Is that what happened, or do you have a different version of those events?
Yes, that is what happened. Well, when she came down after we got married, she
totally try to control everything. Like, and yeah, I left my door unlocked because I was working at the place that I, live at, I'm a maintenance tech, maintenance supervisor at the time, so I left my door unlocked. So, like, when I'm on call, I just go right back home. So I come in there, she didn't leave the condoms there, nothing like that. No, she ripped all of them up and had them right there on my table.
Right.
But when she came there, she tried to control me, everything.
Give me some examples of some of the things that she did that were controlling.
Oh, she breaks in my email uncontrollably. She goes on Facebook. I don't even have my password to my other Facebook, but she does. And she calls me on Facebook from my other Facebook page. Then she goes through my Google, look down everything, and there's things that she finds that's really, really old, and she just come up and, yo, you gotta do this way, you gotta do it like that, like, yo.
Give me some examples. You gotta do what?
How? Like, count the money again after we had the rent. Like, we counted it 3 times one night. And right before we paid the rent the next day, I got paid, so all we needed was like $20 more. Count it again, so what's somebody gonna do? Come in the house and steal $20 to $40 and leave the $70? Huh?
Now, Miss Preston, did you get married to this man and lose your mind and decided you had to control the entire affair?
The only thing that I controlled was the bills, because he act like paying the bills days later is okay. I like to pay bills before the time or on time. He like to get the late fee, and then we got to be worried about whether we got somewhere to stay. We got to be worried about whether we got electricity or water, because
not like we don't want to get kicked out. I work there.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Who's getting eviction notices on the door?
Now, Miss Preston, I want you to take a moment.
Oh, my God.
Open your mind wide like a prairie. Once you did marry him, did you try to just hang on to the...
Yes, she did.
Now, that's one thing. You interrupting a judge, I know you interrupting your man. That never works out.
I'm sorry.
Try to hang on and manage everything from A to B to C. Just step back from what you did and think about it. Did you?
No, I did not. I tried to cater to him and be good to him, but him and his ways, he didn't want that. He still wanted the bachelor life. He wanted...
Tell me what things he did that indicated that he still wanted a bachelor life.
He was still drinking all the time. He would get drinks like back to back to back. No, he was getting drunk to the point of no return.
She'll buy it.
You would see him. No, I won't buy any drinks.
Hang on.
He was using his paychecks and to buy all these drinks, getting backed up on his bills and everything. He wanted a bachelor life. He didn't care about having a family. He didn't care about having us there. He didn't want to secure me. He didn't want to secure the boys. You know,
I understand what you're saying. Mr. Counsel,
get 55-inch TV the first day.
First thing she did?
Boom, TV. I had to.
Oh my God. You is lying.
You
gonna
What's the first thing you did was go buy a big TV?
No,
that was my
the kids
TV.
was playing on the video
they
game,
broke it?
and they made a mistake and broke
The first day.
It wasn't on purpose. It ain't like somebody said bam and hit the TV.
I got you. Mr. Counsel, let me ask you this. Do you drink a lot?
Yeah, I do.
Miss Preston, are you working the man to death in the bed?
Look, when we was first together for a year and a half, we had sex all the time.
I was young.
No, you wasn't. No, you wasn't.
Does your drinking or whatever else you're doing recreationally impede on your ability to pay bills?
No, it doesn't. But I come home, I gotta come off of work,
right,
and then go back to work again because she wants some sex, and that's every day. That's every day. That's every day. And if I don't do it, we get in an argument. She won't feed me. I come in the house one day, it smell like good steak and everything. Like, I'm like, man, I'm about to eat. And like, yo, I go in the kitchen, it's nothing in there. I go in the oven, it's nothing in there. I'm like, damn, where all the food go? She was like, oh, I made sure there's plenty of sandwich meat in there for you.
So they ate the good meal and left you with a sandwich?
Yeah, but I had to fix a sandwich because of her.
Yeah.
She said, "Oh, you don't get treated right because you don't get treated right if you don't do right."
Doing that sex. Now, let me, Mr. Counselor, let me ask you this, as gently as possible. A wife asking for sex is usually a good thing, right? Right.
No.
But I'm open to whatever your inclinations
it's not
are.
the basic sex, Your Honor. It has to go on for hours.
We used to be like that. We used to be like that.
1 10-minute period, then we take a break,
We
and
took
then
breaks.
I be
I
watching
fed him
TV,
during
then
the
she be
break.
like, "Can we
I
have
give him
sex
water
again?" I'm
during
like,
the break.
"God dang!" I'm like,
He got
Miss Preston, are you working the man to death in the bed?
Look, when we was first together for a year and a half, we had sex all the time.
I was young.
No, you wasn't. You know you wasn't. We did it back to back to back to back. We'll take breaks in between. I will feed him. I will go cook something up real nice.
And go
give him
right
some
back at
water, you know, get him all nourished up.
That's the only time
and then
I
we'll
get
go
fed,
right back.
when I'm butt naked locked in the room. That's the only time.
No. When
She'll
he
have my
create
clothes.
chaos,
She'll
that's
have my
when he don't
clothes,
get
won't
fed.
wash them. Like, man, I ain't got nothing to wear.
Oh, you's a
Well,
lie.
look like you ain't going nowhere today.
You is a lie.
And I know what that means. Have sex.
Mr. Counsel, when you put her out after 3 weeks, what specifically was the thing that made you ask her to leave?
Oh, because she was controlling everything. Like, yo, she wasn't paying no bills. She come there like, we're gonna pay this right now. We're gonna do this right now. And then she just was, I didn't know, like, yo, she's the sweetest thing in the world, but she turned into the devil.
Do you pay bills late so you have to pay a late fee and all that?
Like they was gonna kick me out. I was the maintenance supervisor.
Yeah, but you know the late fee is stupid tax.
Yeah,
right?
but my boss, she'll do it. She'll charge me the late fee, but then it'll be right back on my check. Like, yo, it was. And then she was like, "You better stop before I evict you for real." I was like, "Yeah, right."
Right. So why would I let him
why
pay
take
late?
fate like that?
Cause I know she wasn't gonna do it.
But she was
ain't
on
nobody
the
stuff gonna
verge.
get fixed if you kick me out. I was the only one working there. Everybody else quit. So you gonna kick me out, and then where I'm gonna go at? Back to work after you kick me out?
When you broke into all of his electronics, did you find that he was doing something inappropriate?
Yes, I did.
What was he doing in there?
He was asking people, could he, you know, they.
No.
And he said that.
No. Somebody hacked my phone. 'Cause I lost.
Here's today's viewer question. How do I turn down a friend request from my boyfriend's mom? Share your thoughts online and stay tuned for Judge Lynn's answer.
What did you find?
Okay, so he was text messaging somebody back and forth, not knowing that I had got into his little social app. So I'm in there and I'm looking, and this was recent. This won't like later on.
What was he doing in there?
He was asking people, could he, you know, they.
No.
And he said that.
No.
He said that.
Before she even
they
found
broke
that,
into there.
somebody hacked my phone. 'Cause I lost.
Let me explain.
Hold on.
Somebody hacked your phone.
Look, and I told her before she even broke in that. She was like, "Why'd you on that?" Because I'm telling people this is not me. You know what I mean? This is not me. But there, one time, I did, you know, I didn't ask the girl like that. I was gonna see if she was gonna come for real. But I gave her the address across the street. I sent her across the street to my homeboy because, like, yo, me and him were beefing at the time, so I sent him over there.
Lying.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Like you send a prank pizza to somebody or something. You just sent a prank woman.
Can I see it?
I got you.
Can I tell you the real story?
Miss Preston, why don't you tell me your version of that event?
Okay, so when I checked into this email that he was sending to this female, right? He sends a picture of himself in the same bedroom I was staying at his
You gotta make
house.
the prank good.
No, he was sent a picture of himself and in the same bed with the backdrop and everything.
But was
and
it a
telling
nude pic?
No, it wasn't a nude pic, but the address of his mama was up there. His
No, it wasn't. It was
real
across the
address was
street.
up there. Then they get missing. So it's a time frame in between that was missing. And then next, a text message the next day is, can we do it again?
No, she lying.
No, that's the truth. Can we do it again? I sent him money. I sent him $50 because he said, I ain't got no money. I need to get on a bus. And I was like, all right. So I sent him $50. Now, this girl said she needed gas money in order to come and get him. He had to use my $50 to go over there because he got missing for 2 days. I called him back to back to back.
So $50 gonna last me for 2 days?
Yeah, all you needed was for that one time of getting to her house.
Okay, now my understanding is that you say that he's abusive.
Yeah, he's verbally
and that he's
abusive.
verbally abusive when he's drunk.
Yes.
And that you have brought evidence thereof.
Yes, audio.
I would like to hear it then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, your clothes in the city dump, and that lawnmower in the city dump. There's nothing you can come back here for. All the TV's gone, everything. That. Everything I came with is gone. It's in the city dump. You think you gonna try to run and rule somebody?
Oh, it goes on long.
Certainly.
I can break my own stuff. I brought all of it.
No, we bought it together.
So you broke your own stuff?
Yeah, before she can get to do it.
What am I about to tell you that is?
Huh?
What am I about to tell you that is?
That's childish.
And that's the stupid tax.
Yeah,
you got to pay everybody
Yeah.
twice for something you only have once. Yeah.
Yep.
What was the final straw? What happened a week ago that brought you here?
He up and left. He just straight left. I did not know what was going on. He just called me on the phone, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm out here doing, my work orders. So then he got mad because I left him at the house and I went back to my mom's house with the kids. And I'm not bringing my kids to chaos. I'm not bringing them to that drunkenness.
Right.
So,
you get drunk with me.
No, but I don't be acting crazy. You be acting crazy.
But you both drunk. He's just a mean
right,
drunk.
He just a mean, crazy, verbally abusive drunk.
No, she verbally abusive. I got some evidence right here.
I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that next. Sometimes silence and inaction are the best answers you have.
If you have a question, submit it online with the hashtag AskJudgeLynn.
Divorce Court will be right back. Mr. Counselor, I want you to explain to me why you want $1,550 and what it is you have in your hand that you believe will support that claim. Now tell me what do you want the money for and why you think you should get it?
After I pay all the bills, Your Honor, she cut all the services off. Sure. While I'm in the house, she called the light people and everything.
Yep.
I'm looking at my phone. It's flickering on and off. Next thing I know, the whole phone number reset the Android man like this. She done cut the whole thing off.
Yep. I locked it all down.
Locked it all down. She said the water be off next. I'm watching TV and it says, your service, please call this number for your service. I'm like, yo, what's the word? And I just paid all this stuff.
Now, Miss Preston, this is some cold stuff. Are you ready, Nick?
I'm ready for it.
Muriel says the water will be turned off next week. He says, so you're going to do me like this after I paid all the bills? She says, and the water will be off tomorrow. And then the cable will be off the next day. How? I'm still here. So I'm supposed to be homeless in a city, know nothing about divorce papers next week.
Your Honor, I was concerned about me having something to drink and everything. You know what my mama told me to do? She said she's probably gonna cut it off for real. Go in the bathroom and run the water in the tub so when you gotta use the bathroom. I was like, yo, this is
crazy. Yeah, just get ready.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Because she did it for real.
Yeah.
I did.
I called the...
So did you cut off services that he had already paid for?
Yes, I cut off everything, but we jointly paid for a lot of stuff, so he can stop lying on that.
We won't jointly there. You was gone.
I left because
Do you
of the
have any
craziness.
of the utility bills? Anything? You want two cell phone bills two cell phones that she broke?
Yeah.
Oh,
she threw it out the window. I'm lucky I add the PlayStation because they durable. She threw that off the window. I watched it bounce, but it came back on.
The PlayStation lasted.
Do you have any bills, any kind of receipts, anything to show me? Help me out.
No, I don't have.
Yeah, because I see ain't nothing on the table, but okay.
But she
Let me say this. Let me say this. You weren't ready to get married. Taking on a wife and 4 kids is a big job. I think you two had a good time together. Great sex. Y'all get lit up, drunk, and that you thought, oh, this is a good situation, but you weren't ready to do the married thing. You didn't think it through. I think it's good that you separate. I hope you remain friends. No extracurricular sex. Women do that a lot. I don't know why. No extracurricular sex. Mr. Counselor, you are a hoot. And I think you're both fabulous people. You're a fabulous woman. And I think you'll both find other people to love. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, you admitted it. You're a drinker. All right, we're gonna cut back on the alcohol a little bit or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut back. She gotta stop buying it, though.
Shoot, he be buying more than I be buying. So he gotta stop drinking, period.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you guys.
All right.
Judge, today's case is what are you doing?
She says he has anger issues. She says she thinks he's gay, but she's been with him for 5 years. I don't know what to tell you.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Gabrielle Buffington and Joseph Sanders. The two of you have been together for 5 years. You're 26 and 28. You don't have any children together, and neither one of you have any children from previous relationships. You don't want to be together anymore. Ms. Buffington, you are suing Mr. Sanders for $3,000 for a windshield because you say he threw a chair through the windshield of your car. Mr. Sanders, you are countersuing Ms. Buffington because you say she bleached your clothes after an argument. So we're going to get to that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Buffington, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, I'm in love with a guy that loves guys. I had a stranger at the beginning of my relationship. I had a stranger that came, knocked on my people door and said, hey, he was trying to warn me that Joseph was gay and he had a mental issue, but I didn't believe him.
And he had a what issue?
A mental issue, like something wrong with his brain. And I didn't believe him because he was perfectly sane to me, you know?
That wasn't it. That wasn't it. No, that wasn't it.
What do you say happened?
Nah, that wasn't it. That guy, no. That guy ain't come there for that. The truth
What did that guy come there for?
The guy came there because of a previous ex. The ex was stalking. And she sent the guy to her door.
Yeah.
So the ex sent her cousin to her door to put stuff in her people's ear to try to make her not
Your Honor.
fool with me no more. But she took it and then she ran with it.
I don't know who did what to whom.
Your Honor.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm just breaking it down to you.
Hang on.
So see, that guy, he ain't come there for to say none of that.
Right.
He ain't come there for that.
He came.
See what I'm saying? He might have said that, but this what I'm trying to tell you.
He's just trying to start trouble.
He was trying to start confusion because the ex was like, hey, cuz, I know where they at. Go over here.
Go ahead.
And he went,
Your
I wasn't
Honor.
there.
And
he
get in
went
her
to the
ear,
door.
I'll get to you.
Right, and then he went to that's what happened. You see what I'm saying? But he couldn't even put no stamp on that. Because, you know, the female love me. I don't know nothing about that right there she talking about.
Okay.
Because I apply pressure.
The women love you?
You can see she here right now.
Okay.
You know.
Well, we know she loves you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I can't.
Ms. Buffington, what do you have to say?
Your Honor, me and him was making love one day, and he called me daddy. And I'm like, hold up, wait, I'm a girl. You know, you don't call me daddy.
Did you call her daddy during
She don't know what I said.
She
just been building that since I done fell back off of her. You know what I'm saying? You know how they gotta have some kind of scenario when they getting their feelings and y'all on bad terms or something. I don't know where that come from, that story. She always
So she's
said,
making it up.
Even if I did, what the problem?
You call me daddy,
She
but
feel
I'm a
like
girl.
something. She feel like something. I mean, at least I ain't call you another female or nothing like that.
Right.
You know
Now some other woman's name.
I mean, I don't.
And then I go in his phone and I found buku apps. He talking and trying to engage in relations with transgender men.
That's somebody was in my phone, used my phone, Your Honor. I got.
Your
look,
Honor,
let me
I have
tell you.
evidence. I have
Let me tell you.
evidence.
Even
May you
if,
get this, sir, please?
let me tell you something.
Thank you.
Even if
Thank you.
Even if that's true, It don't matter.
Even if that's true, it doesn't matter
It don't matter because let me tell you something. People, you can't control what people see you. You can't control what type of people talk to you or what type of people try to engage with you.
So whoever's hitting on you doesn't mean that you want to hit on the back.
Ain't got nothing to do with me. You can't control. It's 2020. You can't control what people. This not 1979.
In every conversation,
we in 2020.
He wrote those men. He said, "Hey, beautiful" to those guys.
You see?
He said, "Hey, you're my soulmate" to those guys. It's not like they're writing him. He's going out the way to write them.
That's what I'm saying,
yes,
though.
He is.
That's what I'm saying. You can't control who.
Could you give that to Mr. Sanders? I was too distraught to look at it.
So I'm like,
huh? You do not.
You already know that. So yeah, so you know. So
look at it.
I'm seeing it. I seen it. I know what this is.
Cause you wrote it.
Yeah. So.
Was that you in the mirror?
Yeah, that's me.
Why do people do that?
I don't know.
How you have to? No, you did it. So tell me why.
Oh, I don't know.
It doesn't have anything gay and not gay, but you naked.
Yeah.
What? What?
I don't know why people do that. I mean, they ask for stuff and people.
And you sent it.
Rescind it how they want to rescind it.
So, guy.
I understand we have your mother, Mrs. Buffington, the other by phone. Chantel Buffington, are you there? By Skype, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Buffington, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. There's a little delay. What do you want me to tell? What do you want to tell me about this relationship?
This relationship is very unhealthy. It's toxic. It's dysfunctional. Joe can be very disrespectful. That's why he's not welcome in my home. He's not a stand-up type dude. What man that claims to love a woman will have her sleeping in a vehicle in the cold, in the snow, in the rain, when she has a family, she has somewhere to be warm and secure and safe. And she needs to know that she deserves more. She's worth more. And she's going to always have that in me.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Buffington. I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Sanders.
Exactly.
Your response to that would be what?
Exactly. I mean, that was beautiful. But the point of it is, you got a daughter, right?
No.
No, I'm talking about her. I ain't talking about you. I ain't talking about you. I ain't talking about you. I don't know what you got now, Lynn. I don't know what you got now.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
You got a daughter, right? Now, you just spoke about how your daughter deserved this and that. You got a house, right? If you're somebody, you get your daughter with somebody, and you got a house, and they tell your daughter, hey, why don't you go home? I'm going to go over yonder. And your daughter insists on saying, no, I'm just going to stay with you and do what I got to do.
A man is going to say no.
So hold on. Right then, your daughter made the decision to go through the struggle and not do what you're talking about. You take what you take in your body. Nobody make you eat what you eat.
Mr. Sanders, I caught about a third of that.
You feel what I'm saying?
No, actually, I don't.
If you got a house and you don't want to go to it, ain't nobody forcing you not to go to it. If you want to sleep in the cold,
I got you, Mr. Sanders. I got you now. I got you now, Mr. Sanders.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
His point succinctly is, I didn't make you stay in the car. You could have gone home to your mama if you want to. What is your response to that?
Okay, so you could have went inside. That's even worse.
Mr. Sanders, please contain yourself.
He didn't like being outside of my mom's house, so he had us sleeping outside of a hotel in the freezing, ice outside and everything. He didn't want to go nowhere else. He was, baby, I want to spend all night with you. No, I don't want to go nowhere else, because he was trying to keep up with me. He wanted to know everything I was doing. So therefore, okay, I cook. I'm going inside my mom's house to cook and bring you food. I'm going in her house bringing buckets of water with towel and soap so you can wash yourself.
Be quiet and let her speak.
You can wash yourself. Yeah, I made that choice to do that with him because you said you loved me and you was going to die with me. So if I'm going to go through a struggle, I'm going to go through it with my future husband.
So what she's saying, hush. What she's saying is this. I didn't go to my mama's because I picked you over her. That's what she's saying. I picked you over her.
Okay. My point. Her mother don't get that. You looking at it like...
I got that. I understood what she said.
But she's explaining it as if
you too caught up in that. Let's leave that alone.
Unhealthy for her to do. I didn't make anything. You have a choice.
I got that part.
Remind you, I do everything on my own.
Oh, be quiet, Mr. Sanders. Be quiet, Mr. Sanders.
I don't make noise.
Be quiet, Mr. Sanders.
Just like
I got you.
same thing.
I got you.
So
your
I bought,
problem is you don't know when to stop.
But I bought the
only have
speaker.
a certain period of time.
I feel you, but I bought the speaker because I want
Get
it.
out. Right now, get out. You say he doesn't think before he does things, and you have an example that you had $13 to your name, and my man went out and bought a Bluetooth speaker. Tell me about that.
Mind you, we had paid our rent, we paid our bills. He get paid every day, but at the beginning of the day, we had $13. He came home, he had $16, let's be honest. He had $16. He came home with a Bluetooth speaker. I'm like, hey, where's the $13? We could have got red beans and rice, cornbread, and a pack of chicken. Pack of chicken for 2 people, like, no more than $5. So we could have made a meal. He got mad. Man, this $13. This $13. What we gonna do with $13? I said, it could have been in eat or gas money or anything. But he bought a Bluetooth speaker.
Mr. Sanders, what do you have to say about that?
Can I speak, please, Your Honor? I'm asking.
You want to be smart? I just asked you a question, so what do you think?
I don't want to talk and then I get cut, you know what I'm saying? So I had $13. I work every day. I needed music for the job. That's what keep me going through. I ain't worried about food. I come up from nothing. I come from fortunate, non-fortunate. I ain't worried about how I eat. Mine's gonna eat. In my house, we don't get food. I don't care if we got $2 left. Period. That's something she should never worry about. Shouldn't have worried about it then, because guess what? I pay the bills. I take care of her. She don't go without nothing. I buy her clothes. I buy anything. She ain't have to work 6 months. I told her she ain't have to.
He made
you know
me
what I'm
stop
saying?
working.
I ain't make her. I said you ain't have to. You could have went. But you said, okay, you went along with that. So once you go along with that, that's cool.
Gotcha, Mr.
Just
Sanders.
like in the car.
It's accurate.
Just like
I got you.
Same thing.
I got you.
So
your problem is you don't know when to stop.
But I bought the
only have
speaker.
a certain period of time.
I feel you, but I bought the speaker because I want it.
Get out. Right now, get out. I don't know what it is. 10 years ago, I would have put up with that, but I can't take it no more. You turn 60 years old, your time is too precious. I don't know what's wrong with you, Miss Buffington. If my mama had, what are you doing in the car with this dude? He's got pictures over there. He's got his situation all out in the mirror, taking
When I
pictures,
met him-
talking to, dudes and this, that, and the other thing. And you about how he's going to be my future husband, and I'm not going to eat, and I'm going to stay in the car.
Like that at first.
I am talking.
I'm sorry.
What kind of sense does it make for you to stick with a dude that has thrown up so many red flags in your direction? How much sense does it make? What kind of sense does it make for you to stick with a dude that has thrown up so many red flags in your direction? How much sense does it make?
I give people the benefit of the doubt, and I believe anybody can change. I have a good heart. When I met him, I thought he was God sent, but I was tricked by the devil.
You believe he likes men?
No, I just started thinking that. I mean, other people told me and tried to warn me, but he never gave me proof. He never gave me...
But you showed me those pictures.
That's recent. That's like a month old. That's recent. That was the proof I needed to end the relationship.
So
it came from him.
are you ending the relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank God. So you want $3,000 because he put a chair through the window of your car. Tell me about that.
I was at his job, and he was telling me he worked at a tire shops, like around Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and he was telling me him and his boss made a decision to go to another location. I said, why didn't you communicate that with me? Because I'm waking up 3 o'clock in the morning driving you. I'm waking up for it. He get mad and say, I do what I want to do or whatever. He got out the passenger car side. I'm trying to talk to him, and every time we talk, he get the arguing. So he takes the chair they sit on and chunks it at my car windshield. And it could have broke. It just made a big old crack, and I had to get it repaired. But
how much was the repair cost?
Altogether, like $1,000 something. But
what you suing him for $3 grand for?
Cause he broke my my door as well. He took it and he was kicking it.
Excuse me, Judge. He wants to come back and apologize.
All right, let's see it.
There he is.
Mr. Sanders, you had something you want to say to me?
Yes, I apologize for the interruptions during your courtroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just explaining myself in court.
We understand. You know, Mr. Sanders, I understood what you were saying.
Yeah.
All 7 times that you said each thing that you said. You have to understand that repeating and getting increasingly aggressive does not convince anybody of a thing other than you're obnoxious or you cannot pay attention. One of those 2 things happens. I'm glad you could. The only reason I let you come back is she's looking for $3 grand from you. You're looking for $1,000 from her. If you're not here, all I hear is her side of the story, and bang, you don't have no money. I don't like to do that to people, even though people aren't respectful of me. You with me?
Okay.
All righty. So she said that you threw a car through her windshield and broke the door. Do you have a different version of that story?
I mean, I didn't break, I threw something, but I didn't actually break the windshield. I just damaged the door.
You were mad and you threw something. Now, do you have proof that he did actually break the windshield?
I have a receipt.
Let me see the receipt. First, let him see it, and then let me see it. Well, that was a quick look. Yeah. Somebody trying to get $3,000 from me, I'd be all up and down it.
I mean, I
wasn't much to see.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to know what this was for?
I mean, $3,000.
You probably had your girlfriend over here. Let's get a receipt and write this down. Mr. Sanders, you say she bleached your clothes. You tell me about that.
Well, we was already in an argument that day. So I go to light the cigarette. I go to the backyard. She in the house. I look. I see all this stuff down here in the mud. And in the rain, then it look like it's bleach. It smells. So I go back in there. I turn up. I'm like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Then I put $1,000, but I got good stuff. This ain't no shoe department or nothing.
It was good stuff.
Yeah,
like what kind of stuff? Give me an example.
Over 1,000. I'm talking about Jordan, Puma, RSX. No.
You had name brand stuff. Yeah. Did you tear up his stuff?
He had 5 pieces of clothing, you know.
See what I'm saying?
But I mean, the way prices goes, you can have 1 piece of clothing, 1,000. That's easy. Are you done with her? Mr. Sanders, are you done with her?
Oh, I'm straight.
You done?
Yeah, I'm good. Either way, I'm good.
It's time to roll.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we understand that?
Yes,
it's time to roll.
Right.
Here's what I got to say to you. You have to be an intelligent person. You have to be a person that is responsible for every decision that you make. When people show who they show, you have to take that for what it is. You got warned from the beginning. Then you went and looked through his social media. You found what you found, and you didn't still, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
you keep making the wrong mistake because no matter, you got 90 items of proof that this ain't work, but you love them a little bit, so you ignore them and you keep going. Women do that all the time. I don't know what's wrong with us. I really don't. If you see it ain't working, if you see it ain't cool, if he's taking you places you don't want to go, either emotionally, physically, or financially, you got to rock and roll. I couldn't be hungry and have a guy with Bluetooth. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. What do you want to say, Mr. Sanders?
So you talking to her, but what I'm supposed to do?
When I'm finished talking to her, I'll talk to you if you give me a chance. Now I'm talking to you. You're obnoxious and you're rude. And you should stop being obnoxious and rude. You want to interrupt me talking to her because you say, why aren't you talking to me? Had you stood there and had any sense, you would wait until I came around to you. $1,000 in favor of Miss Buffington, $1,000 in favor of Mr. Sanders, cancels each other out, and I'm gone. This matter is adjourned.
So are you really done?
Yeah, I'm finished. He has anger issues. He's very irresponsible. And a lot of people try to warn me, people that he knew, try to warn me that he was gay or whatever. Cause I think he's down low. I don't think he's bisexual. He wants a man. So it's just a wrap.
All right, so tell me how you're feeling after, speaking with Judge Lynn. She kind of lost patience with you there.
Oh, I'm good.
I mean, you're not sure what you want. I feel, want to stay, you want to go, you love her, do you not?
No, she don't want to stay, I just go. It's not nothing to think about. She wanted me to stay, I stay, but now I'm straight.
Follow us on Instagram for additional content from this case and preview our next all-new episode.
Judge, today's case, I scream, you scream.
They share a business, they share a home, they share a child, but he won't share his last name. Let's see if we can figure out why.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Cherie Hill and Brandon Harris. Ms. Hill and Mr. Harris, the two of you have been together for 9 years. You have one child together. Ms. Hill, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today?
Well, Judge, I'm here because I've been with this man for 9 years. I love him dearly. I'm trying to lock it down, though. I'm trying to change my last name to his and get some ice on this finger. And the only ice he wants to give me is ice cream, Judge. Okay?
Y'all own an ice cream truck, right?
Yes,
yeah,
we have our own
business.
We have our own ice cream truck business. 6 years ago, he gave me a promise ring, which is nice, but I'm trying to get an engagement ring. One day I wake up and I start getting all these congratulations. So I'm like, what's this for? You know, people congratulate me on an engagement. I'm like, well, when did this happen? I'm like, babe, did you know about this? He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, when did we get engaged? Oh, babe, you know, we've been engaged. I'm like, no, I would remember this. That's
a big deal. Yeah.
Right, that's something that a woman would remember. So I'm feeling robbed from an engagement.
Now, Mr. Harris, how did you two get engaged without her knowledge?
It was not like that, all right? I was speaking to a family member, maybe a couple of friends about, you know, I'm thinking like, yeah, she's the one. We've been together for a while, and I think I want to get engaged, and, you know, we want to get married. Well, you know, they decided, of course, to make it their business to put it out there for everybody else. So they jumped the gun on it, and, you know, it just got really misconstrued.
Yeah, and it got out in front of you.
Yeah, it got out in front of me. It was a little out of hand. You know,
but you got to give him credit. He was expressing some very good intentions. You know, that he was telling his people that he thinks you're the one.
I understand that, but when we're sitting at the dinner table and we're all like, yeah, Harris gang, you know, because that everyone has the same last name, they're like, ha, except for you. You know, the kids are like, ha, except for you, Mom, you know. It makes me feel some type of way. I want to be a part of the group, and they let me know that my last name is not the same.
I totally understand.
Right. Now, let me... What's the holdup on the marriage thing? Because he said he thinks you're the one. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I think so. And then there's sometimes where, you know.
Think so.
Yeah.
Well, tell me what's the hesitancy on your part?
Well, the hesitancy, it's more so it's a financial thing. I mean, Cherie's a great woman. We have fun together. You know, family and everybody loves her. But financially, sometimes, you know, I'm a man, I'm a provider, but being that we, you know, we have our own business or whatever, I like to think too, and, you know, three steps ahead of things.
Right.
Make sure we have a plan together and stuff. Whereas, you know, with Cherie, it's just like she really don't.
I've asked this man, we've had numerous conversations. I asked him about the timeline. At first, he used to say, oh, well, wait till, you know, we get the business going, wait till, you know, it's legal and everything. So I made sure that we did that. Call his father up so we could help out, get all the paperwork together, got that done. So we revisit the situation. Okay, babe.
Excuse me, that was more like I
revisit the situation.
You handle it.
I handle majority of the paperwork. Cherie is always down to go out to do any type of events. We have events or birthday parties, things of that nature. Cherie's always the first one in line to be there, you know, at the front of the show.
At the end of the day,
but at the end of the day,
legitimize the business.
no paperwork.
Yeah.
She's not helping
He said
with
that was one of the
paperwork,
reasons
invoices, none of this stuff.
He said that was one of the reasons why we weren't getting married, Judge. So
because you don't do enough paperwork?
Because it wasn't legal yet. Yeah, that was one of the reasons. So I made sure that we went ahead and legalized and everything. So I asked him, okay, well, what about, you know, getting married? So now he's saying that I recently was diagnosed with lupus. And so it can take a toll. Sometimes it was hard to get insurance. Insurance was hard. You know, it was high.
Yeah.
And so he has a fear that if we get married, that, you know, they combine the incomes, insurance will just be sky high, or that we won't be able to get it at all to cover my sickness. But I feel like that's just another excuse.
But you already have insurance.
Exactly. And when we get married...
So what is your real fear?
No, I mean, that's part of it, too. Just insurance is one part. But overall, it's just about being able to make sure that we can continue to provide for the business, make sure we have something to leave the children behind, and to make sure that, you know, we...
Well, you made a baby.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You made one.
Right.
So that obligation is there forever.
Well, right.
So why wait to get married?
At this point, like I said, when we made this agreement 5 or 6 years ago, when I talked about it and the family put it out there beforehand, we were going through a lot. We were trying to, you know, get stable, get ourselves credit together, things like that. And those are things I think are very important when it comes time to get married. You know, we're gonna get married, I wanna have this stuff in order. I know how many women would wanna marry a broke man? Like, you know.
So she's just not bringing in enough money. You're already committed to her forever. You know what I mean? If you separate, you're still gonna have to pay her child support. So why are you waiting for some economic threshold to be crossed in order to get married? I'm working on your behalf. You see this over here.
At this point, I just feel like he's coming with a lot of excuses because he once was married before, so I feel like he just doesn't want to go down that road again.
Can you be truthful about why you don't want to get married? Because the money situation doesn't make any sense.
It's not that I don't want to get married, but that is, to me, that is a huge thing. I mean, there's been situations with us finding out about her being sick, and there's been time where I may have hurt my back or something like that. And if I'm out of work for 2 or 3 weeks, that can be detrimental to a whole household, you know?
Yeah, but how is that more detrimental if you have a marriage license as opposed to the fact that you're living together and a baby and don't have a marriage license? How does that make the economic difficulty any more?
Well, you got me there, Judge. I don't know what to think of that.
These are questions I've been trying to get the answer to.
You know what I'm saying? You're already in one household, right?
Right.
So how would a marriage license make that economic difficulty more dire?
I feel like it would with everything that's going on.
Well, you know you're wrong. So let's just leave that alone. Let's stop talking about things that don't make sense.
We got into an argument, and guess what? I never did finish that night. Once I was able to shake him, I finished in 3 hours. And he said, that's because I helped you.
Tell me about her work ethic.
Like, okay, she'll come in and she'll do anything. If I ask her to do it, she'll come and help to do it or whatever. But it's a lot of things that she won't do on her own. Like, you know we have to do invoices at the end of the week. You know we have to schedule these things with parties and stuff. And if you see me out there and I'm doing extra work over here,
jump in and help me out.
I don't want to have to come to you and make the call and say, hey.
That's because this man has to micromanage everything. He can't just leave it up to me. He has to be over my shoulder watching everything I do. One of the times I got a temporary job, temporary delivery job. This man stops working at his event to come follow me to make sure that I'm delivering right. Every 5 minutes, he's calling me on the phone. I can't even follow my GPS, Your Honor, because he's calling me every 5 minutes to see, like, what are you doing?
Mr. Harris, did you go on a job to see if she was delivering right?
She had this,
oh, my goodness.
She had a, no, I remember that, too. She had a route. She was doing, like, a delivery route one time. And, anything that she's doing, I'm going to support her,
Okay.
She had a timeline. So I was just curious as to how she was doing on the timeline. And
that man pulled up on me in his truck to make sure that I was doing it right. And then we got into an argument, and guess what? I never did finish that night. Once I was able to shake him, I finished in 3 hours. And he said, that's because I helped you.
And there are a lot of things that she's good at. She is, it's a yin to my yang a lot of times, but it's certain things when it comes to mainly the business. And when it comes to the business, I know I can be, I'm be a little anal about it, and I want to make sure things are done correctly, but there'll be times when she'll just, other things, if I don't say anything to her, she doesn't just go and take care of it by herself.
Yeah. Are you not proactive about the things that need to happen in the business that puts him in a position of having to monitor how everything goes? Think about it.
No. I mean, for the most part, I do XYZ for the business, invoices, marketing, but I can forget certain things because I'm also a full-time student. I have to work full-time, and I do everything in the house. This man doesn't help around with no housework. He's not picking up the slack with the housework. He has what I call a magic drawer in our house. He opens up the drawer, everything is folded neatly and clean, okay? And so one day, he couldn't find any socks. So now he's running around the house, you know, ranting and raving, oh, I can't find any socks. Where the socks at? He goes to put on an undershirt. Can't find any undershirts. Like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. Where are all the white clothes at? Someone stole them. Because he goes from 0 to 100. So he literally was running around.
Somebody stole his underwear?
Someone stole his underwear in
I was being sarcastic.
No, he wasn't.
I was being sarcastic.
I was like, man, they're in the dryer. I show him the dryer. He looks like it's a foreign entity. Like, huh? Dryer?
No. Let me tell you, Judge. Let me tell you. The whole thing is, I've tried to help out in the house, but anything that I do in the house is never to her liking. You know, I can go in there and wash the dishes or something. This cup ain't clean. I could go. I washed clothes one time. Okay. I tried to wash clothes. You know, she was out one day. She was on the truck or whatever. So I'm like, I'll help out with some of the housework.
Right.
She got mad. I put a towel in there with some underwear. Oh my God, you should have seen her now.
He washed my undergarments with towels. I had to walk around with lifting drawers all day. Like, that's not acceptable. I can't do that. He knows how to wash clothes. He just refuses, and he uses that as an excuse on not to do housework. So if he doesn't put some type of timeline together, you know, to lock it down, I'm gonna have to go. And I'm gonna take my vehicle.
Did you hear that, Mr. Harris? What's your response to that? When did you get diagnosed with lupus?
On Christmas Eve of last year.
Okay. But you probably had it before then. You just
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, you just didn't know. Yeah, that could explain a few things.
And it does.
Because lupus will mess with you in all different ways, shape, and form.
Yeah, and I'm
kill
very
your energy, all of that.
It does.
Right.
It makes me forget sometimes. I'm on new medication,
Right.
and so my body has to get used to it. I'm tired a lot, and it's like he just sees me going. He fails to realize that sometimes, like, I can't. And it's like he's very supportive of it, but I feel like he doesn't fully understand.
Doesn't get how it feels.
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't. I would have to empathize with that. I mean, I don't know exactly how it would feel. But the thing is, this is why I work so hard with the business and stuff, because we're not getting any younger here.
You got a 6-month at home?
6-year-old.
6-year-old at home. Any more kids at home?
Yes, we have a son who lives there.
He's 12 as well.
He's 12.
Who's doing the primary parenting?
Me.
Is that true?
We both are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she does a little more than me, but we both are.
Yeah. Me, I do the housework. I help them with the homework and stuff like that. I mean, he's there and he supports me.
And you're going to school?
And I go to school, yes.
I'm trying to hear you, but I just don't see what she's not really doing.
I just want her to be able to come up with something. If she's not going to go all the way in with this business and maybe just take over some of these roles, because I'm doing everything by myself, and it takes away from me being a father, being a potential husband at home, too. It takes away when I'm out here from 7:30 in the morning. I don't get home till 10:30 at night doing every little thing that goes on with the business.
So she needs to take on more of the business, even though she's the primary caregiver at home and does the cooking and the cleaning and going to school and got lupus, but you need help with the accounts?
No, we share with the house. I mean, with the kids, we share a lot more. I may not do as much of the housework because she'll complain about that, but we share. I take part in the cooking. I take the kids, to baseball practice, to the games.
Just recently, since he found out that he has celiac disease and he cannot eat gluten, just recently he started cooking, and that's because he can't eat out anymore. And so he has to. And so, and that's not even like he's cooking all the time. I think he's made like 3 meals.
She'll cook more so for me. But when it comes to the kids, I take more part, with them, with the kids.
Yeah, I got you.
He's a good father.
You want $1,000 for 2 car payments. Tell me about that.
Well, because at this point, I just feel like he doesn't want to get married. He's giving me excuse after excuse, and like you said, they don't make any sense. They don't make any sense to me. So if he doesn't put some type of timeline together, to lock it down, I'm gonna have to go. And I'm gonna take my vehicle.
Did you hear that, Mr. Harris? What's your response to that?
I don't want her to go anywhere. I just want her to step up. That's my main thing. I want you to step up with me with the business a little bit while you're able to.
I don't know how much more I can step up, because when he asks for something, I do it. I do it immediately. So
does she?
No, because if I call you and ask you to do something immediately, you already know. Well, right now I'm folding clothes, so I'm not finna put,
Oh
you want
my
me to stop
God.
folding clothes and go over here to send this lady an invoice? I'm like, yeah, she's ready to pay a deposit right now.
Like, he'll call and be like, I need you to write this lady an invoice because his phone might be acting up.
I know what's happening here.
Right, and so he wants me to
You
drop
said on your
everything.
paperwork, you said, I wrote a dirty word under what you said. It starts with horse. I told Shree if she needs to prepare for marriage, and she's not doing that. She needs to get financially stable before we get married. Did they get that wrong?
No, they didn't get that wrong.
Never do wife duties at girlfriend prices. That's what your mistake. First meal I ever cooked my husband was a week after we were married. First meal. I didn't clean nothing of his. I didn't pick up nothing of his. I didn't do nothing. Yeah, he wanted to marry, you know what I mean? You're not giving me a ring and some security. You know, clean your own stuff. I ain't got time for that. I got things to do. You don't think I'm good enough? You think I'm good enough to share your body? You think I'm good enough to have your baby? You think I'm good enough that he can trust you with his clothes and his business, but he can't give you his last name? Mr. Harris.
Oh.
That is a ridiculous thing. You're already 100% into it, financially, emotionally, and familially tied to one another, 100%. All you're doing is not giving her that sense of security. That's all you're doing, and it's not fair. She's giving you everything she's got. At no time will she be perfect. At no time will she do everything just the way you like it. Quiet as it kept, you're not perfect, and you don't do everything that she likes the way that she likes it. You interrupt her on her job and all that kind of stuff, and you're all picky and mean and all that kind of stuff. And I hate it when dudes come in here and say, she gotta prove that she's wife material because she does 99 things, but that last 100 things she ain't doing, so I ain't giving no ring. I'll give her a couple of babies. I'll let her cook for me. I'll let her clean for me. I'll let her have sex with me. The one thing she wants, I ain't handed. Don't be that dude. She's sick. Something happens to her, you know what they'll do? What the hospital and what the government and Medicaid, Medicare, you know what they'll do with you? They'll act like you don't exist because you are a stranger to her. You will have no rights. You will not be able to go see her in the hospital because you're not related to her. You just a brother in her house, and the government won't care, and the hospital won't care. She's sick, she's beautiful, she's doing everything she can. She had your baby. Damn, give her something. Giving you no money because you're not going anywhere. You are so invested and committed, it's over, and he knows you're invested and committed and not going anywhere. But you know, love her enough to give her some security. Love her enough for that. You're in it for the long haul. You ain't going nowhere. Give her a ring.
Right.
I did my best.
Thank you, Judge.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is over.
Judge, this is the case of anger management.
Thanks. Based on my paperwork, what I believe we have here is a full plate of foolishness with a side of hot mess and a tiny taste of tacky. So let me see if I can choke this meal down.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Maria Denton and Donnie Denton. The two of you have been married for 11 months. And you've already decided that this is not going to work out. Mrs. Denton, you're suing Mr. Denton for a certain amount of money. We will talk about that momentarily, but before we do, Mrs. Denton, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Your Honor, I'm here today because I'm stuck between my boyfriend, Donnie, and my husband, Donnie, who's a deadbeat.
Your Honor, that's not even accurate. How the am I a deadbeat?
You do nothing.
I raised a child that's not even mine.
You don't do nothing
I
for
raised
it.
a child that's not even mine.
Hey, Mr. Denton, I appreciate your fervor, but you got to let go of the language. You know,
Sorry, Your Honor.
Don't be sorry. Just be on board. All right? Mrs. Denton, why don't you continue to tell me what you were telling me?
He has anger problems, Your Honor.
I don't have anger problems.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You can't even have a decent conversation with him without him losing his temper.
Well, you lost me in the beginning when you said he don't like your boyfriend.
No, he don't.
I mean, you're married to this cat over here for less than a year, and you got a boyfriend.
That she plans on marrying, exactly.
Oh.
Explain how that happened.
Because me and my daughter went up to see him, and he threw us out and had another girl in there 2 days later.
Yeah, because you wouldn't do nothing as a wife.
Stop. Now, when did this incident occur where you threw her, where she came home and saw you with another woman?
She didn't catch me with another woman, Your Honor. She didn't. And she can sit here and say that she did. But I left to go work on the oil field.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and I was staying in a hotel. And I got them up there, and she wouldn't do nothing as a wife.
No, that's not true.
No. So, what things was she refusing to do?
Okay, she barely ever cleaned. I was working 12 to 14 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
She barely ever cleaned the house or the hotel room. I would come home to the hotel from work looking like dirt and oil.
Mm-hmm.
I worked for an oil field company. And I would have to clean and pick up, and then she claims, well, I was chasing your daughter around all day. No, put her in the floor, put TV on, and do your wifely duties.
Okay, just because she's crawling and everything, you can't make your baby sit in one place. She was pulling stuff down constantly.
Now, Miss Denton, I've had children, so I know what's up. I can still keep the house clean. What was the problem?
I kept trying to keep the house clean. Every time I turned around, she was pulling stuff down. I was going behind her every 5 minutes, it seemed like.
Well, I guess.
But you're not the first woman to have a daughter, and a lot of us managed to keep them together and keep the house together.
I know, Your Honor, and it was hard because I was the only one doing it.
No, you would not.
I get it.
You really?
Yeah. My mommy did it.
I was doing laundry for him because he wouldn't do nothing for himself hardly.
What?
I was doing his laundry because he said, oh, I need my laundry, and I'll go do it.
Oh, you coming in here light, Miss Denton. You're going to talk about I had a baby pulling stuff down, so I couldn't do nothing.
I was trying to get everything done. I was first-time mom, doing everything on my own.
Get it! And had a full-time job. I don't even want to hear all that. So, what did you do once you decided that she wasn't pulling her weight?
I was actually at my buddy Kyle's, and I would go to his shop, and I was working on a car. It was a Dodge Durango 2008, and my intentions were fixing it up and giving her a car for her and her baby because she was always complaining about not being able to go nowhere. Well, she stayed in a hotel in the middle of town. I worked outside of town.
You had ways to go places, though.
I worked outside of town, and if I needed to go somewhere, yeah, I had buddies I worked with. Yeah, I make friends. She's just too lazy to even do anything. She's too lazy to even make friends. She can't.
Not true.
You had a stroller and you couldn't even get out.
I didn't have the stroller with me, Donnie. I had to leave it behind.
Look, there was a park not even 0.2 miles away from the hotel.
She couldn't make it.
She couldn't even walk that.
It was further than that. It was 1.5 miles away. I'm sorry, and I'm carrying a baby around all the time?
It was 0.2 miles away.
No,
there was a swimming pool, there was a playground, there was everything there. I walked there.
You walked there?
Yeah, plenty of times.
When I asked you to go do that with us, what'd you say? No, I'm too tired. Or you would go out with your friends?
Yeah, because I had to do your duties and mine.
No, you didn't have to do my duties. I was doing them all.
I wasn't going to sit there and let it not be done.
Miss Denton, what do you say win a field?
His anger. His anger is a main problem in our relationship.
It ain't anger, it's just passionate about my life.
Give me an example.
When we were living with my family, he shoved a doorknob up my ass.
Damn right I
and then
did.
laughed about it.
Damn right I did.
How did that happen?
Well, her family has been disrespecting me for months on months after the fact that I left, and when I found out that they were behind on rent, I started working free to help them on rent. I called them up on 2 months of rent in 2 weeks.
Again with the language, Mr. Denton. I know you're upset.
You don't even help out with anything else.
I helped your family out with rent. I got y'all caught up on rent. Your family Your
was in
family
that house. Yes.
was 2 months behind on rent in the house that y'all were living in
Yes,
Gore.
but
So
I
I
was
don't want
also-
to hear that. Tell me I don't have responsibility. I caught y'all up on rent. I made sure that y'all had what y'all needed. I had a job. I had everything. The only thing I didn't have at the time was a vehicle.
But
so
I
I don't want to
also-
hear that. And you sit there and you say, I don't do nothing. Okay, if I don't do nothing, why was I raising your child? The
You
one
don't
threw
even
in my
help with
face?
her.
You sat in the floor like a 2-year-old.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Threw the rings at me, said go give them to my slut.
Because
my
you had
side
other
piece.
girls.
The only
You
person
had other
I was
girls.
was my hand, which is Jill.
Whatever.
Oh, my God.
Because I caught you.
Mrs. Denton. Is he accurate that he actually helped catch your family up on rent?
He helped with that, but you know, after everything he did, he turned around. They was trying to be nice to them. He wouldn't have respect for them.
Stop.
He disrespected my family in so many different ways. He got in my face.
Yeah, I did. She deserved it. Every one of them deserved it.
And then my boyfriend that I have now, he sit there and helps out with
Boyfriend?
Hazel.
You're legally married to me.
Stop.
How you got a boyfriend?
Because you had another girl in there and you were her.
Face, little
Now, y'all.
I got messages, Your Honor. She said she only wants me.
Hey, I'm talking.
I got a boyfriend because I got tired of him.
So let's talk to the boyfriend.
How you gonna lay up in bed with my wife?
I don't think
she's done with you. Huh? Oh yeah, where's the papers? There is no papers
Your
stating that
pussy
she's
has
a
more
boy.
than
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Hey. When did you get a boyfriend? How deep into the marriage did you get a boyfriend?
After he said he was done, I didn't date anybody till after I lost his baby, after he said he didn't care. He flat out told me that I'm glad you lost the baby because no child deserves to have a mother like you.
They don't. They don't.
Did that happen?
Yes, ma'am, it did, because she was sitting there being suicidal. She was sitting there talking about
I was
killing.
depressed.
You were sitting there talking about killing yourself in my hotel room.
No, I
and
wasn't
that's
doing
why
it
I
there.
snatched Hazel out of your arms. Go ahead and lead up to that point, how I snatched Hazel out of your arms.
You were
Multiple
snatching Hazel out of my
occasions.
arms.
You threatened me in the house that I got you in. The
No,
house that I got
I
you in
didn't
that was your
threaten you.
granddad's. You threatened to stab me.
I never threatened you.
Okay, yeah, you did. In
No,
the
I
kitchen.
never threatened you.
There was people in that house when you did it.
I never
They
threatened
called
you. I
the
sit
police
there.
because they didn't even know what to do.
You pushed me on the ground, cleaning out shit, and you pushed me on the ground.
My goodness.
You don't come at me threatening.
I wasn't threatening you. I told you to step away from me.
Hey. I still don't understand how you got a boyfriend.
I got a boyfriend because I got tired of him. I got tired of him. He said he was done. I was done. That was it.
So,
But we wasn't legally divorced.
Let's talk to the boyfriend. Now, your name is Donovan, too, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're very tall.
Yes, I am.
How long have you been dating Mrs. Denton?
We've been dating her for a month.
A whole 30 days?
Yeah. I've known him since I was 16.
Did you know she was married?
Yes, I did, but he's too to take her his own daughter.
Bitch, you're Come on. You want to watch me myself?
Hey,
boy.
Stop cursing. Stop cursing. You're the judge, right? Stay here.
He's with my married wife. How you gonna lay up in bed with my wife?
I don't think
She's done with you.
Huh? Oh yeah, where's the papers? Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Hey,
You're
now
not
look.
supposed to stay here. Calm down.
Now look, I know you're upset, but we're gonna try to get through this in a reasonable fashion, okay?
She's married and laid up in a bed longer than a month.
Why couldn't you wait till you got divorced? You had a baby with another dude. This new dude took the baby with another dude, married you. Now things are funky in that relationship, and now you got another dude. Do you see anything wrong with the way in which you conducting business?
I see it. It's just, I got tired of
You
him.
don't see nothing.
How
you
tired
obviously
could you
don't.
be? You were married 11 months.
He can't control his temper, and he drinks.
Because I'm passionate about my family who's cheating on me.
Cheating? You the one that was cheating.
I'm not cheating, not once. Like I said before, the only
Let me
person...
ask you this. Where do you get that cheating stuff from? On what do you base that allegation? Does any of this and any of her history frighten you?
Her family members actually love me, and I've actually known her since since she was 16.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to be a bull rider.
Well, you in another rodeo now. Where do you get that cheating stuff from? On what do you base that allegation?
I caught him. I went through his phone one day, and it was on there.
What?
He was messaging
What did
other
you
women.
see?
He was messaging other women
She
saying...
seen messages from a year ago.
No, it wasn't even a year ago.
Yeah, it was, because I asked you in person. I said, did you look at the date? And you're like, oh, no, I didn't. And I showed you the date, and you said, I'm sorry. I should have looked at the date, because I was working.
No, that wasn't even a year. We were together. We were together when it happened. You said, oh, because we weren't even in a different town.
Let me ask you this. I'm not sure I had it right. I've been saying you're married for 11 months, but that's not true.
No, we've been together.
You've been together for 11 months, married for 5, and things got that jacked up that soon.
Because she can't stay faithful to her husband, who's out there busting his ass for his family.
I was faithful. I never once cheated on you. When you said you were done, I was done.
Whatever.
Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what to do. Mr. Taffner, does any of this and any of her history frighten you?
No, it does not.
I mean, given her history so far, she seems to move from dude to dude fairly quickly.
Yes, she does.
Why are you comfortable that you are gonna last a little while?
Her family members actually love me, and I've actually known her since she was 16.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to be a bull rider.
You used to be a bull rider. Well, you win another rodeo now. When they get a divorce, when the divorce is final, are you gonna marry her?
Yes, I am. I don't care if he does.
Well,
She's gonna move on to the next guy.
Listen.
Next guy to the next guy to the next guy.
I got plenty to say to you, and it's all gonna be nice.
What about the text messages where you were threatening him because he was around my daughter?
Let me see the text message, but were you sleeping with him at the time?
No.
Yeah, she was.
He was in another town.
You lied to me. You said you kicked him out of the house that you live in, and
Because
come to
I
find
didn't
out he
wanna
was
fight
still
with you.
there.
Because I didn't want to fight with you
Not
anymore.
once did I cheat on you.
Mr. Denton. Oh, Mr. Denton.
She came over to my hotel room last night
Denton.
telling me she wanted to work things out with me. I said, no, I think we should be friends. Before she left, she said, I want to kiss you.
No.
She said, but you left.
Hey. Wait a minute.
Before you left my hotel room
Mr.
last
Denton,
night, you know what you
could you
told
stand
me?
next to Mr. Denton for me? Because I'm not getting anywhere here. Did you actually come to see him last night?
I went over there and said he wanted but I didn't talk very long. I left.
Did you tell him that you wanted to try to work it out?
No, I told him
Did you
to be
ask
civil.
for a kiss?
No.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, you did.
Lie through your teeth. Lie through your
Sounds
teeth
like
and
something
more.
you do.
No, I wouldn't kiss him. I'm done.
Lie through your teeth and more because you came
Why?
over there to
Why
me.
would I go
You
from something like this to back to like this?
You know what?
Well, that was unnecessary.
You know what? You know what?
Hey, I got Mr. Taffner. People are what they do, especially if they do it regularly. I'm just saying that
He's
to
an
you
adulterer, that's what
so
he is.
you can just take a step back,
Sleeping with my wife.
take a look at what's going on, and make sure this is what you want to do. That's all I'm going to say. You look like a nice fella, other than the fact that you're sleeping with somebody else's wife, which is just not good conduct. Do you know what I mean? You wait until...
I didn't move in with them until the end of June.
Yeah.
Exactly, longer than a month.
They're still married.
Thank you.
Paperwork wasn't even filed. You know what I'm saying? Everybody needs to wait. Everybody can't just jump into bed the moment you get the urge. You got to look at what's going on. See what the circumstances are. If love is true, if love is right, if love is real, it'll wait on you. It doesn't have to be right now.
No.
But Mr. Taffner, thank you so much. Why don't you have a little seat over there before something breaks out in here? You want $200 from him because you say he broke your cell phone.
Yes.
Tell me how that happened.
I was at work while he was at home taking care of the baby.
Exactly,
he
baby,
threw
that's
it-
not mine.
He threw it against the wall because I didn't take the Wi-Fi phone to work with me because
No,
I
broke my phone. I slammed my phone on the table.
Let her finish.
He threw a phone that I got when I was pregnant with my daughter, who has pictures of when she was born, all the way up till she was 3 months old, and I can't get none of that back.
Okay. What do you have to say about that, Mr.
I didn't throw her phone. I don't even know what she's talking about because her phone that she took to work, I threw mine.
No.
I threw it on a table. I smashed it on my coffee table and stomped on it. There was 2 people in that house and watched it happen.
I got it.
That was another phone. I'm talking about my
it was
phone
the
that I got
phone that
last
you're
night.
talking about, which is mine.
Hey. I'm done. Mr. Denton, you seem like a nice, hard-working dude, and you're mad for a reason. I ain't mad at you for being mad for the reason that you have. You married a woman who had somebody else's kid. You took care of them. Then you went to work. And you went to work in an oil field, and that is I ain't never been out in one, but I know it's difficult to do. Then you come home, and she talking about she too busy holding on to a baby to cook you a meal or to do anything. I think that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Well, make sure you have meals.
I've had a baby. I had 4 step kids, 2 kids, and a job. Put people in jail, come home, fix dinner, and the house was clean. I don't want to hear it. Now, let me say this to you. When you move forward and shake off all of this weight you got on your shoulders, I want you to go home and have a party. I want you to go home and pretend this never happened. You finalize the divorce. You get it done. Don't be mad. Don't let her live with you. Don't be angry. Don't be upset. Don't be anything. Just be free. Just be free. And she's not above being one of them women that call you back, hey, don't listen to it.
That's what she did.
Well,
She came over to my...
I know. On her phone number, put the name, do not answer. So when her phone number comes up, it says do not answer, and don't. You trifling. And I'm going to tell you something.
I wouldn't have been that way towards him, Your Honor.
It doesn't matter. We were married.
You're trifling. I don't care what he did. If you wanted to leave him, leave him.
I didn't want to leave him.
Ms. Denton, you're trifling, you don't learn, you don't know when to be quiet. I'm telling you, your life is going to be a trail of babies and exes if you don't get it together. You have to deny yourself your immediate wants. If you're going to be a mother and a wife, you have to do things that are difficult. You don't have to feel like everything happening all the time. You don't have to feel happy. What you have to do is do your job as a woman and a mother.
I've been trying. I honestly have been.
Try harder. If you mentioned the word depression, which always, I hear that, I understand that. And if you are, get help.
I have been, and that's the thing is when I lost the baby, he didn't help. He didn't make anything better.
I get it, but there was
why should I help when you got
Hey.
He wasn't there.
This ugly show is over. I wish you both the best. I ain't no way in the world I'm giving you $200 for nothing. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
What's your take on everything that went down
I mean, I thought he was good at first. He was good at my kid, and then he turns around and he does what he did. It's pointless.
Talk to me a little bit about how you're going to move forward from here.
I got a new contract, and this is the least of my worries. So, there you go, man. He can have her.
अल्लाह की ज़ात तू ऐ झोर सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो अल्लाह की ज़ात तू झोर सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो हुक्म उस गए बाजना पतर अल्लाह ओ तेरो मेरो वजूद बनाण आलो ते 18,000 मखलूक गो ऐ मालिक सुनो रब सुनो जमीन आसमान आलो अर्श फर्श लो कलम महफूज कुर्सी जिया जून ना रिज़क खिलाण आलो दाल दुखां गी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है दाल दुखागी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है ओ उसकी मारे गुलनाज है बहुत दुखिया ये मारा सीना माँ बर छिलाओ गई है नाओ बच्ची गो अफसा में मूद सोनो रोग उमरा गो सुनी लाओ गई है ओ जिला पुणछ गिरा शिंदरा सोनो अय दुखिया दिलाना अफजारो लाओ गई है दाल दर्द जो दयागा आई बोते ओ खाए पर बचागी नारे जो दई ओवे दाल दर्द जो दयागा आई बोते ओ खाए पर बचागी नारे जो दई होवे ओ माना सबर करार फिर नहीं रहा तो दख्ते जिगर की जद जो दई होवे बाप उसको मैं मुँह दियो सेन दुखिया अफसा जही बची सिने लाई होवे ओ दुख मुझ जावेद माँ बाप नावे ओ बचा किसे की नारे जो दई होवे तेरे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई रे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई ओ अल्लाह पाक ने दिती एक बच्चियों सोनी ऐ गुनाह करांगी अर्ज मंजूर होई दिन माँ दाखिल रही महारात 10 बजे प्रश्न होयो ते टेंशन दूर होई ओ दीती खबर फिर आनी उन डॉक्टरां ने होगी बची पर बड़ी कमजोरी होई सलाह दीती वीर डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती सलाह दीती डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती 18-19 तक रखी पुणछ अंदर और पर यकीनर जोरी कराओ दीती आई रात 9 बजे मामू ऐ नानी दोए गड्डी तरफ रजोरी चलाओ दीती ओ मासा देरी ना लाई ले चल गया ओ 12 बजे रजोरी पहुंचाओ दीती किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया आई किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया ये रात 12 बजे रजोरी पुजया कि जल्दी डॉक्टरा कोल रवाने होया आई डॉक्टर नब्ज तके मुतू कि बोल न सके असली राज तू बे वो हैरान होया ओ अमानत रब की है तम सबर करियो ए आपसा बची गारू बेरवानी होया किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है ऐ किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है ये एम्बुलेंस करी वापस पुणच चलना मारी किस्मत अज मुखरे मोड़ गई है आई गुल नाज वाणी अरे ए मान बाकी मेरी खुशी ना किंगा तू रोड़ गई है दाखिल बीच अस्पताल थी पुणछ अंदर ये मांगुल नाज गो दिल क्यों तोड़ गई है अप्रैल महीना सुबह गए आई 5 बजे वतन शीदरा पुजे आयान सदके अप्रैल महीना सुबह गए 5 बजे वतन शीदरा पुजे आयान सदके माना 10 बजे एम्बुलेंस आने तेरा तकन गाया अफजायर मान सदके ते कितना दुख था महंगा ऐ काल जामा जाने वाया रब रहमान सदके और वे बाप महमूद परवेज नानी नाले रोवे सजाद यवान सदके कफन दफन गो वेलो हुणे यार गयो इना दुकाना हुण मीटौरे किसरा कफन दफन गो वेलो हुणे हार गयो इना दुकाना हुण मीटौरे किसरा ओ जीता मांगे बचा गो टूर जानो इस शेर भर कलम चनो किसरा ते अच्छा रब वाले हुणे आई छोड़ गई है तीना सिना नाड़ूण लो किसरा सबर या तो नी दिल मां याद तेरी रोता दिला ना चुप करूं किसरा फिया मान इना दुखाने आई मुकनो नी 4 बजे रे आपका दफनाओ छोड़ी आई फिया मान इना दुखाने मुकनो नी 4 बजे रे आपका दफनाओ छोड़ी वतन पुणछ गिरा शिंदराय अंदर ओ सोनी निकी जी कबर बनाओ छोड़ी सबर करियो महमूद गुल नाज दोए मानत रब गी रब ने छुपाओ छोड़ी ओए पिया मान जावे तू इजाजत ले ले जख्म मोड़ी भी क्यों रे दुखाओ छोड़ी